Chapter 1 Nanxing, Feng, and Platy Kodan. 1550 AD, Japan. Musashi Province, Maple Village. This is a small village hidden in a maple forest. The population of the village is not that large, with only about 50 people, young and old, men and women combined. But it was in such an inconspicuous little village that a remarkable man was born. Maiko Kikyo. Lord Kikyo is back. Good afternoon, Saint. Who is the boy that Kikyo-sama is carrying on his back? I don't know, probably a human being attacked by a monster. Alas, Lady Kikyo is still too kind. The villagers holding farm tools were whispering. As a shrine maiden with extraordinary spiritual powers, Kikyo could hear these comments very easily. But she didn't pay too much attention to it. She simply carried the unconscious boy on her back and brought him into a small wooden house filled with the scent of medicine. In the cabin, a young girl was looking at her sister with a confused look. Maple. The witch called out to her biological sister, who was only a few years younger than her, with a rather indifferent expression on her face. I'll leave this person to you. Nanxing woke up in a burst of severe pain. Because of the great pain, his limbs waved subconsciously and accidentally knocked over the medicine jar on the table. Click! The herbs that had just been boiled were scattered all over the floor. The pungent smell reached the boy's nose, causing him to open his eyes subconsciously. A face with a hint of anger appeared in front of him. You knocked over the medicine I spent so much time brewing. The girl in the apricot yellow shrine maiden robe said with some dissatisfaction. She herself had some opinions about this young man of unknown origin. My elder sister always picks up some strange people from outside the village and finally leaves them to me to take care of. She thought with some dissatisfaction. But he still stood up very quickly, cleaned up the drug residue on the ground, ran to the table, and re-prepared a new dose of medicine. Feel sorry. Looking at the busy figure of the girl, Nanxing said a little embarrassedly. He knew that the other party was trying hard to save him. Therefore, although her attitude was a bit bad, Nanxing still felt the utmost gratitude towards her. What truly reflects a person's essence is not words, but actions. But at the same time, Nanxing knew more clearly. The person he should be most grateful to is not the girl in front of him who is working hard to make medicine for him. It was the witch who saved him from hundreds of monsters. And, more importantly, although he had never had any communication with the witch, Nanxing felt that he should know the witch's name. After all, the only witch who can shoot such powerful magic-destroying arrows in human form is probably that woman. And a moment later, the answer from the girl in yellow skirt confirmed Nanxing's guess. Sister Kikyo. After bringing you back, she went out to exorcise demons. Unlike me, she is very busy. Kikyo is indeed very busy. As a witch who surpasses human limits, she also shoulders responsibilities that ordinary people cannot bear. Basically, the entire Musashi province falls within her scope of demon exorcism. Even if the witches from other countries encounter monsters that they cannot deal with, they will ask her for help. Her fame spread far and wide, and she was known as the twin pillars of the human race together with Hanakin Hidemoto, the leader of the Onmyoji. He is also one of the only two people in the world who has the ability to fight against big monsters with human bodies. Therefore, it is very common for Platy Kodan to go out. Sometimes, I would even be gone for half a month. This is also the reason why Feng is dissatisfied with Nanxing. She didn't hate Nanxing, but she hated Kikyo, who was too conscientious. Out of her sister's selfishness, she wanted Kikyo to stay in the village more often instead of wandering outside all day. But at the same time, standing on the standpoint of a shrine maiden, Feng couldn't blame Kikyo too much for her behavior. Therefore, she could only transfer her dissatisfaction to Nanxing. Besides, who are you? He handed the reboiled Chinese medicine to Nanxing and watched him drink it bit by bit. Feng's face once again showed a very serious expression. She wanted to question Nanxing about his background to ensure that he would not bring harm to this peaceful village. Nangxing was a little hesitant. Of course, he couldn't reveal his identity as a time traveler. There is probably only one identity that can be mentioned. My name is Nangxing. It's a ninja. Ninja. This is a profession that is even older than Onmyoji. It is said that as early as the 6th century AD, Prince Shotoku formed the first ninja unit. Later, ninjas were called shinoban, scout, ranba, etc., and have been passed down from the Asuka period to the present day. So it's really a very old profession. But at the same time, this profession is not as respected as Onmyoji and samurai. An assassin hiding in the shadows, using despicable means to achieve his ulterior motives. This is the general impression of the world on the profession of ninja. Therefore, in this country, the status of ninjas is basically the same as that of geishas, at the bottom of society. Feng also knew this. Ninja. After hearing Nangxing's self-introduction, her eyes became sharper at a speed visible to the naked eye. If she was just dissatisfied with Nangxing just now, she even has a bit of hostility. After all, ninjas have a very bad reputation, even worse than bandits. At the very least, bandits rob openly and never in secret. But what she didn't know was, Nangxing is indeed a ninja, but before that, 2 more words need to be added. Naruto. Ding, congratulations on completing the trial, Night Parade of 100 Demons. You get rewards, experience *500, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ding, you have leveled up, and you have gained some free attribute points. Congratulations on becoming a genin. You can choose one of the following 3 scrolls to learn. Scroll 1, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Scroll 2, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Scroll 3, Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Chapter 2, I'll show you a good show. Name, Nangxing. Age, 17 years old. Occupation, Ninja. Level, Level 10, Genin. Chakra attributes, Fire, Earth, Water. Forbearance, 3. Body, 5. Phantom, 1. 2. Xian, 4. Power, 4. Speed, 3. Fine, 3. Print, 2. Total, 25. Learned ninjutsu, transformation technique, proficient, substitution technique, proficient, clone technique, proficient, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, roughly proficient. Overall evaluation, a weak ninja with low strength, even worse than Haruno Sakura when she just graduated. The evaluation of the system is generally objective. But Nangxing was still a little dissatisfied. What happened to Haruno Sakura? During the later Ninja World War, whoever saw her wouldn't call her Sakura sister. In the entire ninja world, she is the only woman who dares to shit on Kaguya at Satsuki's head. As for saying that Sakura Haruno was weak when she just graduated, that is pure lies. She is indeed very weak, but that depends on who she is compared with. Naturally, she couldn't compare to the other 2 monsters in Class 7. But compared to those other genin who served as cannon fodder in the Forest of Death, her overall strength was still much higher. Not to mention, even if you look at the 12 ninjas, there is still one who is more useless than Haruno Sakura. Throughout the entire Naruto series, there is still a ninja who has never won a fight. So, hurry up and apologize to my brother Ying. Nangxing silently complained to the system in his heart. But the system ignored him. This system does not have real consciousness, it is just a more advanced artificial intelligence. Therefore, Nangxing's complaining behavior is actually just a way for him to entertain himself. It is the only way for him to relieve his loneliness when he stays in the deep mountains and forests and never sees outsiders all year round. But now, the situation seems to have improved a little. Your name is Feng, right? Don't look at me like that. I'm actually a good person. How about I perform a trick for you? Nangxing was lying on the bed, feeling very painful. Coupled with the bitter taste of medicine in his mouth, he suffered even more. Therefore, he could only divert his attention and share his pain by constantly talking to others. Well, let's use this. Nangxing thought about it and closed his hands with difficulty. Place both palms close to your chest with 2 fingers extended from each hand. The left thumb is on top, with the thumbs overlapping upwards. This is the seal of the character in the hand seal. It is also a method of performing transformation. Driven by the hand seals, weak chakra was released from Nangxing's body and covered his entire body in a moment. At the same time, the figure of Platy Kodan involuntarily emerged in Nangxing's mind. The witch holding the magic-destroying arrow has white clothes as white as snow and a red skirt as red as fire. She is such a person that one glance at her can make people never forget her. Bam! Platy Kodan came back at midnight. This time is when demons are at their most powerful. Even someone as strong as Kikyo must temporarily avoid the attack. She returned to Maple Village with a cold air all over her body. Looking at the closed windows and doors of every household, he nodded with satisfaction. As we all know, monsters will not invade a house with closed doors and windows. This is a rule that has been passed down since the Heian period, and is the shackles that the gods of Takamaji-Ehara set for monsters. From now on, the gods control the day, and the demons control the night, with a clear distinction. Therefore, although the monsters are scary, as long as you return home before sunset and close the windows and doors, there will be no danger. However, in the next moment, when Kikyo saw a small wooden house with an oil lamp on, she couldn't help but frown. She naturally knew that it was the room she usually used to make medicine, and now it was Feng who was using it. He also knew that even if the doors of the entire village were open and the lights were on, there would definitely be no blind monsters coming to attack. The so-called name of a person is the shadow of a tree. In the Warring States period when demons and monsters were rampant, her name, Platy Kodan, was more useful than that of a god. Even those powerful monsters would never be willing to come into conflict with her easily. But at the same time, this does not mean that Feng can break the rules. The powerful Kikyo can naturally ignore those monsters, but she must never let the people in this village develop the habit of arrogance. This is also the duty of a witch. But Feng doesn't seem like the kind of child who doesn't follow the rules. Kikyo thought silently in her heart again. She knew her own sister very well. Although his qualifications are average, his abilities are impeccable. His pharmaceutical skills have reached that of top doctors. He can even heal injuries caused by monsters, making him a leader among ordinary people. If someone like her were placed in other villages, she would at least become a recognized wise man. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake as lighting a lamp in the middle of the night. That means... Is there something wrong? In a flash, Kikyo's brain was working rapidly. She subconsciously quickened her pace, and the journey that originally took 10 minutes was shortened to just 2 minutes. Maple. Kikyo jogged all the way to the wooden house and called out hurriedly. She pushed the wooden door open with force. A piece of talisman paper was already in her fingertips, ready to be launched at any time. However, the next moment... Sister, sister! What appeared before her was a panicked face full of fear. This made Kikyo feel relieved. No matter what, I'm glad my sister is okay. Just, in the next second. When Kikyo put away the talisman paper, she subconsciously raised her head and scanned the environment in the room in the dim light. Okay. With her outstanding perception, she spotted Nangxing lying on the bed at a glance. But, was that really the boy I rescued? Looking at the young man who was tightly tied up with linen, with only his nose exposed, like a mummy, Kikyo felt a little confused. What's up with him? Kikyo asked doubtfully. She remembered that Nangxing's injuries shouldn't be so serious that he needed to be wrapped up all over, right? At the same time, facing Kikyo's questions, the girl Feng's face showed an expression of fear. Sister, you've been fooled. He's not human at all. It's a monster. Chapter 3, Caught by the Real Owner. Musashi Province, Maple Village. In the brightly lit cabin, Kikyo signaled to her sister not to be so nervous. Okay, he's not a monster. Untie the bandages on him. Kikyo said very calmly. As a shrine maiden with extraordinary spiritual powers, she can still tell the difference between monsters and humans. She knew that Nangxing was different from ordinary people, but that special thing was definitely not the evil aura of a monster. However, could you please demonstrate the demon transformation technique that Feng mentioned again? Looking at the patient lying on the wooden bed, whose injuries seemed to be more serious than during the day, Kikyo asked curiously. There are thousands of magic spells in the world, and even a witch as powerful as her has some areas that she cannot reach. Therefore, if possible, Kikyo will not miss any opportunity to gain knowledge. At the same time, Nangxing was a little hesitant. Does it have to change? He raised his head, looked at Kikyo whose face was full of curiosity, then looked at Feng who was standing next to him with an angry look, and asked cautiously. Before, he was just showing off in front of Feng for fun. Therefore, even if he was beaten up by the furious Feng, he had nothing to say. Having fun always involves risks. But now, if I were to become her in front of Kikyo, there would always be a weird feeling. It's like being caught red-handed by the legitimate products. But I am indeed very curious. But if it's inconvenient for you, I won't make it difficult for you. Facing the considerate Platy Kodan, Nangxing found that he seemed to have no choice. 3. Boom. Another burst of white smoke flashed by. Another Platy Kodan appeared on the small wooden bed. It was exactly the same scene as during the day. Looking at this scene, Feng's expression instantly became ugly. In her heart, the image of Kikyo is sacred and she will never allow anyone else to defile it. But Kikyo didn't care about this. Instead, she observed it with great interest. An imitation of appearance. It's a very similar imitation. After careful observation, she gave it a high evaluation. She discovered that it was more than just looks and clothes. Nangxing even imitated that kind of temperament that was 3 parts hesitant and 7 parts strong in silence. Moreover, it was probably because of hesitation and injury. The Platy Kodan transformed from Nangxing has a hint of morbid beauty that the original one does not have. The feeling of this beauty being weak, pale, and powerless was so touching that even Kikyo herself felt moved and couldn't help wanting to protect her. However, Kikyo soon discovered the true nature of this transformation technique. Although the appearance is very similar, the aura itself has not changed at all. It can only deceive ordinary people who have no magical powers. But if it's a ninja, this is enough. Stopping her angry sister, Kikyo said calmly. Well known. Strong people like her recognize people by their aura. Platy Kodan's mind is unexpectedly broad. In Nangxing's opinion, even if she would not be angry because he turned into her image, he would seriously warn himself not to use her image to deceive others. But Kikyo didn't care about this at all. She didn't care what Nangxing would do with this despicable ninjutsu. She even didn't care whether Nangxing was a good person or a bad person. She really just saved Nangxing who was in desperate situation out of a compassionate heart. And this became the root cause of her future disasters. She saved people indiscriminately, and ultimately saved Ghost Spider, a pure villain. This led to his own downfall. But at this moment, Nangxing had no position to persuade Kikyo to give up this unconditional mercy. Because he himself is also a beneficiary of this mercy. Therefore, even if there are many things I want to say. But looking at Kikyo's face as calm as water, Nangxing could only sigh helplessly. That's all. Just consider it as returning a favor to you. The next period of time is the time to recuperate. Here, we have to praise Feng's medical skills. Even though she was still dissatisfied with Nangxing, she deliberately made the medicine more bitter, to the point that she had to pinch her nose to swallow it. But the efficacy of these drugs is beyond doubt. In just 3 days, Nangxing's injuries were mostly healed, and he was able to walk again. Then, Nangxing was driven out of the village by Feng. The injured and sick need to be provided with meals, but the village does not have that much surplus food. This is also the reason why Feng has always opposed Kikyo and always brings some injured and sick patients back to the village. Maple Village is not a charity and cannot take care of so many patients. Nangxing expressed his understanding of this. However, what Ling Feng didn't expect was, after leaving Maple Village, Nangxing didn't go too far. Instead, he found a relatively flat place in a nearby maple forest. Earth escape earth flow wall. The earth trembled, and 4 smooth earth walls appeared in the dense woods. The earth wall was not high, only 3 meters, but it was very thick and half a meter wide. The 4 earthen walls together formed the prototype of an earthen house. Afterwards, Nangxing spent another whole day cutting down a dozen maple trees in the forest and placing them on the roof as beams. Finally, fill the gaps in the roof with a mixture of mud, dead grass, and leaves. Just like that, a house that was not very beautiful, but absolutely safe, appeared next to Maple Village and accompanied it. What exactly are you planning to do? Looking at Nangxing, who was still wandering around the village and seemed to be planning to stay here permanently, the girl Feng asked cautiously. She began to realize that this despicable guy seemed to have some evil intentions. But Nangxing ignored her. To put it bluntly, Feng's rank was too low and not worth his attention. There is only one person who is truly worthy of Nangxing's care. Ms. Kikyo. It's another starry night. Nangxing, who had been waiting at the entrance of the village for a week and was almost turning himself into a savage, finally saw the person he was looking for. Please wait a moment. He quickly ran up to Kikyo and blocked her way. I know this request may be a little presumptuous, but I want to fight the demon with you. Chapter 4, The Gap Between People. This was a premeditated interception. As early as when Nangxing was lying on the hospital bed, he had anticipated the arrival of this day. I want to exorcise demons with you. Because only by being with you can I become stronger at the fastest speed. In front of Kikyo, Nangxing said very seriously. He did not use lies to hide his true thoughts, because he did not think he could deceive a Miko whose strength could rival that of a great monster. Compared to the embarrassment when a lie is exposed, perhaps sincerity is more touching. And Kikyo looked at Nangxing deeply. It was a very deep look, yet 3 times brighter than the stars in the sky. It is good. She didn't ask any further questions or delve into the matter. Just tell Nangxing to wait for her here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The next day, Nangxing arrived here on time. But he found that Kikyo had been waiting at the agreed place. She took the longbow and tied it with a new piece of cloth. She also took out the arrow and used a stone to sharpen the tip of the arrow. She is very quiet. In comparison, the girl standing next to her seemed particularly noisy. Why? The girl Feng asked very dissatisfiedly. Why did you take him to exorcise the demon? But you didn't take me with you. The girl protested loudly. There was even a hint of crying in his words. She really felt wronged. Obviously, she is Kikyo's biological sister. She has been learning magic and medical skills from Kikyo since she was 6 years old, in preparation for subduing demons in the future. But until now, Kikyo still does not allow her to leave the village. I've grown up. She angrily picked up another bow and arrow and took up an arrow at a very fast speed. String the bow, draw the string, and shoot. The whole set of movements is smooth and flowing. The flying arrow hit the distant tree trunk very accurately, making a buzzing sound. It can be seen that although she is young, she is very strong. If this arrow hits a person, the person will either die or be crippled. However, unfortunately, faced with this self-affirmation attack from the young girl Feng, Kikyo didn't even have the mood to explain. She just raised her head and glanced at Nangxing lightly. Fantastic! Although she didn't say anything, Nangxing found that he could understand the meaning in her eyes. Let her go back. Ding, you triggered the mission, persuade to return. Task requirements, dispel Feng's idea of going out with Kikyo to fight monsters. Task difficulty, D. Task reward, 100 taels. This is no simple task. 4. Although the system's evaluation of this mission is only D-level, considering Feng's competitive personality, it would be difficult to persuade her to go back using ordinary methods. So, is this why Kikyo asked me to do her job? Nangxing thought carefully and discovered Kikyo's intention. She and Feng are sisters, this kind of relationship is neither good nor bad. As an older sister, Kikyo can certainly use her status as an elder to suppress Feng and force her to stay here. But this approach is more likely to arouse Feng's rebellious psychology. Feng had an instinctive resistance to Kikyo's words. This is also a common problem among humans. The closer someone is to you, the less you care about what they say. In comparison, he, as an outsider, is more convincing. So, you want me to play the role of the villain and make her realize the real gap between herself and the monsters. It's really a thankless task. Nangxing thought helplessly. If he wants to complete this task, he will probably have to offend Feng to death. However, there is no way. Don't miss the opportunity to hug someone's thigh. Looking at Kikyo with a dull expression. Nansing knew very well that if he wanted to become stronger in the shortest time possible, he could not do without the help of this woman. And so, you keep an eye on it. Nangxing figured out the key point without any hesitation. He walked directly to the big tree next to him and performed the walking up a tree maneuver in front of Feng. Climbing trees and treading water are the basic skills of a ninja. Cover the soles of your feet with chakra, and no matter where you walk, it will be as if you are walking on flat ground. Now Nangxing can easily hang upside down on a tree branch with his feet like a bat without falling. How about it? If you can do that, I will take you to kill the monster. Nangxing, who was hanging upside down on the tree, asked Feng in a very calm manner. Because this is really not something to show off. But Feng's face looked very ugly. Climbing a tree is very simple for Nangxing, but for her, it is something she cannot achieve even if she tries her best all her life. And this is also the cruel truth that Kikyo wants to convey to her sister through Nangxing. I know you work hard. But some things cannot be achieved just by hard work. Feng still left. Unwilling to accept the reality, she ran back to the village angrily. She was very strong, and even though her eyes were red and swollen, she did not let the tears fall. No problem. Looking at the girl's back as she left, Nangxing asked with some concern. He expressed doubts about Kikyo's almost free-range educational method. But Kikyo was quite calm. She'll find out sooner or later. This cruel world will never change according to human will. And even though Kikyo possesses extraordinary spiritual powers, it is impossible for her to stay by Feng's side all her life. People like her have their own special mission. Ordinary people have ordinary ways of living. She can't learn from me. Kikyo sees things very clearly. She is a genius that appears only once every few hundred years, so she can walk in this chaotic world where demons are rampant and slay monsters and monsters. No one else can learn her skills. But at the same time, Nangxing seemed to have sensed a hint of other meaning in Kikyo's words. She is a human being, so she can't help you get rid of the demon. But you are willing to take me with you to eliminate the monster. So, I can learn from you. Nangxing asked tentatively. But this time, Kikyo ignored him. Time is up. We should go. She stood up, facing the rising sun in the east, and walked into the light. Chapter 5 Ghost Story, Kikyo smiled. Kikyo exorcises demons during the day. If you think about it, this actually goes against common sense. After all, the demons are at their most active from dusk to the early morning of the next day. If you want to exorcise monsters, the chances of encountering monsters are higher during this period. So, why don't we go out and get rid of the demons at night? Nangxing was confused and asked this question to Kikyo. Unexpectedly, I received a pair of sympathetic and caring eyes in return. Although it was not stated explicitly, Nangxing was sure that at this moment, Kikyo definitely wanted to express "Are you a fool?" Fortunately, Kikyo is kind after all. Not only would she not laugh at Nangxing's lack of knowledge, but she would also try her best to help him explain the precautions of eliminating monsters. Because the night belongs to the world of monsters. Monsters appearing in the dark, that in itself is a very normal thing. It's abnormal for humans to appear at night. Kikyo said calmly. And it was from this moment that Nangxing understood. It turns out that as a shrine maiden, Kikyo doesn't have to fight off monsters when she sees them. Night monsters are basically not eliminated. Because monsters appear at night, that's natural. As long as they don't harm anyone, there is no need for Platycodon to do anything unnecessary. We won't eliminate monsters that have territories. For example, there is a monster called Snakebone Lady. It exists in snake mounds, guarding its husband and home, and will attack humans who offend its territory. Kikyo will not eliminate monsters like this. Humans have their own rules, and monsters have their own rules. Humans who don't follow the rules will be killed by monsters. As for those monsters that obey the rules, we only need to expel them. There is no need to kill them all. Kikyo said calmly. By the way, she bent her bow and shot to death a little demon that was attracted by her demon-luring talisman and was greedy for spiritual energy. Ding! Your teammate killed a low-level monster. You gain 10 experience points. You have completed your daily mission, clearing the demons, D rank. You get the mission reward, 50 taels. This is definitely the most relaxing period Nangxing has had since he traveled through time. He didn't even have to do anything, just follow Kikyo, and a steady stream of experience points would flow into his body. In just 3 days, he reached the next level and gained some valuable free attribute points. At this rate, I should be able to reach Chunin, level 30, in less than half a year. Nangxing was secretly delighted in her heart, and was once again glad that her original decision was so correct. Before that, he had practiced in the deep mountains and forests for more than a year before he barely broke through the threshold of apprentice and became a real ninja. And now, following behind Kikyo, he didn't have to do anything, he could be promoted to Chunin, or even Jonin, just by lying down. Is this what it feels like to not work hard but be carried away by the boss? Nangxing thought with great emotion. But of course. Although Nangxing was carried away by Kikyo, he did not do nothing. He knew that having level alone was useless and combat experience was equally important. Therefore, occasionally, Nangxing would take the initiative to test his new ninjutsu on those monsters, or hone his fighting skills. Substitute technique. The battles can be thrilling at times. Because those monsters are not easy to deal with either. They are born with physical fitness that is several times stronger than humans, as well as various strange abilities. Therefore, Nangxing needs to be extremely careful to avoid falling into their clutches. And worth mentioning. When Nangxing was fighting, Kikyo would often find a big tree or a huge rock and lean against it quietly. She watched Nangxing fighting fiercely with the monsters, concentrating fully on it, as if she was watching a performance. As for the ending of the show, she didn't care. If Nangxing wins, she won't praise him. She will just walk ahead quietly, heading to the next demon-killing location. Nangxing lost, but she would not blame him. She just looked in the direction where the monster fled and told him to start over. Another night. 5. Kikyo, who had just finished a battle, had no time to look for a village to settle down. They could only set up temporary camp in the nearby mountains and forests. Earth escape earth flow wall. Nangxing acted quickly. Without any need for Kikyo to signal, a temporary shelter made of earth and stones was built in an instant. Thanks to Kikyo, he became more and more proficient in using the earth flow wall. I think it makes sense that Kakashi, who ran out of mana, could still carve a dog head on the earth wall. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Long-term use has enabled his body to develop muscle memory. As a result, whenever he used the ninjutsu earth flow wall, walls would appear on all four sides. But of course, since it is impossible to create walls out of thin air, this shelter has no roof. Fortunately, the weather is good today. If you look up a little, you can see the bright starry sky. And that pretty face that is several times more peaceful than the moon. Kikyo. Looking at the witch leaning against the wall with her eyes closed and resting, Nangxing called out subconsciously. However, when Kikyo opened her eyes in confusion after hearing the call, he felt a little regretful. He didn't even know what to say to Kikyo. If you think about it carefully, apart from defeating monsters, he and Kikyo don't even have any common topics. No, that's not right. Actually there is one. If I said I could see you die, would you believe me? After hesitating for a very long time, Nangxing finally made up his mind. The identity of the time traveler is indeed a secret, but if the other party is Kikyo, Nangxing feels that there should be nothing that cannot be said. If even Kikyo is not trustworthy, then there should be no one in this world who is trustworthy. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. The idea gradually became firmer. No matter what the outcome, he would tell Kikyo what he knew, to repay her for saving him from the group of monsters. However, what Nangxing didn't expect was, "Are you finally willing to tell the truth?" In response to his statement, Kikyo made this response. Nangxing looked up in disbelief. A smile came into his eyes. "Tell a ghost story." Kikyo smiled. She actually laughed. "I thought you would hold out a little longer." She spoke softly, leaning forward and sitting up from the blazing campfire. "Then please start your story, Mr. Mysterious Ninja." Chapter 6. She stopped talking. Kikyo realized very early on that something was wrong with Nangxing. After all, before she met Nangxing, she had never heard that ninjas also had the ability to exorcise monsters. This is clearly the job of an onmyoji, a shrine maiden, or an exorcist. At the same time, the various strange things displayed by Nangxing made Kikyo certain that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps, there is also some kind of destiny in him. Faced with this unusual young man, Kikyo made such a judgment. But after that, she did not express the doubts in her heart. She believes in fate, and even more in destiny. If Nangxing is willing to talk to her, she is willing to listen. If Nangxing doesn't want to talk to her, she won't force him. Just, now. Looking at Nangxing, who finally couldn't bear the secret in his heart anymore and wanted to find someone to talk to. Although Kikyo didn't care in her heart, she finally revealed a faint smile. She still cares. Kikyo's eyes gradually softened. But unfortunately, Nangxing now has no time to guess the changes in Kikyo's inner emotions. He was organizing his thoughts as quickly as possible. Pick up the important ones. After a moment, he spoke. "Do you know the Four Souls Jade?" Nangxing asked. Kikyo nodded slightly. The Four Souls Jade created by the shrine maiden Tsuko is considered a legendary treasure in their shrine world. There was no reason for her not to know. But what Kikyo didn't expect was that her destiny would eventually be fulfilled by that precious jade. In the future, you will become a jade guarding Miko. Many monsters coveted the precious jade, but you killed them all one by one. However, there are two monsters that are somewhat special. Nangxing said bluntly. He talked about Inuyasha, and the spider demon. He also talked about Nariku's design, and the reincarnation from 500 years later, Higurashi Kagome. Kikyo listened quietly to Nangxing's story. She knew that Nangxing was stating her fate. But from her perspective, this is telling the story of another girl. It's just that the girl also happened to be called Kikyo and she also happened to be a shrine maiden. And at the very end, when Nangxing told Kikyo that her soul finally returned to the earth. That's good. The dead shouldn't be wandering around in this world. She said thankfully. Be thankful for the shrine maiden who is also named Kikyo. I am also grateful for who I am now. Thank you for telling me so many things. Facing Nangxing, who was a little thirsty after just telling a story, Kikyo thanked her from the bottom of her heart. For her, the destiny that was originally vague has now become clear. 4 Souls Jade, hey. This was definitely an impressive night for Nangxing. He and Kikyo have known each other for a long time. But if we were to ask when their relationship changed for the better, it was probably tonight. Yes, the 4 Souls Jade. Nangxing spoke out all his thoughts at once and continued what Kikyo had said. So, what are you going to do? For example, killing that ghost spider in advance or something? He asked tentatively. This is also the usual thinking of time travelers. It is absolutely the right thing to do to nip the danger in the bud. But Kikyo doesn't seem to think so. Do not. She shook her head and answered very firmly. Ghost spider is ghost spider, and Naraku is Naraku. She can tell the difference very clearly. Spider demon is a human and Naraku is a monster. It is always the case that the spider ghost will degenerate into a monster because of his selfish desires in the future. But she will not implicate the current spider demon because of the future Naraku. She is a witch, and her duty is to exorcise demons, not to judge humans. That's right. Nangxing felt a little regretful. However, it doesn't matter anymore. He already knew Kikyo's personality, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and that was exactly the kind of person she was talking about. In fact, if Nangxing guessed correctly, Kikyo might have already reached the level of half-step saint. She no longer considers herself a human being. In her eyes, she is the guardian of order and the mediator between humans and monsters. As the leader of the contemporary witch world and the undisputed leader among the folk exorcists, she cannot have too many personal feelings. Otherwise, it will be taken advantage of by those with ulterior motives. It is also for this reason that she deliberately distances herself from her own sister Feng. Because she has more important things to shoulder, she cannot focus on personal desires. This is what Kikyo thought. So what if I help you get rid of that ghost spider? Nangxing asked very seriously. 6. This is also the simplest solution he can think of. Even though he is not good at exorcising demons, he is very good at killing bandits. After all, the graduation mission of the Konoha ninjas in those fanfictions is to clean up the bandits. Who knows where so many bandits come from in the land of fire? However, it is a pity. In that case, we would no longer be companions. In response to Nangxing's statement, Kikyo frowned slightly and answered very seriously. She knew that Nangxing was doing this for her own good. She also understood the principle of nipping danger in the bud. However, if we have different ideals, we cannot work together. If there is a conflict between the two parties' ideas, they are destined to be unable to travel together. However, what Kikyo didn't expect was, even though she said it seriously, but Nangxing's focus doesn't seem to be here. Companion. Listening to Kikyo's answer, Nangxing, who seemed to have grasped some important information, suddenly showed a very excited expression on his face. Are you saying that I can now be considered your companion? He asked eagerly. That passionate gaze made Kikyo, who was selfless and desireless in her heart, dare not look directly at it. Finally, she could only turn her head away and pretend to be tired. Good night. She stopped talking. P.S. I am not used to the changes made to this website. The flowers are fake, the reviews are fake, there's a bunch of people watching the whole thing on the front page, the anime fans are dead. I have no criteria for judging whether this book is good or not. Among all the data, perhaps only monthly tickets and comments can be considered real. But the monthly pass costs money. So, just comment. 5 updates a day, plus 1 more update for every 10 additional comments from different people. That's the theory, yet. Chapter 7 Kikyo, this is called status. The next day. The sun rises and dissipates when it encounters the devil. Nangxing and Kikyo walked out of the temporary shelter and continued to move eastward along the rugged mountain road. And after 3 hours, around 11 o'clock noon, they finally arrived at the destination of this demon-hunting journey. Edo. Edo Castle was a large city with a population of over 100,000. In this era, it is worthy of being called a place of government. In later generations, it has a more famous name: Tokyo. However, to Nangxing's regret, he did not have the opportunity to witness the spiritual outlook of this ancient city with his own eyes. Because Kikyo's final destination was not Edo Castle. It is Mount Hakone next to Edo Castle. Here we are. She stood at the foot of Mount Hakone and looked up at the majestic mountains. Nangxing looked around and looked at the vast lake. Lake Ashi. The mountains are majestic and the waves are blue. This is just a gorgeous view. At the same time, a vermilion torii gate hidden among the magnificent mountains and rivers adds a touch of mysterious beauty. Hakone Shrine. This is a shrine that was built in 757 AD and has a history of nearly 1,000 years. Among them, the Hakone Daigongjin enshrined is the guardian deity of the entire Kanto region. Therefore, the status of this shrine in the Kanto region is basically equivalent to that of Izumo Taisha Shrine in Izumo Province. That's definitely a local tyrant. But it was in such a shrine that the usually indifferent Kikyo made Nangxing see with her own eyes what it meant to be the boss of the shrine maiden world. "Sir, you are finally here." 3 priests led the way, and dozens of priestesses holding Kagura bells lined up in 2 rows, welcoming Kikyo's arrival as if they were welcoming a god. Such a grand ceremony is enough to be called grand. Even if the emperor came, it would probably not be more than this. But Kikyo seemed to be accustomed to it. She walked forward very naturally and entered the shrine with everyone. And it was only after this that Nangxing found out. In this world, priestesses like Kikyo, who are born with extraordinary spiritual powers, have a special title: the present human god. Nangxing followed Kikyo into the Hakone shrine. However, what Nangxing did not expect was that after entering the shrine, the first thing Kikyo did was not to ask for information about the monster. Bathing and changing clothes. Facts have proved that Kikyo is a human being after all, not a god. Not taking a bath for 3 days was the limit of what she could endure. Of course, Platy Kodan also has its own opinion about bathing. It's a necessary ritual. This is not only a purification of the body, but also a purification of the soul. Before a major battle, she usually performs such a ritual to adjust herself to the best condition. In comparison, Nangxing doesn't need to go through so much trouble. System. Open the store. He began to call upon his golden finger. The next moment, a translucent interface appeared in his sight. The system store has a wide variety of merchandise. From the most common ninjutsu scrolls, to bloodline limits like the Sharingan, and even something as illusory as the power of Yang. In short, as long as it has appeared in Naruto and is related to ninjas, it has it all. But, this price? Hehe. Looking at his trembling balance of 300 taels, Nangxing wisely did not continue browsing. Instead, he scrolled directly to the top and took a quick look at the most basic items. Excellent shuriken priced at 50 taels. Detonating talisman priced at 50 taels. Bingliang pills selling price, 100 taels. If you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no shortage of Bingliang pills. With Kikyo's current status in the underworld, it seems that he can follow her, eat and drink for free along the way, and does not have to worry about supplies at all. So, he bought a good shuriken and 3 explosive tags. The remaining 100 taels are kept for emergencies. I just don't know what the monster is this time. Even Kikyo has to be so careful and go through so much trouble. In the empty room, Nangxing was regulating his chakra while thinking silently in his heart. He's not stupid. Hakone Shrine is also considered a large shrine in the Kanto region. Even if the priests and priestesses among them are bad, they are not that bad. And even they can't deal with this monster, so they have to ask Kikyo to exorcise it. No matter how you think about it, it can't be an ordinary monster. Could it be a big monster? Nangxing guessed silently. And at this time, click! The door opened. A wisp of fragrant breeze blows, confusing one's thoughts. Nangxing opened his eyes subconsciously. He found that it was Kikyo, who had just finished taking a bath, standing at the door, looking at him with a dull look. The goddess came out of the bath, her hair slightly wet, and the sunlight shone on her body, as if covering her with a layer of veil. All right. Let's go. This is a special journey to eliminate demons. The enemy is not very strong, but very alert. If there are too many people, it's easy to alert the enemy. Kikyo explained. So, she politely declined the kindness of the priests and priestesses and only took Nangxing with her. They left the shrine and set out along the edge of Lake Ashi, heading back the way they had come. After walking for about an hour, they came to a river. An exquisite little bridge appeared in front of Nangxing. The monster this time is called Hashiheim. Just like usual. Before exorcising the monsters, Kikyo would introduce the origins and characteristics of those monsters to Nangxing. It is a monster formed by a woman who committed suicide by jumping off a bridge into the water because she was madly in love with someone and could not be with her beloved. 7. This is undoubtedly a pathetic monster. But they are also powerful. Demons created out of resentment are naturally endowed with more powerful powers. Moreover, more importantly, compared to ordinary monsters, they also have precious rationality. This is terrible. Capable, smart, quick-witted, bullies the weak and fears the strong, no wonder the priests of Hakone Shrine are helpless and have to ask Kikyo for help. So, what are you going to do? Nangxing asked curiously. He believed that Kikyo would never do something without a purpose, and after politely declining other people's requests, she only invited herself out. She must need her help. In this regard, Kikyo did not hide anything. I need your help, stand on the bridge and help me lure out that monster. Then I will defeat it. Chapter 8 My transformation skills are better than yours. Musashi Province, Kanagawa. Nangxing stood on the bridge, looking at the flowing water under the bridge. This is actually just a tributary of the Kanagawa River. The river is no more than 10 meters wide and no more than 2 or 3 meters deep. The gurgling water flows gently over the pebbles at the bottom of the river, and the sound is crisp and pleasant. Nangxing leaned against the wooden guardrail, closed his eyes and opened his arms. He suddenly felt that there seemed to be something calling him in the river before him. Bring it on! Bring it on! Ascend to paradise with me! It was a voice full of temptation. A white silhouette vaguely floats on the water. It was hazy and I couldn't see her true face. But its extraordinary temperament, at first glance, is like a real flower. She is like a flower of the red spider lily. Beautiful, yet full of danger. But Nangxing thought that this might be more like the mushrooms that can be found everywhere in the wild. Those brightly colored toadstools are always so charming. If they are female demons, they will often use their beauty to seduce passing men. Kikyo's church suddenly sounded in Nangxing's mind. So, Nangxing took out the well-made shuriken from his arms. He smiled, attached an explosive talisman to the shuriken, and then threw it out with force. However, the target of the shuriken was not the banshee on the water. It's Kikyo hiding in the dark. Boom! A deafening explosion, accompanied by intense flames and thick smoke, came from the bushes not far away. The area within 3 meters was turned into a mess. And when the smoke dissipated, the dust gradually settled. Kikyo, who was supposed to be standing at the center of the explosion, disappeared. Instead, there was a hideous female ghost with a disheveled figure, disheveled hair, and a damp smell all over her body. My disguise should be perfect. How did you find out? She faced Nangxing and asked viciously, with a bloodthirsty red light flashing in her eyes. There was a hint of disbelief in his words. She was sure that her disguise was so perfect that even the great monks could be easily fooled. How was it possible that he would fail in front of such a young boy? However, what the female ghost did not expect was perfect. It was as if he had heard something ridiculous. There was an undisguised, sarcastic smile on Nangxing's face. You call this perfect? You can't even beat me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and quickly made a knot seal. Boom! Accompanied by white smoke, a vivid platycodon appeared at the bridgehead. She stood there, her eyes expressionless, and a holy glow emanating from her whole body. That is true holiness, which is completely different from the goddess posture that this female ghost pretends to be by relying on the fragrance of flowers. And this is also the reason why Nangxing can see at a glance that this platycodon is actually the reason why the banshee has changed. Remember, ugly girl. The character you are pretending to be is a real saint. She would never put innocent people in danger just to get rid of the demon. Even if it's just as bait. This is a fierce battle. Even though the conspiracy has been exposed, the power of this monster should not be underestimated. According to this world, she has barely reached the level of a high-level monster, and her strength is basically equivalent to that of an elite chunin. But luckily, she is a water fairy. The abilities of monsters that die by drowning are mostly related to illusion and water manipulation. Now, her illusion has been seen through by Nangxing, and the only means she can use is to control water. And Nangxing is good at earth-style ninjutsu. Although the only weapon I can use is an earth flow wall, it is more than enough to suppress this stupid water monster. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't imitate a beautiful woman when you see one. You can't imitate a real beauty. Of course, that's if you still have a next life. Nangxing has a vicious mouth. The means are even more vicious. He used the earth flow wall to divide out an absolutely closed space. In this space, the water ghost that was so aggressive just now instantly turned into rootless water. She frantically mobilized her demonic power and tried to attack Nangxing. But with rock walls all around, it was difficult for her to use her skills as a water ghost. Earth controls water. Faced with this absolute attribute restraint, she couldn't even destroy the wall. Of course, if you could do that, you wouldn't be a water ghost here. You should go to Konoha village and become the second Hokage. Nangxing was saying words that the banshee couldn't understand. The shuriken in his hand was split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Finally, when dense shurikens appeared above the banshee's head like a curtain covering the sky and the sun. This unlucky but imaginative female ghost finally came to the end of her life. Ding! You killed a high-level monster. Your reward, experience *500, ninjutsu scroll, water style, water prison technique. This water ghost looks unremarkable. The reward was somewhat beyond Nangxing's expectations. He already knew that he would be rewarded for killing this monster. This was actually an important reason why he judged that this female ghost was not Kikyo. After all, judging from the days he spent with Kikyo, if it was the real Kikyo who arranged the tactics for him, the system would definitely issue him a task. But the system was not released. This is enough to prove that this banshee is a fake. But what Nangxing didn't expect was that although her product was a counterfeit, it was unexpectedly in good condition. The price of the ninjutsu scroll of water style, water prison technique in the system store is 1,000 taels. This is nearly half a month's income for him, and he still has to live frugally. It's a pity that I don't have water attribute in my talent. Although he didn't have a talent for water escape, he could still perform water escape ninjutsu. But performing it would be twice as hard and half as effective, which was a thankless task. But then again, it may not be suitable, but it is better than nothing. Learn it first, just in case it comes in handy someday. I just don't know what's going on with Kikyo. Putting the ninjutsu scroll in his arms, Nangxing raised his head and looked back in the direction of Hakone Taisha's shrine. The place was filled with evil spirits and dark clouds covered the city, making it look like a scene where demons were dancing wildly. But it just happened to be in such an environment. That touch of purple light is so dazzling. Demon-breaking arrow. Chapter 9, Kikyo, who doesn't understand people's hearts. Nangxing rushed back as fast as he could. The journey that took him an hour to come here was shortened to 15 minutes on the way back. It turns out that jumping back and forth from the tree is indeed much faster than walking on the main road. But unfortunately, even though Nangxing tried so hard, he still couldn't catch up with the battle in the shrine. 8. When he returned to the foot of Mount Hakone, Kikyo was sitting on the steps in front of the Shinto shrine, with her eyes closed, quietly waiting for his arrival. "You're back." Hearing the footsteps, she raised her head, looked at Nangxing, and said indifferently. "But that's good enough." If it was before, she wouldn't even greet him. He would just say let's go lightly and then ignore anything else. The demon eliminating mission was successfully completed. But this time, Kikyo was not in a hurry to leave here. "I need to find a place to clean myself up." She pointed to the clothes on her body and said calmly. Only then did Nangxing realize that Kikyo's red and white shrine maiden costume was now stained with black and red blood. That was the blood of the monsters, mixed with a strong dose of malice. For Kikyo, who is a shrine maiden, these malicious intentions are like real mud, which makes her soul feel uncomfortable and must be dealt with as soon as possible. But unfortunately, there is no place for Kikyo to bathe in the current Hakone shrine. So I had to go down the mountain temporarily and find another quiet place. Hakone 8 Demons. They call themselves the Hakone 8 Demons and have turned this shrine into their lair. On the way down the mountain, Kikyo told Nangxing about things he didn't know. The leader is a Tengu. He was originally the illegitimate son of a high monk. He was fostered in this shrine since he was a child and possesses powerful magical powers. But because of the prejudice of the world, he went astray and degenerated into a monster. A genius boy is possessed by a demon and becomes a monster. This is a very common scene in this country. If Kikyo was a big monster, she could show her charm, subdue this misguided monster, and then form her own 100 demons. But alas, she is not. As a human being, no matter how much she felt sorry for the genius who had fallen into the form of a Tengu, when it came time to take action, she would definitely not show any mercy. As for those priestesses, they were transformed into ghosts long ago, and now they have been reincarnated together. Kikyo said calmly. Nangxing felt very distressed. 7 elite monsters, plus more than 20 small monsters, were easily destroyed by Kikyo. He didn't even get to drink a sip of hot soup. It feels like I've missed out on millions. Think of the rewards these monsters can provide for yourself. Look at the useless water-style scroll in his arms. The new ninjutsu that he had treasured just now suddenly became useless. Kikyo left the shrine without taking the same path she came from. Instead, continue moving forward into the mountains. The mountain roads are rugged and sparsely populated, the vegetation is becoming more and more lush, and the field of vision is becoming narrower and narrower. But Kikyo seemed to have returned to her own home, moving around freely as if walking on flat ground. And half an hour later. Crash, lala, lala. Suddenly, the sound of gurgling water came from the mountains above. Nangxing looked up and found that it was a waterfall, like a long white silk ribbon, hanging to the ground. And at the bottom of the valley, there is a deep pool. The water in the pool is green and bottomless. I'll come as soon as I go. Without hesitation, Kikyo jumped into the pool. Nangxing looked down curiously, but was disappointed to find that a white mist had covered the lake. The mist, filled with spiritual energy, was so thick that it made this place seem like a divine kingdom. If spiritual power of this magnitude is released, even a big monster would probably retreat if it saw it. But for Kikyo, this was just a common scene in her daily life. No way, a gentleman also has to be on guard. Nangxing cried out that she had been cheated. Where are the promised benefits? After an intense battle like this, isn't there usually a bonus segment? Hot springs or something? Beautiful women flirting with each other or something like that. Because of various coincidences, spring scenery is suddenly revealed. How come when it was his turn, there was nothing but white fog? Tisk. Finally, Nangxing was helpless and could only sigh. Kikyo, she doesn't understand human nature. Ignore Nangxing's complaints for now. At the same time, under the mountains, in the deep pool. In the world shrouded in fog, there was no spring scenery as Nangxing had imagined. All there was a pale-faced witch and a pool of water dyed bright red. In fact, if Nangxing had a little knowledge of the profession of a Maiko, she would know that Kikyo was actually injured. If she hadn't been injured, she wouldn't have been unable to control the spiritual energy in her body, causing the spiritual energy in her body to dissipate into mist. After all, I still underestimated him. In the pool, Kikyo was cleaning the wounds on her body while recalling the battle that had just taken place. Just like Nangxing could easily discover that Kikyo was actually a water ghost in disguise. Kikyo, who is more experienced, can also discover the true faces of those monsters. But Kikyo still made a wrong judgment about the leading monster. He once practiced in a Buddhist temple, and then came to this shrine and pretended to be a priest for a long time. Although he has a demonic aura, he is not noticeable under the cover of the dual auras of Buddhism and Taoism. But when the real fight started, Kikyo discovered that the opponent was actually a monster coder whose strength was comparable to that of a big monster. He may not be so outstanding in his comprehension of realm, but he has already mastered the use of power. Add to that the help of several other monsters and their minions. Even though Kikyo put 120% of her attention into meeting the enemy, she still fell into the opponent's trap. The long knife, filled with demonic energy, grazed her ribs and almost took her life. But, not bad. Kikyo is no ordinary shrine maiden. The spiritual energy in her body is enough to purify the remaining demonic energy on the wound and complete the healing of the body. As for the internal injuries, I'm afraid I need to rest for a while. Feeling the weakness coming from her body, Kikyo thought helplessly. Chapter 10, Boil Platycodon grandiflorum in a big pot. After cleaning the wound, Kikyo washed her clothes. The dissipated spiritual energy cannot be wasted, it can be used as a dryer. Finally, she washed the longbow that had been with her all the way to slay demons and monsters. In less than half an hour, the witch who was covered in blood disappeared. After being cleaned, the Platycodon regained its previous pure and holy state. Let's go. She walked in front and spoke very calmly. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Nangxing, who didn't know about the battle, naturally didn't know that Kikyo's current condition was actually very bad. He still did the same as usual, traveling with Kikyo and exorcising monsters during the day. At night, they used earth escape techniques to set up camp. However, it is different from before. Now, Nangxing will deliberately choose a place near a water source when setting up a camp. The internal structure of the originally square shelter gradually became more complex. Especially a small room that was separated out was particularly eye-catching. This is my latest research. Nangxing stood outside the small room and built something similar to a brick bed. The blazing flames heated the sunken platform. The constant flow of water was brought into this shallow pool by Nangxing through his fingertips from a river not far away. The current is not strong. Compared to performing water-style ninjutsu directly at the water source, this kind of water-style ninjutsu performed at a distance is ultimately a little less interesting. Not to mention, Nangxing doesn't have water attribute chakra in his talents, so it's not so easy for him to use water-style ninjutsu. So, this water prison technique that was originally supposed to be used to trap the enemy can now only trap a dog. But then again, although the performance of this water prison technique may not be so satisfactory, but if it is used for water injection, it is just right. Crash! With the injection of water, a large amount of white mist suddenly emerged from the platform that was originally burning hot. Nangxing invited Kikyo into the room and showed her his new invention with a proud look on his face. How about it? Unexpectedly, after seeing this room, the originally aloof Kikyo couldn't hold back for a moment. She stood there in a daze, a confused expression on her face. 9. It was as if I had seen something extremely strange. Then, she turned around and said something that Nangxing would never forget. Are you going to cook me? Okay. Although Nangxing has tried very hard, the idea of returning benefits has been in vain. But with Kikyo's modification, this novel idea was retained. The only difference is that it was replaced with an ordinary heated kong and a simple wash basin. Camping in the wild is a very tiring thing. Who wouldn't want to be able to lie down in bed and rest at night if possible? And who wouldn't want to find a place to wash up during the day? Kikyo is indifferent and has few desires, but this does not mean that she likes self-abuse or being an ascetic. If conditions permit, she would be willing to relax. It's like exorcising demons during the day. They are left to you. As for those monsters that were not very powerful, Kikyo, who was feeling a little unwell, directly handed them over to Nangxing to deal with. And Nangxing is also happy to act as Kikyo's thug. After all. Ding, you have completed your daily task, eliminate demons. You get the task reward, experience points 100, silver 50. Ding, you have completed Kikyo's commission, C rank. You get rewards, experience points 200, silver 100. Ding, you've leveled up. Current level, level 20. Simply by destroying a monster, you can complete 2 tasks at the same time and get 2 task rewards. For good things like this, Nangxing just wants to say, take as many as you can. He never thinks it is too much, and he never thinks it is tiring. It was undoubtedly a great time. But unfortunately, this period of time did not last long. It only took about 4 days for Nangxing and Kikyo to return to Maple Village. The return journey is always faster than the outbound journey. We're back. Looking at the small house he built outside the village, Nangxing felt a little excited. Although the hut was quite simple, it was inferior to the temporary shelter he had built before. But the meaning of home is something that those shelters can never give. At the same time, Kikyo also saw the outline of the village. And the girl standing at the entrance of the village, looking around. Elder sister. Feng, who had no idea how long he had been here, immediately became extremely excited after seeing Kikyo. She quickly stood up and trotted all the way to Kikyo. You are finally back. She returned somewhat excitedly. But he completely ignored Nangxing, who was standing next to Kikyo. Nangxing didn't care too much. Today, he finally understood why this girl had such great malice towards him. Just think about the experience of this demon exorcism trip. In total, it took him and Kikyo almost half a month to complete a round trip. During this half-month, he and Kikyo spent every day together as partners in slaying demons and eliminating evil. But Feng could only stay in the village and watch day after day. You know, she is Kikyo's biological sister. But at this frequency, how many times a year can she see Kikyo? 24 times? Or 30 times? I miss you so much. Feng hugged Kikyo and buried his head in front of her. There was a hint of crying in the voice. At the same time, Kikyo squatted down and hugged her aggrieved sister in her arms. I miss you too. She said seriously. There is no falsehood in those clear eyes. Then can you stay in the village for a few more days? Feng suddenly raised his head and met Kikyo's face with tearful eyes. She was afraid Kikyo would refuse. In other words, Kikyo should have refused. In Feng's memory, since she was 10 years old, her elder sister rarely stayed in the village. As the leader of all the shrine maidens in the world, Kikyo is always in a hurry. We come in a hurry and leave in a hurry. Sometimes, we don't even have time to say goodbye. But this time, something seems to be different. It is good. P.S. Thanks to Swifeng for the reward and support. Thanks to Shenwu Daishanzun, Swifeng, and Luoden's Journey for their monthly ticket support. Suddenly it caught fire. I decided to add more. Including the one in the comments section, I will try to update 7 times today. Of course, whether it can be done or not is another matter. Chapter 11 That Orange Must Be Sour. Kikyo, who is always very serious, always keeps her word. She promised her sister that she would not leave, and she actually stayed in the village for a month. During this month, she rarely even left the village. She spent the whole day wandering around the village or lying in her room in a daze. The idle look made him look like a useless person. But Feng likes this useless sister very much. Not only her, but the villagers in the village also like Kikyo's current state very much. They would rather Kikyo do nothing, as long as she was willing to stay at home, they would offer their offerings on time, and in extra large portions. Nangxing was very envious of the room full of fresh fruits. At the same time, what made him even more angry was, "Want to eat? Go find it yourself. Earn, steal, cheat, rob, it's all fine. Come to my place and eat and drink for free, what kind of ability is that?" Lying on the bed, Kikyo peeled an orange and put it into his mouth. Before this, Nangxing hadn't discovered it. This seemingly quiet and beautiful witch can actually eat so much. So stingy again. You can't even give me an orange. And you said they were companions. Tisk, that orange must be sour. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Nangxing, feeling indignant, left Kikyo's room cursing. But, then again. In fact, Kikyo was not wrong. Envy is useless. If you want to get something, you must take action. At a time when Kikyo doesn't want to go out, the only way for Nangxing to quickly gain experience points and silver is to stay in the village and complete various commissions from the villagers. Weeding, bird scare, snake catching, and child raising. Although they were just some inconspicuous D-level tasks, they were numerous and simple enough. As long as you endure the hard work and boredom, you can still reap considerable rewards. Ding! You have completed the D-level task, weeding. You get rewards, experience 100, silver 50. Ding! You have completed the D-level mission, taking care of children. You get rewards, experience 100, silver 50. Ding! You have completed the C-level task, finding herbs. You get rewards, experience 200, silver 100. The villagers appreciate your hard work and give you an extra rice ball. 1 month's time. Relying solely on these scattered small tasks, Nangxing actually reached level 30 and accumulated a huge sum of 5,000 taels. This also means that he is now familiar with the genin stage and can move on to a higher level. Name, Nangxing. Age, 17 years old. Occupation, ninja. Level, level 30, genin. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water. Forbearance, 5. Body, 8. Phantom, 1. 10. Xian, 5. Power, 8. Speed, 8. Fine, 8. Print, 3. Total, 46. Learned ninjutsu, transformation technique, proficient, substitution technique, proficient, clone technique, proficient, shuriken shadow clone technique, proficient, earth style earth flow wall, proficient, water style water prison technique, proficient. Overall evaluation, among the cannon fodder ninjas, you are one of the stronger ones. Ding! Since your strength has reached the upper limit of your current level, you will automatically receive the Chunin promotion mission, Trial of Strength. Good luck! There is so much information, it's very complicated. But overall, there are only 2 points that really matter. First, the 20 free attribute points obtained after upgrading were concentrated by Nangxing on the 4 attributes of strength, speed, physique, and energy. This is due to considerations required for exorcising demons. Facing those monsters with extraordinary power, Nangxing plans to specialize in physical skills first. After all, he doesn't have the money to exchange for those high-level ninjutsu now. As for illusions, Nangxing can only say, just go with the flow. At the same time, it is particularly worth mentioning. Due to the limitations of genin, the maximum value of these basic attributes can only be 8 points. That's why he added his extra attribute points to ninja and seal, two somewhat useless attributes. As for virtue, this attribute is somewhat special. It represents wisdom and knowledge, and therefore cannot be increased using attribute points. This is also something that makes Nangxing proud. Compared to a month ago, his xian has indeed increased, from 4 to 5. Although he himself didn't know exactly where this change occurred, there was no doubt that he had become smarter than before. As for the next thing that needs to be prepared, it is this trial mission. As he was thinking, Nangxing suddenly thought of something very important. As I recall, the genin's trial mission was called the Trial of Courage. At that time, facing nearly 100 monsters, the inexperienced Nangxing rushed in. He thought he could kill. Thinking back on it now, Nangxing felt a wave of fear. Not to mention him at that time, even for him now, it would be difficult for him to defeat those nearly 100 monsters head-on. But the system still issued such a seemingly fatal task. Then think of the title Trial of Courage. So, it was just a test of my courage. As long as I rush forward, Kikyo will definitely come to save me. Like a story mission. Although it was just a guess, Nangxing believed that this should be the truth of the matter. The previous trial was just a test of his courage. And if we continue to speculate based on this theory, it's troublesome. Looking at the eye-catching trial of strength in the system interface, Nangxing realized that this trial mission would not be as easy as the last time. It only takes courage to be cannon fodder, but to become an elite, you need real strength. This may be the true meaning of trial mission. It seems we need to prepare early. It's just that 7 days later, I remember hearing the villagers say that it seemed to be a very special day. What is it? Nangxing frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a conclusion. Never mind. It's better to ask Kikyo. Chapter 12, Tree of Ages, Bone-Eating Well. Nangxing, who was suspicious, returned to Kikyo's room again and found that the full basket of sour oranges had been eaten by her. But her mouth was not idle. The sunflower seeds just picked from the flower disc exude the unique fragrance of the countryside. She half leaned on the bed and leisurely picked up a handful of melon seeds. Like a little hamster, she cracked the seeds in the blink of an eye. You eat too. Perhaps because there were still a lot of melon seeds, this time, Platycodon was not as stingy as before. Nangxing didn't bother to be polite with her. These sunflower seeds might be the ones he picked from the fields when he was on a mission before. 7 days later? Isn't that the ghost festival? What's wrong? Sitting on the bed, Kikyo was cracking melon seeds while answering Nangxing's questions. Ghost festival. This is the name given by Shintoism, and it is also called Olambana festival in Buddhism. It is commonly known as the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ghost Festival. It is the day when the gate to the ghost world opens, and the souls in hell return to the human world to enjoy the blood and food of the human world. Don't go out and cause trouble that day. When talking about the ghost festival, a rare seriousness appeared in Kikyo's eyes. It was obvious that even a witch with extraordinary spiritual power like her was very wary of this festival for ghosts. But if Nangxing could see the scene during the ghost festival with his own eyes, he would understand that Kikyo's fear is definitely not unreasonable. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the gates of hell open. The evil spirits from hell are allowed to roam the world without restraint. Those evil spirits are different from ordinary monsters. They are at least at the level of elite monsters. Japanese ghosts are different from ghosts in other places. The ghosts here are not ghosts but a clan of ghosts, similar to the dragons in Western mythology. It is a creature with extremely strong strength and cruel personality. They usually have horns on their heads, are born with supernatural powers, love drinking and fighting. When they get drunk, they will destroy everything in front of them without thinking. At the same time, the more terrifying thing is that a ghost tribe with a little bit of strength can compete with ordinary big monsters. And the Demon King among the demons is the most powerful demon. He is a terrifying existence that even the gods of Takamagahara dare not provoke. The first lord of ghosts and monsters was the heavenly king of the ghost clan, the legendary Shutendaji. It is said that she was not actually destroyed by Minamoto no Reikau. Instead, she returned to hell with her former subordinates. Kikyo warned very patiently. Her seriousness made Nansing realize that this trial was indeed not that easy. But, it doesn't matter. Nansing smiled and assured Kikyo. I won't let the fighting spread to the village. He had made up his mind. There is actually nothing we can do about it. Nansing, who lives in this era, has already embarked on a path from which he is doomed to no return. Therefore, even though he knew there was danger ahead, he had no choice but to charge forward. This is not courage, but a choice made out of helplessness. Kikyo also expressed understanding of this choice. Yet, she looked at Nansing in silence. In fact, it has already tacitly approved of his choice. Kikyo knew that everyone had an innate mission. Just like the fate between her and the Four Souls Jade. Since this is Nansing's own choice, she will not interfere. But then again, she wouldn't interfere though. But this does not mean that she cannot help Nansing. In a blink of an eye, I have been lying there for so long. Kikyo suddenly turned around and looked at the bright sun outside the window. The sunlight shone on her fair face, making it look slightly rosy. After a month of recuperation, most of her internal injuries have healed. As for the damage to the remaining organs, it cannot be healed in a short period of time. Come out with me. She suggested so. Accompanied by Nansing, Kikyo walked out of the house. The sunlight outside the window was very dazzling, which made Kikyo somewhat uncomfortable. At the same time, Feng, who seemed to have been paying attention to this place, ran over directly after seeing Kikyo's figure. She didn't say anything, but her big eyes full of suspicion clearly conveyed the following message to Nansing. Where are you going to take my sister to again? Nansing felt wronged about this. When they were eliminating demons, it was Kikyo who was leading the way, and he was the follower. How come it's his fault now? But Kikyo didn't explain. 11. She just smiled as she watched the scene in front of her, and reached out her hand, taking Feng's right hand. Let's go. Kikyo said calmly, ignoring the flash of surprise in Feng's eyes. Accompanied by Nansing and her sister, Kikyo wandered around the village. She had a whole afternoon to waste. So, she went to every corner of the village. Go to the fields and say hello to the villagers, and go to the village to make origami figures with the children. She did a lot of little things. But Nansing knew that from beginning to end, she probably only had one destination. Imperial Sacred Tree. Finally, near dusk, she arrived at the end of this journey. It was a huge tree, lush and full of vitality. Next to the sacred tree, a square wooden well sits quietly on the grass. Bone-eating well. The well is 3 or 4 meters deep and there is no water. The flat bottom of the well is visibly desolate. Speaking of which, this well is really magical. Feng, who was standing next to Kikyo, suddenly sighed. Before that, my sister will throw the bodies of the killed monsters into this well. But the monster's body is gone. Where did they all go? Feng, who was ignorant, asked a question. In response, Kikyo, who already knew the answer, just smiled and shook her head without giving any explanation. As for Nansing, at this moment, he was in great ecstasy and had no time to care about what was happening in the outside world. Ding, you sign in under the Tree of Time. You get reward, Space-Time Ninjutsu Talent plus 30%. Ding, you sign in at the Bone-Eating Well. You get reward, Space-Time Ninjutsu Talent plus 30%. Do you think this is over? No, Wrong. Due to the characteristics of a time traveler, Nangxing also has a 50% talent in space-time ninjutsu. Ding! Your space-time ninjutsu talent has reached 100%. You get the reward, Ninja Technique, Mutual Detonation Talisman. Chapter 13, which, you said you can't read minds. Ninja Technique Mutual Multiplying Explosive Talisman. In essence, this cannot actually be considered a ninjutsu. It should be considered as spiritualism. The principle is to summon a large number of detonating symbols at the same time at a target point, so as to achieve the effect of infinite explosion and deal a heavy blow to the enemy. According to the system store, the level of this ninjutsu is A and the selling price is 5,000 taels. It's okay to take a few steps. The Spring Festival Gala really didn't let me down. Nangxing could be said to be very happy about this unexpected windfall. Now that the Chunin promotion trial is about to begin, having such a powerful ninjutsu is equivalent to having an extra life-saving trump card. In this way, he will be more confident to face the upcoming Ghost Festival. Just, wait a minute. Why do I remember, this ninjutsu doesn't seem to be that easy to use. Perhaps it was the increased wisdom that played a role. Although excited, Nangxing was not overwhelmed by it. And, after careful consideration, he finally realized what was wrong with this ninjutsu. The detonation time of the detonating talisman is 0.1 seconds. And the killing range of the detonating talisman is at 3 meters or 5 meters. Nangxing has not been tested. But he was sure that in such a short time, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the explosive talisman. Not to mention, the detonating tags used in this ninjutsu are not ordinary detonating tags. Instead, it is a multiplicative detonating talisman whose power increases exponentially. This means that the explosion range and duration of the detonating tag will be significantly increased. There's no time to hide. Nangxing finally realized the problem. Multiplying detonating talisman. This ninjutsu was invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and is a suicide attack ninjutsu specifically designed to cause large-scale casualties to the enemy. The Konoha village, which has always boasted of the will of fire, naturally would not use real people to carry out such a suicidal attack. Therefore, Tobirama Senju, who was also known as the Master of Forbidden Techniques, invented another ninjutsu to match this ninjutsu. Reincarnation of the impure world. Use those undead spirits, carrying a large number of detonating talismans, to launch a suicide attack on the enemy's large forces. This is the correct way to use this ninjutsu. But the problem now is, where should he go to learn impure world reincarnation? Even if I could learn it, I wouldn't dare to learn it. If you learn it, I'm afraid Kikyo will beat you to death, right? Thinking of this, Nangxing secretly glanced at Kikyo again. He knew that in this world, there were also spiritual arts similar to immortal reincarnation. In Inuyasha, the originally dead Kikyo was resurrected by an evil priestess using a similar spiritual technique. That person seems to be called Guitao. Nangxing searched his memory and thought with some uncertainty. At the same time, he raised his head and glanced at Kikyo. He wanted to ask where that spiritual power came from, but in the end he didn't ask. He will be beaten to death. He will definitely be beaten to death. Nangxing is absolutely sure about this. Kikyo, who is full of justice, can let go of those monsters who have not done evil. But they will never let go of humans who are doing evil. However, what Nangxing didn't expect was... What happened? Kikyo actually noticed his guilty look. In other words, Kikyo's attention has been on him since the beginning. You seem to be thinking about something bad. She frowned and said calmly. The affirmative tone gave Nangxing reason to suspect that this witch must have learned some kind of mind-reading technique. I can't read minds. Your thoughts are written on your face. Bah, I don't believe you. Kikyo really can't read minds. But she was very sensitive to malice. Therefore, she could clearly feel that at that moment, Nangxing's soul had a sign of leaning towards evil. But she was relieved that Nangxing stopped the deviation in time and got back on track. Is it because of me? Kikyo is not a fool. She could fully feel Nangxing's attitude towards her. He seemed to care what I thought of him. This is Kikyo's judgment. She didn't know when Nangxing developed this mentality, but it was not a bad thing after all. It is not terrible to have evil thoughts, as everyone has evil thoughts in their hearts. What is terrible is not to stop such thoughts, thus letting the soul be immersed in darkness. That is truly hopeless. Therefore, Kikyo felt that she needed to help Nangxing. Did you encounter any problems? She asked proactively. This proactive concern made Feng, who was standing next to him, widen his eyes. Her sister has never cared about her so much. When faced with Kikyo's questions, although Nangxing was very hesitant, he finally decided to tell the truth. Is such that I have a very powerful book, but the price of this skill is a bit high. I want to try and see if there is any alternative. He said with some trepidation. I didn't dare to look directly into Kikyo's eyes. God knows if she can really read minds. Only. What's so hard about this? Platy Kodan's words were like a clear spring, nourishing Nangxing's thirsty heart. Okay. 12? Nangxing looked up in surprise. I found that Kikyo's face was still as calm as ever, as if she was not stumped by this question at all. Don't you know? When in danger, use your stand to fight instead of yourself, this is the basic skill of us Maiko. Kikyo explained softly. Feng, who was standing next to her, raised his head with some pride. She is an ordinary witch. In front of Kikyo, he is not even qualified to hold an arrow. But she still practiced the basic skills of a witch. She is involved in medicine making, spells, purification, exorcism, barriers, purification, all these things. The substitute that Kikyo mentioned is also included in this basic skill. It is the most important exorcism method in the Shinto system represented by shrine maidens and onmyoji. God formula. Yes, it's a shikigami. P.S. I didn't expect that people in Japan don't eat melon seeds. After all, I don't really understand the living habits there. But it's not quite right to say that there are no melon seeds in this era. What we are saying is, let's put aside the fact that the present time is already the middle of the 16th century AD and the East India Company is about to be established. In this age of chaos and disorder, is there still a monster that turns sunflowers into sunflower fields? I know that sunflowers and sunflowers are not the same thing, I am just kidding, don't take it seriously. Chapter 14 Nothingness Outside the Mind. Shikigami. This is the signature skill of Shintoism, and it is said to have originated from Abe Haruaki, the founder of onmyoji. As the son of a fox demon, Abe Haruaki is born with great power that ordinary people cannot possess and can drive real demons. Later, he made those demons into his servants, the so-called Shikigami. This is also an important source of Shikigami. In most cases, the Shikigami are monsters that have been subdued by onmyoji. Or, like the onmyoji of Hanakin's lineage, they would make the souls of their ancestors into Shikigami to guard the family for generations. But for Kikyo, it seems that there are other ways to create Shikigami. It's very difficult to learn how to make that kind of Shikigami, and you have to subdue the monster yourself. Given your current situation, you don't need such complicated means. She said very calmly. He casually took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve and after some skillful folding, he turned it into a vivid paper crane. Kikyo loosened her grip and gently threw the paper crane into the air. Then, under Nangxing's fixed gaze, the lifeless paper crane began to dance around Platy Kodan grandiflorum like a real crane. That's wonderful. Looking at the paper crane, Nangxing's face was full of admiration. Just imagine, if this paper crane was made of an explosive talisman and flew directly to the enemy's face, what a spectacular scene that would be. With such deliberate planning, there shouldn't be any enemy that can withstand this sudden attack, right? It's just that now, there's the problem. Can I learn this method? Nangxing asked hesitantly. His power system comes from Naruto, which is chakra. The spiritual power used by Kikyo doesn't seem to be from the same system? And facing Nangxing's worries, what is revealed from Platycodon is only infinite tranquility. Can I learn something? Would you like to know if you try it? A certain conqueror who wishes to remain anonymous once said. It is better to try it than to hear it 100 times. When facing the unknown, it never hurts to try more. Come, close your eyes, I will guide you with my spiritual power. Under the tree of time, Nangxing sat cross-legged, and Kikyo placed his right hand on Nangxing's shoulder. The pure soul power escaped from Kikyo's hands and transferred to Nangxing's body. Nangxing quietly felt this unusual power and analyzed the difference between it and chakra. How to say? Nangxing's first impression of this spiritual power was pure and refined. It is so pure, like a polished diamond, crystal clear. In comparison, the feeling that chakra gave him was broad and diverse. Chakra contains everything. If you feel it carefully, you can even feel the heat of fire and the heaviness of earth. Therefore, it can easily use the 5 elements escape technique to create a big noise that even ordinary monsters cannot create. And a moment later, as Kikyo's guidance deepened, Nangxing gained a deeper understanding of this special power called spiritual power. It's different from chakra, but part of it seems to have the same origin as chakra. Nangxing could feel that the chakra in his body was raging because of Kikyo's spiritual power. It was a very twisted kind of riot. He felt as if his chakra was divided into 2 parts. Some of them were so eager to absorb the spiritual power that they became greedy. The other part is very resistant to spiritual power and is not willing to get close to it at all. Nangxing tried hard to suppress this riot, waiting for the guiding spiritual power to completely dissipate. It was at this moment that Nangxing suddenly realized that her body had been soaked without her noticing. Sweating. Is it so exhausting? Nangxing was a little confused. What puzzled him even more was his current state. He could feel his body tired, but in contrast, his spirit was full to the point of being a little excited. This shouldn't be the case. If it is consumption, both should be consumed together. But now, the facts were in front of Nangxing and he had no choice but to believe it. After ruling out all possibilities, there was only one answer left for Nangxing. My spirit has absorbed Kikyo's spiritual power. They are of the same origin. This is actually an obvious answer. Spiritual power, the power of the soul. Although the power released from the mind cannot cause any real harm, it can cause extremely high damage to demons and monsters that are born from fear. This is also the reason why Kikyo and Maple are so different. In terms of physical fitness alone, Kikyo is actually not much stronger than Kaed, both are at the level of ordinary people. But in terms of the quality of the soul, Kikyo far exceeds Feng, reaching the level of a man-made god. That's why she can be called Saint Lady. At the same time, Nangxing thought of the sage mode. The so-called chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. The sage mode adds natural energy to the chakra. Physical energy, spiritual energy, natural energy. When the ratio of the 3 reaches 1:1:1, that's when the sage mode is successful. This is the origin of sage mode. If we look at it from this perspective, this so-called spiritual power is actually more like a counterexample to the sage mode. Sage mode is based on chakra and adds natural energy. Spiritual power is based on chakra, but removes physical energy and focuses on spiritual energy. Look within, there is nothing outside of the mind. Nangxing opened his eyes. He looked at Kikyo who was standing beside him, and then gazed at the bone-eating well not far away. Above my head, the evening breeze blew the branches of the sacred tree, making a rustling sound. It was such a beautiful scene. It is worth his careful remembrance. We must protect it with our soul. Kikyo. He silently repeated the name in his mind and slowly closed his eyes. A lavender light bloomed from his body. When Feng saw this scene, he opened his mouth in disbelief, but quickly covered it with his hands, not daring to make any sound. Kikyo also saw this scene. But there was only a smile on her face. Spiritual energy is indeed the foundation of spiritual power. But if you rely solely on spiritual energy, it cannot be converted into spiritual power. More importantly, it is a heart that wants to protect others. P.S. I really don't know when Kagome traveled through time. Sorry. But the patch is in place in the first sentence of the book. In order to catch up with Yuko's progress, I deliberately arranged the timeline to 1550. In anime, those who care about the timeline are. Chapter 15 From now on, I will never walk alone again. 13. The spiritual power born from the desire to protect others is the enemy of all evil in the world. This is the reason why the profession of shrine maiden can become the nemesis of monsters. This is also the reason why Kikyo showed approval of Nangxing. To put it bluntly, the Nangxing before was actually just a familiar friend in her eyes. It's not distrust, nor is it disapproval. She recognizes Nangxing's existence as a person. But she still had many doubts about whether Nangxing could continue on the path of exorcising the devil. Even though Nangxing possesses special powers and actively applies to fight monsters with her, but in Kikyo's heart, he is still not a true companion. There are many people in the world, but most of them are just not destined to be together, or they are only destined to be together for a period of time. Therefore, Kikyo did not dare to invest too much in Nangxing. Even on that night, Nangxing told her all his deepest words. But it's different now. The desire to protect others will attract each other. Therefore, Kikyo officially acknowledged that the person in front of her was her true companion who could support each other all the way. Rather than being fellow travelers who only have a certain connection and will go their separate ways after a while. Then, please give me your guidance from now on. Looking at the faint light emanating from Nangxing, a fleeting smile suddenly appeared on Kikyo's face, like a flash in the pan. Her heart had never been so happy as it was now. Because from now on, she will no longer walk alone. Platy Kodan's smile is rare and precious. This made Feng, who was already very shocked, even more stunned. She had never seen her sister show such a little girl's smile, with 9 parts of gentleness and half of shyness. She suddenly realized something was wrong. But it's too late. It's done, I'm done. That annoying guy suddenly jumped up from the ground, cheering and jumping for joy, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. He was making a lot of noise. The sight of him and Kikyo learning how to make a shikigami was even more unsightly. Damn it! The girl thought with gritted teeth. But he quietly left here, leaving this quiet environment for the two of them to be alone. She is still sensible. Although she hated Nangxing very much and thought that he had taken her sister away. But considering that Kikyo usually doesn't get close to others and always looks indifferent to everyone, Feng had to admit that this was actually a good thing. At least, she doesn't have to worry about Kikyo's love life. I have to fold a river lantern and tell my parents the good news. Feng closed his eyes and prayed silently in his heart for a moment. He opened his eyes again, turned around and glared at Nangxing fiercely. Then, he left with satisfaction. You'd better not make your sister sad. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. With blessings and curses, the girl left quietly. In the secluded forest, the atmosphere changed quietly. Without a little light bulb following her, Kikyo can face this companion she has chosen in a more relaxed attitude. As for Nangxing, he was still immersed in the awakening of his spiritual power and did not notice such subtle changes. But he did find that Kikyo's tone of voice today seemed to be particularly gentle. There are 2 kinds of shikigami. One is to make a shikigami by subduing monsters, and the other is to make a shikigami by attaching a trace of one's own divine thoughts to a prop. Let me teach you how to do the second one. First, take a piece of talisman paper, sketch out the general shape of the shikigami in your mind, and then attach spiritual power to the talisman paper. Failed? It doesn't matter. It's actually very easy to make this kind of shikigami. As long as you get used to it, it will be fine. Kikyo instructed patiently. She broke apart and crushed these things, which were extremely basic to her, and fed them into Nangxing's mouth. This kind of excessive care is just like a kindergarten teacher teaching children to count. However, neither party involved felt that this was excessive. Whether it is Kikyo who plays the role of a kindergarten teacher or Nangxing who plays the role of a child, they all act very naturally and enter their roles naturally. Time passes quietly under such careful teaching. Until the moon is at its zenith and the stars are shining brightly. After working hard for 2 hours, Nangxing finally succeeded in creating the first shikigami in his life under Kikyo's guidance. Stand. The little paper man with an abstract appearance stood up swayingly with the help of spiritual power. It walked on the grass, but after taking 2 steps it would trip over the grass, and then it would struggle to get up from the grass. Nangxing held his breath and concentrated, carefully sensing the information coming from the shikigami. How to say? It feels like opening an external eye. This is the shikigami, which provides him with a completely new perspective to observe the world. Add to that his 2 existing eyes, looking around, there is no blind spot in his observation range. This is a good thing. Even if it's not used as a suicide truck, but just used as a reconnaissance tool, its value is immeasurable. Compared to Platy Kodan, Nangxing seems to understand better the value of this all-round 360-degree observation without blind spots. Apart from anything else, if this thing appeared in the ninja world, it would definitely be fought over by ninjas other than Konoha village. The world has long suffered from the cold shoulder. This little gadget, I don't think it can replace the Byakugan's position as the first insight eye. At least, it can be used as a lower-level substitute for the white eyes, as a temporary emergency. However, when I save enough money, I will definitely buy a pair of colored contact lenses. Looking at the various cosmetic contact lenses in the system store, the prices range from 10,000 to 1 million. Nangxing drooled as he scrolled to the top and bought a large number of detonating talismans. You purchased 40 detonating talismans. Estimated cost, 4,000 taels. Do you want to pay? Yes. 40 detonating talismans, a thick stack. If you use the multiplication detonation talisman to detonate them simultaneously, even a big monster would not be able to withstand such a strong impact. However, it is not enough. Looking at these detonating talismans, and then looking at the little paper man on his shoulder, Nangxing suddenly had a brilliant idea. Spiritual power is a power that specifically restrains monsters. What if I make some more talismans and mix them into these detonating talismans? Chapter 16, Eliminate Demons and Defend the Way, Show Your True Colors. The next day. There are still 6 days until the Ghost Festival. A great battle is about to begin, and Nangxing can even feel the evil aura that is about to cover the sky. But, for some reason, he was very calm, not feeling the pressure of a tough battle. I'm afraid it was infected by Kikyo. Nangxing, who didn't know the truth, made random guesses in his mind. The so-called color is red when it is close to vermilion, and black when it is close to ink. He felt that he might have been infected by Kikyo, to the point that he had become so calm now, not caring too much about anything. No matter how dangerous it is, we just need to face it head-on. This is not recklessness, but true courage. In contrast, Kikyo, who originally had a calm personality, seemed to be showing signs of being infected by him. Since yesterday, the expression on her face has been noticeably kinder than usual. If we say that the Platy Kodan Grandiflarum before was like a snowy mountain, it was sacred and yet gave people a feeling of being unattainable. Now she is probably like a drizzle of spring rain. Although she is still reluctant to talk, her influence is always silent. Let's make river lanterns. She had nothing to do, so she took the initiative to invite Nangxing. This is the only light on the Ghost Festival. Ghost Festival. In fact, many people have some misunderstandings about this festival. Although the Zhongyuan festival in a narrow sense does refer to July 15th, the day when the gates of hell open wide. But for ordinary people, July 15th is not a day to express grief and remember their ancestors. They will prepare a week in advance and then hold various memorial activities on July 13th and 14th. Release river lanterns is the most traditional activity. There are river lanterns, and there are soul-calling lanterns. One paper lantern after another, carrying the souls of the dead who have nowhere to go, sails towards the Sanzu River and eventually returns to the underworld. Kikyo is an expert in making soul lanterns. Not only in Maple Village, but also in all the villages within 100 miles, and even in the entire Kanto region, her skill in making river lanterns is well known. 14. Many prominent families were willing to pay high prices to buy the river lanterns she made herself. But she chose to distribute the river lanterns she made free of charge to the people who came to ask for them. This is also the job of the witch. Kikyo replied with a smile. But it made Nangxing very angry. She doesn't feel any back pain when she talks while standing. As a result, those river lanterns were all made by him and Feng. The work that Kikyo mentioned was just to draw talismans on the finished river lanterns. To use a more professional term, this is called consecration. But Nangxing thinks that this should be called cheating consumers. But, what can I do? Others recognized her. In fact, it's not just humans. Even the Yamaluo and Kasadagarba in hell recognized the soul lamps she made. There is an outrageous rumor that if you return to the underworld riding on the soul lantern made by Platy Kodan, you will be treated favorably in hell. Enjoy benefits such as priority in reincarnation, reduction of sins, and reincarnation into a wealthy family. I don't know where this outrageous news came from. Nangxing, who was weaving soul lamps day and night, complained silently in her heart. He was too naive at that time and just thought that the news was groundless. But after a few days, when a special guest comes to ask for the soul lamp, Nansing then realized that the true sacredness had always been by his side. That was a special guest. He was wet all over, hidden in a ragged grey robe. Water drops continued to drip down his trouser legs onto the ground, and in just a short while, a small puddle formed. Looking at this man, then raising his head to look at the dim sky outside, Nangxing frowned slightly. He is not blind. Although this special guest tried hard to hide himself, the turbid evil aura still inevitably leaked out from him. This is a water ghost. Nangxing, who has been studying with Kikyo for more than a month, can already simply distinguish some types of monsters. And at the same time, of course, if even he can see the monster, there is no reason why Kikyo can't see it. But Platy Kodan Grandiflarum did not cure it. Not even an expulsion. Instead, he led it into the house in a timid manner and blew out the oil lamp on the table. How many years? 23. What is it called? No, I don't remember. Simple questions and answers. Afterwards, Kikyo took a half-finished soul lamp from the table and drew this information on the lampshade. Nangxing swore that it was really an ordinary soul lamp. He made it himself. Moreover, he can now complete work like this kind of consecration. But, it just so happens. It is such a simple soul lantern that takes less than 10 minutes to make. When Kikyo handed it to the water ghost personally, the water ghost's body suddenly trembled violently. There was a golden light blooming from the grey robe. Nangxing felt that there was danger and subconsciously stood in front of Kikyo, but Kikyo gently pressed his shoulder, indicating that he was not in danger. The dead who come to ask for the soul lamp will not harm anyone. Looking at the water ghost in front of him who was enveloped in golden light and gradually transformed into a Buddha, Kikyo sighed lightly. Generally speaking, water ghosts are evil ghosts. The way to seek relief is by harming others. But this water ghost would rather stay in the cold river for 23 years until he forgot his own name than harm anyone. What does this mean? He's not a bad person by nature. He had the opportunity to become a Buddha. I was just murdered by someone and became a water ghost. Now, he's looking to me for relief. I'd be happy to help him, too. Watching the golden light gradually dissipating in the sky. Then he looked at the grey robe that had fallen to the ground and had no support. Kikyo said earnestly. And this is the message she really wants to convey to Nangxing. Our duty is to eliminate demons and defend the way. It's not just about exorcising demons, it's also about defending morality. As for what does it mean to defend the truth? It depends on Nangxing's own choice. You can't tell whether something is good or bad by listening to what others say, but by seeing it with your own eyes. Protect what you want to protect, and uphold the principles you uphold. This is the way of defending. P.S. The 7th update. Still have some strength left, haha. In fact, there is not even a drop left. I didn't even have time to say thank you. Let's stop here for today. We can talk about it tomorrow if there is anything else. Chapter 17 Kikyo, look, this is how my sister should use it. 4 days later. There are less than 12 hours left until the trial day. This is the last time, and we should have enough rest and replenishment. Kikyo suggested going out for a walk. Of course, we didn't go far. The ghost festival is approaching, and evil spirits are gradually covering the world. In this situation, even as a living god, it would be difficult for her to leave the village too far. This is it. She took Nangxing to a rock platform. The raised rock platform seems to be a natural observation deck. Standing on it, you can overlook the beautiful natural scenery below the mountain. Nangxing stood beside Kikyo and looked out. What appeared before his eyes was an emerald green forest. A river meanders along, like a white jade belt across a green curtain. Surrounded by mountains and water, it hides wind and gathers energy. From the perspective of Feng Shui, this place can probably be considered a Feng Shui treasure land. So, you picked a good place for me to bury my bones. Nangxing smiled and said some unlucky words to Kikyo. But Kikyo didn't care. She swore that she would not let Nangxing die here. At least, he would never die in front of her. This place is far away from the village, and the terrain is complex. Even the ghost tribe cannot exert their full strength here. The river next to it will be covered with river lanterns tonight, that is the only light, and it may provide you with some help. This is the preparation of Platycodon grandiflorum. Although she didn't know what kind of enemy Nangxing would face, since she had to fight, she couldn't fight unprepared. The so-called favorable time, favorable location, and favorable people, if you don't have the favorable time, and you don't have the favorable location either, then you are not taking your life seriously. At the same time, Kikyo's preparations for Nangxing are even more than that. This is what I've been doing these days. Maybe you can use it. She reached into her arms and pulled out a thick stack of blessed talisman paper. Or rather, a spell. There are many types of talismans, the magic luring talisman to lure monsters, the mind-losing talisman to confuse monsters, the lightning-attracting talisman to expel monsters. Once again, I was shocked by Kikyo's erudition. Then I won't be polite. I'll treat you to dinner when I come back. Nangxing didn't bother to be polite with Kikyo and put the talismans into his pocket. Facing the dangerous trial mission, every extra strength you have will bring you more hope of survival. Kikyo frowned slightly. Lilac-like sorrow, when Nangxing saw the expression on Platycodon's face, she suddenly understood what kind of mood Dai Wangshu was in when he wrote Rainy Alley. It doesn't seem too late to ask now, does it? She whispered. The voice is very soft. With the help of the breeze, it could just be heard by Nangxing. 15. In this era of extremely underdeveloped productivity, it is not an easy task to make something delicious. Especially for this isolated little village, a rice ball made of wild vegetables can be called a delicious meal. But Nangxing still tried her best to make a big meal for Platycodon. Anyway, there was no shortage of fish in the river, and although there was little meat, there was some. As for the other ingredients, most of them came from the rewards for Platycodon distributing river lanterns for free a few days ago. Since they said it was free, those people wouldn't be so blind as to see people coming empty-handed. Meat can be fried to produce oil. There is no shortage of salt and soy sauce. Kelp, this stuff is good. It can be used to enhance the flavor. As for chili peppers, use dogwood instead. This was a mixed dinner. Even Nangxing himself didn't expect that after racking his brains, he could actually force out a meal that looked pretty good. At the same time, the more important point is, this meal includes wine. Although it is just plum wine with a very low alcohol content, it is not much better than fruit drinks. But the faint smell of alcohol still made Nangxing excited. Kikyo. He raised his head and looked at Kikyo, and had a lot to say to her. But when he really opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't say anything. This trial is very dangerous, and Nangxing himself is not sure that he can pass it. So, he couldn't promise anything to Kikyo at all. The meal in front of him was the only thing he could do for Kikyo. And at the same time, on the other side, the thoughtful Angelica also noticed that Nangxing was hesitant to speak. Maple. She suddenly put down the chopsticks in her hand and called her sister's name. This is too quiet. Come sing a song to liven things up. Feng has already started to curse. She knew that this meal would not be so delicious. But she didn't expect that her sister would cheat her like this. You can sing if you want. Why do you want me to sing? She complained in her heart. Of course, I dare not say it. They didn't even dare to show any dissatisfaction. Kikyo asked her to sing, so she could only put down her chopsticks helplessly, stand up, and sing to entertain the couple in front of her. It was a somewhat sad song. The music of this country is like this, always with some inexplicable sadness. But Nangxing felt very proud when hearing it. He picked up the ceramic bowl in his hand and drank the last half glass of wine. Wait me back. He put down his chopsticks, left the room and plunged into the endless darkness. Forward. Feng's singing suddenly paused. She looked up and found that Kikyo had also stood up from her seat. However, she did not leave the room in a hurry, but walked towards the inner room. Keep singing. She said so. Feng had no choice but to continue singing. Kikyo walked into her bedroom and took down the longbow hanging on the wall. It has its own name. Zishan Spiritual Bow. She picked up the spirit bow, thought for a moment, and took out a red ribbon from the cabinet, replacing the original white strip of cloth and tying it in the center of the longbow. Sister. Looking at Kikyo in this state, Feng subconsciously stretched out his hand and wanted to stop her. This is the night of the ghost festival. When 100 demons parade at night, even the gods have to temporarily hide from the spotlight. But in the end, she couldn't stop Kikyo's determination. You eat first. I'll be back soon. Chapter 18 Rakshasa Ghost. Outside world. The sun has completely set. But the moon did not rise as usual. There was not even a single star in the black sky. It's dark enough. Unprecedented darkness shrouds the world. With his vision restricted, Nangxing had to slow down his pace and grope his way towards the location in his memory. He didn't even dare to light a fire. Because in this festival where all ghosts are reveling, any bit of light will attract countless evil ghosts. The trial itself was already difficult enough, and he didn't want to cause himself any extra trouble. It was at this time that Nangxing truly admired Kikyo's foresight. River lanterns. If she hadn't reminded me, who would have thought that this insignificant little gadget could play such an important role in the pitch-dark night? The small lamp floated on the water, drifting slowly downstream. Their light is so faint that it seems as if it could be blown out by a breeze. But they are the only light in this absolute darkness. Even the evil spirits from hell cannot destroy this light. Instead, they will escort them, allowing these lights carrying the souls of the dead to float all the way to the underworld. The human world has its own rules, and the ghost world has its own rules. Those evil ghosts are not afraid of gods, but they are particularly respectful to Yama and Ksatagarbha, who are in charge of the cycle of life and death. Perhaps, this is what is called one thing conquers another? If there is a chance, we should build good relationships with the people over there. It's easier to get things done if you have connections. Platycodon is an example. Just like the water ghost who was converted by Platycodon a few days ago, after becoming a Buddha, he was directly sucked into the management system of hell and became a hell civil servant responsible for extraditing the dead. And in hell, there are countless people who have received the favor of Platycodon like that water ghost. Facts have proved that the reason why Kikyo could become the leader among the Shrine Maidens was not just because of her extraordinary spiritual power. However, it's probably too late to cram now. Nangxing raised his head and looked into the distance with the help of the faint light. In the light of the lamp, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was a ghost of gigantic size. With a size of 5 meters wide and 10 meters high, it looks like a movable 3-story building. On the dark skin, the red hair was floating around randomly, and the bright red horn was so eye-catching. Nangxing looked at him and felt a strong pressure coming over her. It turns out that it takes extraordinary courage to remain standing in front of such a huge monster. Not to mention actively launching an attack on it. But Nangxing didn't hesitate at all. Kikyo. He silently called out Kikyo's name in his heart, as if he could draw strength to calm his soul from this name. Then, he took out a piece of talisman paper, quietly folded a shikigami, and placed it behind his neck. This is Nangxing's final preparation for this trial. Trial countdown, 10 seconds. At the same time, the red-haired evil ghost also discovered Nangxing. In this dark night that belongs to ghosts, the breath of living people is so eye-catching. It also makes ghosts salivate. Oh, look, what did I find? A rat who is not afraid of death. It laughed so loudly that the sound was deafening, and even the surrounding trees began to tremble. Today I am lucky, Rakshasa. I want to dip you in wine. Trial countdown, 0 seconds. The trial begins. Rakshasa Ghost. Nangxing had heard Kikyo introduce this race before. Among the ghosts, this is a very famous ghost. 16. It got its name because it grows next to Luokang, Rashomon, and looks ferocious. This kind of evil ghost is born with great power and a temper that is many times stronger than that power. Any enemy it targets will most likely end up being eaten alive. Facing such an enemy, Nangxing dared not be careless. He took out a shuriken from his arms, hung a detonating talisman on the tail of the shuriken, and threw it at the evil ghost. Ninja technique, shuriken shadow clone technique. Densely packed shurikens appeared in front of the Rakshasa demon, falling down like a rain of swords. But the Rakshasa ghost was too lazy to even hide. Ding 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 ding. The sharp shuriken hit his body, making a sound of metal clashing. The shuriken tied with the detonating tag produced a thick white smoke after the explosion. Cough cough cough. The evil ghost was choked by the smoke filled with the smell of gunpowder and started coughing. And this is the only damage that the detonating talisman can cause to it. Is this all you have? Then it will be my turn next. Looking at the human in front of him who seemed to be standing there in a daze because of excessive panic. The Rakshasa ghost smiled grimly and raised the weapon in his hand high. It was a huge mace with barbs on it, enough to beat Nangxing into a pulp. Mix the meat sauce with the wine, it tastes good. He thought happily and attacked Nangxing without hesitation. It was a powerful blow that fell from above, leaving a shallow hole half a meter deep on the ground. But when the evil ghost raised the mace, he unexpectedly discovered that there was no trace of Nangxing in the shallow pit. Not even a vague hint of flesh and blood. There was only a pile of broken wood chips scattered in the shallow pit, as if emitting a silent mockery. Replacement technique. In the jungle, about 10 meters away from the Rakshasa ghost, Nangxing hid behind a big tree and wiped a cold sweat. Facts have proved that the substitution technique is worthy of being the #1 practical ninjutsu. There is nothing more suitable than it to save your life at the critical moment. But this is not enough. Nansing, who knew very well that monsters could rely on the blood of living people to find the traces of their enemies, quickly took out a talisman from his arms and stuck it on his body. Invisibility Talisman. The talisman made by Kikyo herself can even conceal one's aura, and its effect lasts for 1 minute. With the blessing of this talisman, Nansing dared to stick his head out from behind the tree and carefully observe the opponent in this trial. It's difficult. He frowned slightly as he looked at the Rakshasa ghost who was waving his weapon around recklessly and making a mess of the earth because he couldn't find the enemy. It's okay if the attack power is strong. The defense is still so outstanding. The body, which was as big as a hill, was as hard as a big lump of iron. The explosive talisman exploded when it was stuck on his body, but it couldn't even leave a mark. Facing such an enemy, what method should be used to cause real damage to it? Chapter 19, Terrible Enemy, Immortal? Night. In the pitch-black darkness, the cruel trial continued. Nansing hid in the dark and continued to launch tentative attacks on the huge evil ghost. But unfortunately, his means of attack were too lacking. His most skilled ninjutsu is the earth flow wall, but in front of a behemoth like the Rakshasa demon, even a 3 or 4 meter high barrier can only reach its waist. Such obstacles basically have no effect other than accidentally tripping the enemy. As for the other ninjutsu, was it the water prison jutsu? Or the shuriken shadow clone jutsu that had already failed once before? It seems that we still have to rely on the mutual detonation talisman. Nansing understood that this was his most lethal trump card. If even this trump card cannot cause damage to the enemy, then I am afraid I will not be able to pass this trial. However, if we only rely on the power of the detonating talisman, it seems difficult to cause damage to it. Nansing also saw what happened just now. A detonating talisman that explodes close to the enemy and cannot leave any mark on the enemy. In this case, he may need to find the weakest point of the enemy's defense before trying to attack it. As for the weakest defense point, where is it? Maybe that place is worth a try. Nansing raised his head. Look at the bloody mouth of this ferocious evil ghost. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Well known. No matter how strong a city is, its interior is still fragile. Is the inside of this guy, who looks like a lump of iron, also as hard as iron? Nansing didn't know the answer. But he thought it was worth a try. At that height, it should still be easy to get in. You just have to find the right opportunity. The battle strategy has been formulated. The next task is execution. This is not an easy task. After all, the enemy is not a fool. He will not watch an enemy with a dangerous weapon go into his mouth. But this does not pose a problem for Nansing. After all, he is a ninja now. Ninjas, on the other hand, are a profession that specializes in creating accidents. Tu dun tu liubi. The 3-point seal attribute is not fast. But with the help of his proficiency in mastery, Nansing only took less than half a second to complete his most skilled ninjutsu. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of applause. The ground suddenly began to tremble. A huge rock wall appeared at Nansing's feet and rose rapidly. In just a moment, he reached the same height as the Rakshasa ghost. Oh! The little mouse has grown taller. Looking at Nansing standing on the huge wall, there was a strong look of mockery on the face of the red-haired Rakshasa ghost. But a rat is a rat. Even if you stand on Takamagahara, you won't become a god. It laughed loudly. The mace in his hand was swung towards Nansing without mercy. In this regard, Nansing, whose speed attribute is as high as 8 points, can naturally avoid it flexibly. But the stone wall beneath his feet was not so lucky. Bam! After a dull sound, the stone wall was smashed into pieces by the wolf-sheep club, splashing everywhere. At the same time, unfortunately, Nansing, who was floating in the air, was hit by a flying rock by chance. Ouch! A painful scream rang out in the dark night, and Nangxing, who was originally jumping in the air, instantly lost his balance. Look, the clever mouse finally died of his stupidity. The Rakshasa ghost who saw this scene burst into laughter. He raised the weapon in his hand again, swinging it like a baseball bat, ready to hit the little mouse that was flying towards him at the right position. But what he didn't know was, this opportunity is also what Nangxing has been waiting for, and it is definitely a good opportunity that cannot be missed. It's now. At the moment when he was about to pass by the Rakshasa ghost, a talisman suddenly flew out of Nangxing's hand and shot towards the Rakshasa ghost's body. Demon Binding Talisman. The talisman made by Kikyo herself contains the power to bind even big monsters. Although the binding effect only lasts for a moment. But it is obvious that although this Rakshasa ghost is strong, it is not strong enough to be a big monster. Therefore, the effect of this demon binding talisman can last for 1 minute. Now, Nangxing only needs 10 seconds to stuff all the gifts he had prepared in advance into the mouth of this Rakshasa ghost. Go! The white talisman paper transformed into a small crane and flew into the mouth of the Rakshasa ghost. However, it is worth mentioning. This is an ordinary talisman paper. 17. It has no destructive power in itself. But the spell drawn above can activate Nangxing's real trump card. Ninjutsu Reverse Summoning Technique Multiplication Detonating Talisman. Puff! Just like a kite with a broken string. After performing the ninjutsu, Nangxing fell directly from the sky and hit the ground heavily. He wasn't acting. Although he hit the rebel on purpose, the stone did concentrate him and made him lose his balance. Now he fell heavily to the ground again, and the strong impact made it difficult for him to get up for a while. He could only lie on the ground, breathing heavily. He was nervous. I was so nervous that I could hear my own heartbeat. But the expression on his face was joyful. Lying on the ground, he turned his head to the side, admiring the fireworks in front of him. 40 detonating tags, under the effect of the ninjutsu multiplying detonating tags, produced a chain explosion reaction. This effect is much stronger than 40 detonating talismans exploding at the same time. You know the chain reaction, right? If Konan knew this trick at the time, let alone Uchiha Obito. I'm afraid she can even blow up the ninja world. At the same time, these 40 detonating talismans for chain explosions are not the limit of this attack. Don't forget, Kikyo also gave Nangxing a handful of talismans. All kinds of lightning talismans, exorcism talismans, and the like, were stuffed in by Nangxing all at once and detonated together with the 40 detonating talismans. If all these things worked together, even a big monster would be overwhelmed. During the day, Kikyo said to him very confidently. And this Rakshasa ghost in front of me, no matter how strong it is, should not be able to defeat the big monster, hey? Looking at the enemy not far away, Nangxing's face suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. What did he see? After suffering such a fierce attack, the Rakshasa ghost was able to stand up from the ground unscathed? With a smile on his face that was even more ferocious and complacent than before? Ha, rat! Who do you think I am? I am immortal. Chapter 20 Nangxing, I absolutely believe in Kikyo. A huge evil ghost stood in front of Nangxing. There was a ferocious smile on his face, as if he was mocking the ignorant little mouse in front of him for daring to challenge his position as the overlord among ghosts. Nangxing closed his eyes somewhat unwillingly. Damn! He suddenly felt desperate. It would be fine if the enemy was just strong, he could just dodge it with his agility. If the enemy is powerful and has super defensive capabilities, there is nothing to be afraid of. He can still find the enemy's weaknesses through analysis. But now, when a monster with super strength, super defense, and immortality appeared in front of Nangxing, he really didn't know what to do. Hateful! I can't hurt it at all now. The desperate reality before Nangxing almost made him lose the ability to think. But it was only for a moment. Because in the next moment, Nangxing thought of this. My strength is indeed very weak, so it's understandable that I can't hurt it. But if it was Kikyo, how could the talisman she made with her own hands have no effect? Thinking of this, Nangxing opened his eyes again. He looked at the monster in front of him with a puzzled look. The monster was getting closer and even raised its weapon. He observed for a long time but did not find any clues from this monster. This Rakshasa ghost is really powerful. The explosion was so powerful that it didn't hurt him at all. If it were anyone else, they would have given up hope after seeing this scene. But when Nangxing confirmed again and again that the explosion just now did not cause any injuries to the Rakshasa ghost. So this is a... But he smiled, laughing heartily. The fear brought by despair dissipated, and the lost power surged out of the body again. He supported himself with his hands and dodged the monster's attack with his agile body. He then quickly formed hand seals and used his best ninjutsu again. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Thick rock walls rising from the earth. But the location was not under Nangxing's feet, nor in front of the giant monster. But in the river not far away, under the millions of river lanterns. Crash! The rock wall breaks through the water flow and rises high. On the towering rock wall, a little ghost, all wet from head to toe, stared blankly at the surroundings, looking bewildered. I caught you! Monster! This is a little devil. She is no more than half a meter tall and looks like a female. It formed a sharp contrast with the huge evil ghost that was more than 10 meters tall and shouted, I am your lord. But her arrogant look was no different from that of the Rakshasa ghost just now. Tisk, we've been discovered. But so what? Kill me if you can, human. She said very arrogantly. This made Nangxing mistakenly believe that she had some hidden cards that she hadn't played yet. However, when a pair of black, bat-like wings spread out from behind her, Nangxing realized what her trump card was. Want to escape? Without any hesitation, Nangxing jumped directly from the ground and leaped high with the help of the rock wall. Boom! It was a plain and simple punch, hitting the little devil hard on the back. She, who had just spread her wings, fell heavily into the river. Water style, water prison technique. Nangxing was not very good at this ninjutsu, but in the current environment, it was surprisingly useful. Let me go. Realizing that he was cornered, the little devil finally stopped maintaining his arrogant attitude. She put on a pitiful expression, looking quite weak. I can be your Shikigami, for you to command. She promised immediately. But Nangxing won't be fooled. Monsters are best at bewitching people, and this female ghost is the best among them. If he hadn't trusted Kikyo's power so much and didn't believe that any monster could escape intact from the talisman made by Kikyo, he would have probably fallen into her trap and become her blood food. Therefore, Nangxing did not hesitate at all. Exchange for 10 detonating talismans. He took out the last of his fortune and stuffed all the detonating talismans into the water dungeon. The second Mizu cage once used water style, great water explosion in combination with multiplicative detonating talisman to blast all enemies within a 10-mile radius into ashes. He is not as strong as the second Mizu cage, but he should have no problem blowing up a little ghost. Damn it! You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't end up well either. Lord Huashan will not let you go. Watching the detonating talisman gradually sinking deeper into the water dungeon. Realizing that he might not be able to get out alive, the little ghost used threatening words to intimidate Nangxing one last time. She was obviously anxious. But unfortunately, Nangxing didn't know who the Lord Huashan she was talking about was. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care who doesn't have a backer. In terms of relationships, he is not afraid of these monsters as he has Kikyo behind him. Are you done? If you're done talking, shut up. Nangxing, with an expressionless face, stuffed the last detonating talisman into the water prison. Then... oh! There was an explosion. The river, which had just returned to calm, once again stirred up huge waves several feet high. A bloody rain with a strong smell, mixed with evil spirits filled with resentment, fell from the sky. All the dirt was blocked by the little Shikigami behind Nangxing, and not a single drop of filth got on him. Ding! You killed the high-level monster Tianzigui. Your rewards: experience points *1000, spiritual summoning, Rashomon, Bishamontan's evil thoughts x1. 18. Ding! You have completed the promotion mission, Trial of Strength. You get rewards: experience 5000, silver 3000. Your level cap has been raised. You get a new title, Chunin. The clear and pleasant system prompt sounds rang in Nangxing's ears one after another. But now he was in no mood to sort out these gains. Because danger! Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded in his ears. That was Kikyo's reminder sound. But when Nangxing raised his head again, he found out. The sky above his head was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The evil clouds filled with evil aura made the sky 3 feet lower. And above the dark clouds, there was a woman whose face could not be seen standing proudly, emitting a terrifying aura that could even cause the river water to stagnate. This is the real horror. Even the gods in heaven would have to avoid it if they saw it. But now, Nangxing is in this terror, facing the vast and boundless evil spirit and pressure. It was you who killed the Tianzai ghost. Chapter 21, The Wise Demon, Ibaraki Kafyu. Dark clouds rolled in and evil spirit filled the air. Ibaraki Hwashin stood in the clouds, looking at the man standing on the ground, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. To be honest, she is not the kind of monster who likes killing. Only low-level monsters are addicted to killing. A big monster like her has long since gotten rid of such vulgar interests and has real ideals and ambitions. Not to mention, among the ghosts who are always simple-minded and strong-limbed, she still calls herself an intelligent person who is a brain. It is a role similar to that of a military advisor. So, under normal circumstances, she won't get angry. Even if she got angry, she would not show it in front of others. Instead, she would think of strategies and assign those enemies who made her angry to other ghost kings to deal with. But this time, Ibaraki Hanashu was really angry. It was you who killed the Tianzigui. She looked down at Nangxing and asked viciously. His words were filled with a rage that made him want to cut Nangxing into pieces and throw him into the Sanzu River, leaving him to suffer eternal damnation. But it's not her fault. We can only blame it, because Tianzigui's identity is too important. Heavenly Evil Ghost. An evil spirit that has the ability to turn anything upside down and is accustomed to going against people's wishes. She is not very powerful, but among the evil ghosts in hell, she is a rare ghost with high intelligence. Therefore, he was highly appreciated and valued by Ibaraki Hanashu. Do you know how difficult it is to find such a cute, well-behaved, and sensible ghost among a group of evil ghosts who only know how to drink and fight? Not to mention, in addition to being quite smart, this Tianzigui has another more important identity. She is the incarnation of a wisp of evil thought from Bishamontan, one of the 7 lucky gods. He is the nemesis of Bishamontan's destiny. Although there is no such plan now, if one day the demon clan prepares to counterattack Takamaji-Ehara, that Amasha demon will definitely play an unexpected role. As the saying goes, it is better to prepare for a rainy day. As the military strategist of the Ghost Clan, Ibaraki Hwashin has already prepared everything. But now, how dare you ruin my plan? As a wise man, if there is one thing that truly disgusts Ibaraki Haneu, that was nothing more than an unplanned change. Go to hell. There will be no hesitation at all, and no mercy. Looking at Nangxing on the ground, Ibaraki Hwashin directly raised his right hand. Then, Nangxing, who was struggling to resist the invasion of evil spirit, saw a scene that made his brain crash instantly. What is that? The right hand that was entangled with the jumping ball suddenly broke away from Ibaraki Hwashin's body and fell towards Nangxing. And, as it falls, it quickly grows larger. In just a few seconds, it changed to the size of a mountain. The giant hand that descended from the sky brought with it a strong sense of oppression, making it hard to breathe. Fug! Feeling the huge shadow that covers the sky and the sun. For a moment, Nangxing even forgot to escape. Of course, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. He just raised his head and looked at the palm that had grown to an infinite size, with deep confusion in his eyes. You think I'm Sun Wukong? Nangxing knows. According to legend, there is indeed a palm technique that falls from the sky. But what he didn't expect was that this palm technique actually spread to Japan. And a ghost also learned it. It wasn't the Tathagata Buddha who suppressed Sun Wukong. She might want to beat me to death. It must be admitted that Nangxing was a little scared at this moment. The power of the big monster was beyond his imagination. This kind of oppressive feeling of being able to turn the world upside down and overturn the mountains and seas at will was simply incomparable to the monsters he had encountered before. He even suspected that compared with himself and those ordinary monsters, the so-called big monsters were not life forms in the same dimension at all. This is indeed the case. The so-called big monster is born from fear and transcends its own fear. Although they are called monsters, their essence is actually no different from that of gods. Disappear completely. Ibaraki Hanasho was very angry, but thought very casually. She hated Nangxing for killing Tiang Zigui. But for her, killing Nangxing was no more difficult than crushing an ant. It's just a one-hit deal anyway. However, it was just this seemingly simple blow. However, something unexpected happened that even the wise man Ibaraki Hanasho could never have imagined. Whoosh! It was a dazzling purple light. Like a comet, it broke through the dark night and hit the ghost hand in the sky from the side. SHH! The sharp arrow pierced directly through the palm. The huge impact force contained in the arrow forcibly changed the direction of the ghost hand's attack. Clang! The arrow with the ghost hand directly nailed into the distant mountain, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Lakyo! Nangxing raised his head excitedly and looked towards the observation tower during the day, with an expression of surviving a disaster on his face. Ibaraki Haneu also discovered Kikyo. It's you. She didn't know Kikyo's name. But I know Kikyo. The name of Saint Lord is widely known even in hell. But what about that? Which? This is not something you should get involved in. Ibaraki Hanashu, who was standing high above, warned with a serious face. Other monsters may be afraid of Kikyo's power. But she would not be afraid of a so-called living god. This is a grudge between our ghost tribe. Nothing to do with you. She warned Kikyo to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. She seemed not to want to bring the feud between her and Nangxing to Kikyo, an outsider. However. Whoosh! Another arrow. The arrow hit Ibaraki Hanafu directly in the face. Damn it! Ibaraki Hanako didn't expect Kikyo to be so direct, so she quickly dodged. But the sharp arrow still scratched his face. Maiko! Feeling the blood flowing down his face, this time, Ibaraki Hwashin was really angry. Do you want to start a war between the ghosts and humans? She shouted angrily, and the darkness within 100 miles was boiling with her anger. But in the face of her angry questioning, Kikyo still did not answer. 19. She just took the arrow again, strung the bow, and drew the bow. The surging spiritual power burst out from Kikyo's body. That is spiritual power as unfathomable as the ocean. With the blessing of this powerful spiritual power, the magic-breaking arrow in Kikyo's hand emitted a dazzling brilliance like the sun. On this night of the Zhongyuan festival, which should have been shrouded in absolute darkness, a place of light was forcibly opened up. This is the third arrow. It is also an arrow that can never be turned back. If this arrow is shot, there is only one result. If you die, I die. Then, the war began. P.S. Thanks to Rigo Max and CWK for their rewards and support. Thanks to 1568, Fantasy Dream Returns to 1000 Nights, VDog and Starry Sky for their monthly ticket support. This is the 5th update. There will be another chapter later, but it may be later in the evening. Chapter 22, 3 Arrows Defeat the Ghost King, Fame Spreads Across the World. Ibaraki Hanasho was almost driven crazy by Kikyo's behavior. Are you crazy? Are you going to turn against us, the ghost tribe, just for a mere human? She asked in disbelief, her voice rising an octave. However, Kikyo did not answer this question. Because the magic-destroying arrow in her hand, ready to be fired, is the best answer. The vast spiritual power fills the bowstring, and the dazzling light illuminates the whole world. This is a real threat. She bet her own life, and even the safety of the people of the world, that Ibaraki Hwashin would not dare to take the arrow. At the same time, Ibaraki Hanasho was a little hesitant. She knew that at this moment, there were more than just the 3 of them in this place. In that invisible void, dozens of pairs of eyes were attracted by the spiritual power bursting out by Kikyo, silently observing the development of the situation. She can't admit defeat. As the king of ghosts, if she showed any sign of retreat at this time, she would definitely be laughed at by other big monsters. But after careful consideration, Ibaraki Hanasho found with some sadness that he had to admit defeat. She can't afford the gamble. This is actually a common problem of all wise men. It is said that a wise man does not stand on a dangerous wall. A self-proclaimed smart person like her would never put herself in a quagmire. Not to mention, with Kikyo's current attitude, he not only wants to drag her into the quagmire, but also wants to drag her to roll in the quagmire together. Compared to losing face, Ibaraki Hanasho, as a wise man, could not tolerate such a thing happening. Good, good, good. The Ghost King standing on the clouds looked at Platy Kodan in the distance with gritted teeth, then turned his gaze back to Nangxing. I'll just give you this face for now. But how long do you think you can protect him? 1 year? 10 years? If you have the guts, just keep protecting him like this. Otherwise, even if he dies, I will never let his soul go. Ibaraki Hanafumi threatened viciously. She looks ferocious now. But in reality, this is just the howl of the loser. Not worth mentioning at all. Ibaraki Hwashin retreated. The vast evil cloud gradually dissipated. The purple light in Kikyo's hand also dissipated along with it. Peace returned to the world, and boundless darkness once again swept the world. Kikyo. Nangxing, feeling somewhat agitated, ran towards Kikyo. It must be admitted that the Ibaraki fan just now gave him a considerable sense of oppression. The feeling of despair that no matter what he did, he would not be able to fight back still existed in Nangxing's heart, making him feel scared. But after that, what arose in Nangxing's heart was definitely not fear, but a strong sense of anticipation. Is this the big monster? Kikyo is so amazing, she can drive away such a powerful monster. Will I become as powerful as her in the future? This is what is called admiration for the strong. Nangxing had known for a long time that Kikyo was very strong, but it was not until tonight that he had a more intuitive feeling of Kikyo's strength. In comparison, this sudden sense of clarity is actually equivalent to Uchiha Sasuke's first meeting with Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke has always known that cage-level masters are very strong, but he himself has no idea how strong cage-level masters are. It was Orochimaru who gave him enlightenment in this regard. For Nangxing, the enlightenment that Kikyo brought him was even greater than the help that Orochimaru gave to Sasuke. After this battle, Nangxing finally saw what the high-level combat power of this world was like, and also had a similar plan for his future. Anyway, you have to have colored contact lenses, and you have to drive the Gundam. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against those behemoths. It's better to learn the wood release of Senju Hashirama. This is to be able to survive in battle and to support the battle through fighting. As for other things, I will consider them when I encounter them in the future. Anyway, with Kikyo here, I shouldn't encounter any powerful enemies for the time being. It can still develop slowly. Looking towards the cliff, Nangxing was once again thankful for his wise decision. Living off gigolos is indeed a shortcut that can make his journey to becoming stronger much easier. But, after a moment, Nansing realized how stupid his previous thought was. Kikyo, Kikyo. Nangxing, who had already reached the top of the cliff, called out Kikyo's name loudly. But no one responded to him. Nangxing suddenly had a bad premonition, took out a piece of talisman paper and lit it with his spiritual power. With the help of the faint firelight, he finally found Kikyo's figure on the cold ground. She lay on the ground, eyes closed. Her face was pale and her breath was weak. The Zishan spirit bow was scattered around her, and she no longer had the same spirit as before. Platikodon. Maple Village. Nangxing sat outside the pharmacy, staring blankly at the small house in front of her that was filled with the aroma of medicine. He once lay in this room, receiving treatment from Feng. Now, the person lying in this room is Kikyo. Feng was trying hard to save her sister. Feng didn't blame him, because she knew that it was Kikyo's own choice. But she still didn't want to see Nangxing. She just let Nangxing take care of her own business. So Nangxing sat outside the house, staring at the small house in front of him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. He didn't move at all. During this time, his mind was blank. He had absolutely no idea what to do. Because this was a situation he had never imagined. But now, bad things have happened and he has to face it. I want to save her. Nangxing's belief is very firm. But also very confused. Save? How? He didn't even know what kind of injury Kikyo had suffered, let alone treating her. Therefore, he could only wait here. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. The sun and the moon change, and day and night alternate. There was even a little rain during this time. Nangxing prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Kikyo would wake up as soon as possible. And on the 7th day. Cough, cough, cough. Nangxing, who was already exhausted from waiting and half asleep leaning against the wall, suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cough coming from the room in a daze. It was a very harsh sound, not much better than a broken bellows. But for Nangxing now, this sound is like the sound of nature. Laikyo. P.S. Today's extra update. Thanks to Eastern Messenger, Full Firepower, God of Killing, and, Really a Space, for their monthly ticket support. So far, I have focused on only 3 characters. The protagonists, Kikyo and Kaed. 20. In any case, the protagonist shouldn't be a bystander, right? Chapter 23, Did you do it on purpose or by accident? In the cabin. Kikyo, who had completely sobered up, leaned against the wall. The bright sunshine shone on her face, but it could not bring out any redness. Her skin was originally very white, but now it was even more pale, almost sickly, without a trace of blood in her body. A weak willow swaying in the wind, this is the true portrayal of Platikodon grandiflorum now. She was so weak that she looked like she could be blown down by a gust of wind. But at the same time, Nangxing was distressed. Her heart did not soften because of her physical weakness. On the contrary, he became even more stubborn. I don't drink. Looking at the brown bowl in front of me, I can tell at first glance that it is a medicine so bitter that it can make people vomit bile. Kikyo frowned slightly and refused mercilessly. But she ignored it at all. These were the herbs that Nangxing had worked so hard to find, and were also the result of her sister's hard work in making them. Be obedient and drink it, ah. After drinking this, you will get better. Nangxing, holding the bowl of medicine, was a little anxious. He didn't know why Kikyo suddenly became so childish. He even refused to take medicine. However, Kikyo's face showed a matter-of-fact expression. It won't get better. It can't heal my wounds. Kikyo smiled and replied casually. My family knows their own affairs. That night, Nangxing only saw her heroic feat of forcing back Ibaraki Hwashan with 3 arrows. But she had no idea what price she paid in order to force back the terrifying Ghost King. Thousands of years ago, the Ghost Clan was a being that could rival the gods. The Ghost King Ibaraki Hwashan is a rare wise man among the ghosts. She is able to command hundreds of ghosts, and even other ghost kings will obediently follow her plans. With a personality like her, what kind of storms has she not seen? It is no exaggeration to say that even if the person from Takamagahara came down to earth in person, she would probably not retreat. What are you afraid of? Just fight and it will be over. But unfortunately, Kikyo scared her away. Could it be that Kikyo's strength is stronger than the sun goddess on Takamagahara? No, it is not. It is obvious that her strength cannot surpass that of the main god of this world. The answer is obvious. I attached my soul to the last arrow. If she were hit by that arrow, she would definitely die. Humans have 4 souls. The lucky soul is for love, the peaceful soul is for kinship, the wild soul is for courage, and the strange soul is for wisdom. This is the foundation of humanity. It is also the origin of the birth of gods and monsters. Souls are divided into good and evil. Hope and faith are derived from good souls, and then gods are born. From the evil spirits sprang despair and hopelessness, and from them monsters were born. Take the sun as an example. Human beings' worship of the sun gave rise to the goddess in Takamagahara. But at the same time, human beings' fear of the sun gave rise to the world's first great monster, Yatagarasu. The two of them are opposed to each other at their roots and are natural enemies. They fought to the death in ancient times, but neither of them destroyed the other. Because despair and hope are twin brothers. There is always hope, born out of despair. There is always despair lurking in hope. Gods cannot destroy monsters, and monsters cannot destroy gods. Ultimately, that ancient war ended with the Yatagarasu being suppressed in the depths of hell where it would never see the light of day again. But humans are different. Although they are weak, humans do have the power to completely destroy the Yatagarasu. Lying on the bed, Kikyo whispered softly, telling Nangxing this ancient secret. If one day, humans no longer have any fear of the Sunday, the monster born from fear will lose all its power. This is also the fundamental reason why Kikyo was able to scare away Ibaraki Hanashu. She is not afraid of Ibaraki Hanako. More importantly, Kikyo's identity is there. She is a present-day divine priestess. She is the leader of all the witches in the world. There is even a hint of the leader of Shintoism in him. Even if it was Hanakin or Tsuchi Mikado, they would have to give her some face. To offend her would mean becoming an enemy of the entire Shinto force. The last great monster who was hostile to all Shinto forces was called Tamamanomi. As for her final ending, haha, the killing stone is still standing on Nasuhara, looking at everyone. In short, maybe I should say I was lucky. The Ghost King who came that night was Ibaraki Hanashu, not any other Ghost King. If other Ghost Kings encountered this situation, they would have to compete with Kikyo to determine the winner. But she is different. Ibaraki Daiji is a cunning demon, but his power is not too strong. 500 years ago, her right arm was chopped off by a human warrior named Watanabe Tsuna. This led to the name Onikari, which is still in the hands of the shoguns and passed down from generation to generation. At this moment, Nangxing was deeply moved by Kikyo. Plati Kodan. He looked at Kikyo, who was lying on the bed, weaker than an ordinary person, with a rather complicated expression on his face. Gratitude, guilt, hatred, all these emotions intertwined together, making his face almost wrinkled like an old rag. Looking at Nangxing's expression, Kikyo reached out and gently stroked his forehead. You don't have to. She spoke softly, and even though her voice was weak, her words were full of joy. I would have done the same thing if it was anyone else in that situation. This is the nobility of Plati Kodan. She cares about everyone sincerely, regardless of their status or closeness. Not to mention, that person is you. she said softly. What was revealed in his eyes was an unprecedented expectation. As a companion she recognized, she believed that Nangxing would achieve extraordinary success in the future. Therefore, she had to preserve the seedling as much as possible and protect it from wind and rain before Nangxing really grew up. Nangxing was so moved that she didn't know what to say and grabbed Kikyo's hand. However, her hands were very slippery, and she accidentally failed to catch it. Bang! Kikyo's arm fell naturally and hit the table, accidentally knocking over the medicine bowl on the edge of the table. Wow! The bitter medicine spilled all over the floor. At this point, Kikyo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Oops! The medicine was spilled. P.S. I thought this plot was actually okay, but I didn't expect it to be so controversial. I can only explain it here. First, Kikyo did gamble with the fate of mankind, but she thought her choice was correct. As a saint, Kikyo not only loves humans, but also loves everyone in this world. The two are not contradictory. No matter who it is, if they were in Nangxing's position, she would do her best to save them. Second, some people say that the progress of favorability is too fast. I thought I had laid enough groundwork before, even to the point of being lengthy. Third, the problem of the protagonist's weak strength can basically be said to be Kikyo's personal response up to now. The protagonist is more of a character portrayal. There is no way, such a charming character always needs to be highlighted. Fortunately, she is seriously injured now, so she won't be able to steal the limelight from the protagonist anymore. Laughs. Chapter 24, She is 16 years old. September. It is already late autumn. As the weather turns cooler, Kikyo changes her shrine maiden costume into a special thickened style. Although the colors are still red and white, compared with those clothes made of ordinary cloth, these fur coats made of monster fur are real high-end goods that cannot be bought with money. But for Kikyo, this is the least worth mentioning material. 21. Her personal warehouse was filled with these raw materials stripped from monsters, but she had never had the opportunity to use them before, so they had to be piled up in the corner to collect dust. Now, her body has not fully recovered yet. She needs to rely on external forces to resist the cold, which is just the right place for these materials to be used. She curled her body into the thick fur, looking like a cute little animal. They are 3 rat demons. It's up to you. Kikyo stood there with her hands clasped in her lap, not even interested in exposing her hands to the air. At the same time, after getting the hint from Kikyo, Nangxing rushed out quickly like an arrow from a bow. This is their current daily routine of exorcising demons. Platycodon is responsible for talking, while Nangxing is responsible for taking action. Clear division of labor, simple and efficient. All right. The rat demon is not a powerful monster. It's just a bit troublesome to run around. It took Nangxing about 20 minutes to find their location, and he killed them in just 1 minute. Ding! You killed a common monster, the rat monster. You get rewards, experience 100, silver 100. Ding! You have completed your daily task, exorcising demons. You get rewards, experience 500, silver 500. Ding! You have completed Kikyo's commission, exorcism, C rank. You get rewards, experience 300, silver 300. You only eliminate the monster once, but you can get 3 rewards at the same time. Moreover, after becoming a Chunin, the basic rewards for the missions have doubled. For the same sea-level mission, you can only get 100 experience points and 100 silver taels when you are a genin, but you can get 300 experience points and 300 silver taels when you are a Chunin. This huge gap not only means that strength can be improved faster. It also means that the wide variety of goods in the system store are finally no longer something out of reach. Beautiful contact lenses, beautiful contact lenses, beautiful contact lenses. There was almost no hesitation. When the balance in his wallet just exceeded 10,000 taels, Nangxing couldn't wait to exchange for the new power he had been longing for. You purchased the product, 1 Megatamage Sharingan, totaling 10,000 taels. The exclusive interface for Bloodline Limit has been opened. Please click on the exclusive interface to view it. The mission of exorcising the demon was successfully completed. Nangxing didn't dare to delay for even a second and quickly took Kikyo back to Maple Village. Because Kikyo's injuries were too severe and had affected her soul, Nangxing now didn't dare to let her stay in the wild for too long. Not to mention being away for 10 days or half a month like before. Now, he only dares to take Platycodon with him to eliminate monsters within a radius of 50 miles. Kikyo was somewhat dissatisfied with this. I'm not that poor. She curled her lips and said with some pride. She was indeed weakened by the serious injuries she had suffered. But this does not mean that the monsters have become stronger. She's just not as strong and invincible as before. Compared to her past self, she is now able to kill an enemy with just 1 arrow, but now only needs 2 or 3 arrows. If we look for a specific reference, Kikyo's current strength is probably a level or 2 stronger than Kagome Higurashi in the final chapter of Inuyasha. This might sound a bit insulting to Kagome. But those who truly know Kikyo's power would not think so. You know, in the final chapter of Inuyasha, Kikyo, who was seriously injured and dying, gave Kahaku, who was almost dead, a chance to be reborn with just a wisp of her remaining soul. At that time, she was essentially just a puppet brought back to life by the power of clay and ghost magic, and she was unable to display her true strength. I'm tired of walking around these 4 weeks. Let's go a little further. On the way back, Kikyo was obviously a little reluctant. To the point that he even used the incredible skill of acting cute. It was not until then that Nangxing realized that Kikyo was not just a shrine maiden with extraordinary spiritual powers. She is a young girl who has just turned 16 and is in the prime of her youth. Before, she had been suppressing her own selfish desires because of the responsibilities she shouldered. Now, with her soul wounded, she seems unable to control her personal emotions. To the point that she could occasionally reveal this girlish attitude. Perhaps this is called a blessing in disguise. Nangxing thought bitterly. He would rather not have this blessing and want a completely healthy Platycodon. At the same time, his face showed a very sunny, positive, and optimistic smile. Can't. Evening. The sun is about to set. Following the last rays of sunset, Nangxing and Kikyo returned to Maple Village on time. In Kikyo's cabin, Feng had prepared dinner early and was waiting for the two of them to return. If we were to say who was happy about Kikyo's injury, Kaed would definitely be the first one. As a younger sister, she never thought that one day her elder sister would come home on time every day and eat the dinner she cooked herself. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. In fact, if she wasn't afraid that Kikyo couldn't bear such a burden, she would have hoped that Kikyo would continue to be injured like this. In this way, she can stay in Maple Village forever and never leave. However, unfortunately, Kikyo is not destined to stay here forever. She is a modern-day divine priestess, born with a special mission. Feng's fantasy can only be a delusion and will never come true. At the same time, he is recognized as a companion by Kikyo. Nangxing even suggested during dinner that they should leave the village first. I'm going to find some medicine, he said in some silence. The words were few, but they were enough to express his determination. Kikyo was injured because of him, and he must be responsible for it. Therefore, no matter where the medicine that can heal the wounds of the soul is, even in Takamagahara, even in hell, he would go through fire and water to bring the medicine back. Chapter 25, I heard that you were beaten by humans? Nangxing wants to leave Maple Village to find medicine. No one tried to stop him. In Feng's heart, this is what Nangxing should do. Even though she knew clearly that it was Kikyo's own choice, in the end, Kikyo was injured because of him. Therefore, Nangxing's proposal to go out and find medicine for Kikyo is just to make up for his mistake. Kikyo didn't stop Nangxing either. Instead of stopping him, she enthusiastically suggested going out with Nangxing to find medicine. She had stayed in Maple Village for more than a month, leaving early and returning late every day. She was already feeling suffocated and wanted to see the outside world. But unfortunately, Nangxing didn't want to take her with her, and Feng didn't want her to leave Feng Village. "You're already injured. If anything unexpected happens again, it will be a real big trouble," Nangxing persuaded very seriously. For this reason, although Kikyo was somewhat dissatisfied, she had no choice but to put away her restless heart and stay in the village to recuperate. She knew it clearly in her heart. In her current condition, it is indeed not suitable for her to travel far. The next day, Nangxing, who was preparing to go on a long journey, got up early. He didn't prepare too many things, just a stack of blank talismans, and went into battle lightly. Survival in the wild is a compulsory course for ninjas, and he is an absolute expert in this area. Kikyo and Feng came to the village gate to see Nangxing off. "Give." Although very reluctant, Feng still handed a bag of seaweed and pickled plum rice balls to Nangxing. This is the dry food she made by herself, which can solve the urgent problem when Nangxing can't find food. As for Kikyo, she didn't come empty-handed either. She brought two good news to Nangxing. The first good news is that there really is medicine in this world that can heal soul injuries. Nangxing will not return empty-handed on this trip. The second good news was that it clarified the direction of Nangxing's trip. "Let's go south." Kikyo said this seriously, but a rare look of longing appeared on her face. "Over the mountains and across the sea. Let's go to a place called Sanuki Province." This is a very unfamiliar place name. 22. Nangxing carefully asked Kikyo about the location of this country, and then hung a sketch on the ground with stones and compared it carefully. Only then did I realize that the so-called Sanuki Province was a country located on the edge of the Seto Inland Sea. Geographically speaking, it belongs to the jurisdiction of Nankaido and Shikoku Island. You go there and look for a place where there are lush bamboo forests. If you are lucky, as I am blessed to be, you will find a mysterious witch. Her medical skills are unmatched. No matter what the injury or illness is, she can easily cure it. Kikyo praised without reservation. This was the first time Nangxing saw her praise someone so highly. Moreover, this person is a witch, one of her colleagues. "Then how does this Maiko compare to you?" Nangxing asked with some curiosity. What Nangxing never expected was. Faced with this question, Kikyo actually gave such an answer. "She is the origin of the Maiko. In front of that lord, I am just an ordinary Maiko. I am the light of a firefly. How dare I compete with the bright moon? The origin of the witch. Is it that mysterious?" Nangxing was shocked by Platy Kodan's introduction. However, when he was about to continue asking, Kikyo no longer talked about the priestess. She only told Nangxing that when he saw the witch, he would know that all the praises were not false. The exchange of information ends here. With a hint of expectation and a hint of doubt, Nangxing embarked on the journey to Sanuki Province. This is bound to be a difficult journey. Trek through mountains and rivers, through forests and across the sea. During this period, there will be unknown monsters and demons blocking the way. But Nangxing is full of confidence about this journey. After more than a month of consolidation, his control over power has reached a new level. As long as you don't encounter any big monsters, you can deal with them. As for the big monster, why is he so unlucky? There are only a handful of big monsters in the world, and most of them have their own fixed residences. The probability of an ordinary human encountering big monsters repeatedly is not much higher than the probability of traveling through time. Nangxing thought confidently. But I didn't know that it was not far ahead. There is already a real big monster quietly waiting for his arrival. Hell! Hell, where there is no light all year round, is always so dark and damp. And noisy. Come on, cheers! Fight, fight, fight! It is good. The chaotic quarrels, accompanied by the wailing that seems to last until the end of the world, is the eternal theme of this world. But, something seems to be wrong in hell today. Drinking, old man. No, 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 I'm done with it. Want a fight, bro? No, no, the wronged souls over there are making trouble again. I have to help Yan Luo deal with the trouble over there. Today's hell was unusually quiet. The origin of all this stems from an order from their demon king, Ibaraki Hanashu. A bunch of losers. All they do all day is drink and fight. What use do I have for you? The ghost-wise man with broken arms returned to hell. She vented her anger on the ghosts mercilessly. What can ordinary ghosts do about this? Just bear with it. Who can blame him for being a high-ranking official? As the king of demons, Ibaraki Hanashu has absolute suppression over the rest of the demon clan. If she told them to go east, they would definitely not dare to go west. If she told them to beat the dog, they would definitely not dare to chase the chicken. She didn't allow these ghosts to drink, so they went home and drank secretly. There's no way around it. Wine is as important to ghosts as water is to humans. The source of life, you can't not drink it, right? Ibaraki Hanashu, who knew the truth about this, was actually very satisfied with it. The fact that she can make these violent demons obey her shows that she still has leadership ability. But, unfortunately, although she is the king of ghosts, she has absolute power to command all ghosts. But in this small piece of land of the ghost clan, there are still corners and people that she cannot control. Hey, Huashan! In the Temple of Supernatural Powers. A little lowly, holding a big wine bowl, her face slightly red. She burped and greeted Ibaraki Hanafu. I heard you were beaten by humans. P.S. Thank you for your correction. My hand slipped at that time and I can't change it now. Just a patch here. The main character's attributes are fire, earth, wind. Chapter 26, Ibuki Suka makes her grand appearance. The wind is gentle and the sun is shining brightly. Nangxing left Maple Village and headed south. The ups and downs of the mountains were not an obstacle for him. Instead, he saved time by jumping from tree to tree instead of taking the main road. The winding and fast-flowing river could not stop him, but instead created a legend of floating on water in the minds of onlookers. But on a flat field, the appearance of a little girl made Nangxing stop involuntarily. Big brother! This is a pretty cute-looking little girl. She has orange-yellow hair and a pitiful expression in her big eyes. Some of the long skirts that don't fit her well not only make her look troublesome, but also make her look even more adorable. Can you take me home? She held Nangxing's hand and begged pitifully. My pitiful look will make both men and women feel soft-hearted when seeing it. This delicate baby that looks like a porcelain doll does have a charm that appeals to men, women, young and old. But, here's a horror story. Nangxing, whose arm was held by the little girl, dared not move. Cold sweat broke out on his back, completely soaking his clothes. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission, escort the little girl home, S level. Task reward, the right to purchase any item in the system store, 1 chance. Friendly reminder, even if you want to run now, it's too late. Damn S-rank mission. The system prompt scared Nangxing. And when he saw the reward for this task, he did not feel the slightest joy in his heart. Yes, there is only a deep sadness. As we all know, the more difficult the task, the greater the reward. How difficult a task could be that the system could offer a price of 0 yuan? Should we send her home or to hell? This mission reward, even if I don't die, I'm afraid I'll be skinned alive. Nangxing was in deep thought. There was a helpless smile on his face. Just like the system said. Now, he has been targeted by a terrifying existence, and even if he wants to run, it is too late. In this situation, he could only bite the bullet and carry on, trying to find a chance of survival. Okay. Little sister, what's your name and where do you live? Looking at the little girl next to me who is out of line. Nangxing tried hard to suppress the panic in his heart, and tried his best to control his emotions, showing a very kind expression. And looking at Nangxing like this, the little girl also showed a very cheerful smile. I forgot. 23. The little girl's tone was matter of fact. Nangxing couldn't ask any more questions. Because if he pressed the matter any further, the little girl would act as if she had a splitting headache. Nangxing knew she was pretending. But even so, he had to cooperate with her performance. First of all, it is certain that she must be a monster. This is Nangxing's judgment. Because he believed that a human cub would not be so brave as to run around in a wilderness where there was no one within a radius of 100 kilometers. But when it came to analyzing the little girl's race, Nangxing was stumped. Animal monsters? Plant monster? Or is it some other kind of monster that has turned into a spirit? Nangxing couldn't see. This little girl's disguise is so good, just like a real human being, there is no flaw at all. In fact, there was no demonic aura on her. This actually provided Nangxing with an idea. As we all know, among all races of monsters, there are only a few who are good at disguise. And those who can disguise themselves as humans, and disguise themselves so well, are probably from the Fox clan? Nangxing looked at the little girl, nodded, and then shook his head. If she was from the Fox clan, it would make sense considering how cute this little girl is. She is born with a charming figure, and when she grows up she will at least be a stunning beauty that can topple a country. But the Fox clan, it seems that no one is as stupid as her, right? In fact, such a bright and cheerful smile doesn't seem like something a monster can show. She's not really a human, is she? Nangxing looked at the little girl. The little girl was also looking at Nangxing. Her real name is Ibukisuka, and she is the leader of the 4 kings of the demon clan's supernatural powers. She is also a good friend of Ibaraki Kayasuji, or so she thinks. 600 years ago, she had another name that was more well known to the world. Shutendaji. The vicious Shutendaji established a kingdom of demons with Mtoe as his base. Later, although she was defeated by the despicable gods with the conspiracy of god-ghost poison wine, she still survived and hid in hell. She led the entire ghost clan in the name of leader. Even Ibaraki Hanasha was just her military advisor. But please don't misunderstand. The reason she came to Nangxing was not to avenge her friend. On the contrary, let's just watch Ibaraki Hanako have fun. How to say? A big monster like her who has lived for who knows how many years has long been indifferent to hatred and killing. Not to mention, that was a feud between Nangxing and Ibaraki Hwashin, and she had no right to interfere. But she is really curious. Just like what Buddha said to the Jade Emperor, you have been beaten by a monkey. She was also really curious about what kind of person had defeated her good friend, who always claimed to be the smartest person in the world. And if I can find a chance to get my hands on him, then I can laugh at Hwashan for the rest of my life. Okay. This is the real purpose of Ibukisuka coming to find Nangxing. The enemy that Ibaraki Hanasha couldn't defeat even if he gave up one arm was easily defeated by her. In this way, everyone will know who is the real king of the ghost clan. Only 1 month. Thinking of something interesting, Ibukisuka raised her head and looked at Nangxing's face. Her eyes were so clear that one could not help but believe every word she said. If Big Brother still can't send me home after a month, something very, very terrible is going to happen. Chapter 27 This Wave of Welfare Bureau. Nangxing was haunted by a monster. What's even more terrifying is that Nangxing knows that this little girl who sticks to him like taffy is a monster. But he couldn't find any trace of a monster from her. In fact, quite the opposite. She is so cute that one can't help but want to get close to her. For example, when facing a rough river. I can't swim. Can you carry me there? She asked pitifully, blinking her big eyes. God knows how much Nangxing struggled at that time before he finally overcame his inner desire to protect. And it turned out that his approach was correct. If he really carried this little girl on his back, he would find that the originally light and soft little girl would become heavier than Mount Fuji in an instant. This is also a trick that Ibuki Suka often uses. During the Heian period, she and Ibaraki Kayamon often disguised themselves as lost girls and asked kind passers-by to take them home. And, it is worth mentioning, Ibaraki Hanafu's arm was cut off by a general named Watanabe Tsuna during a role-playing game. Tisk, what? Looking at Nangxing, who had a cold face and was crossing the river alone. Ibuki Suka's face showed a very angry expression. But she didn't have an attack after all. She is a ghost who loves games. As long as she is in the game, she will abide by the rules. And for her now, this encounter with Nangxing is undoubtedly a game similar to hide and seek. She wanted to see whether this human who could defeat Ibaraki Hanafumi could discover her true identity within this month. And now. Hey, wait for me. Nangxing's figure was getting farther and farther away. Ibuki Suka, who was a little anxious, directly found a piece of dead wood that was about the same size as her body. Then with a splash, he jumped into the water. It's a pity that before she could even flutter her wings twice, the wood in her hand was washed away by the rushing river. What? Ibuki Suka, whose body lost support, was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression suddenly became panicked. This is the real panic. Help, help. Don't go, don't go. I remember now. I remember my name. Help me. Tell a joke. Even though Ibuki Suka is the Demon King and the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings. But, she really can't swim. Ding, you have triggered the mission, rescue the child who fell into the water, be level. Task reward, experience points 1000, random water attribute ninjutsu scroll 1. The little girl who fell into the river kept struggling. Nangxing, who was standing on the shore, had a complicated expression. How to say? He actually didn't have to save her. He shouldn't have saved her. He should take this opportunity to escape at the speed of light. This may be his best chance to get rid of this mysterious monster. But after hesitating for a long time, Nangxing finally decided not to leave. Because he discovered that this mysterious lowly monster was so fragrant. Kikyo is outrageous enough. Just a casual remark, it's a C-rank mission. But this little guy is even more outrageous than Kikyo. It starts with a B-level mission. At the same time, more importantly, compared to the monster hunting tasks that Kikyo gave him, the mission given to him by the little girl didn't even require him to fight. Earth escape earth flow wall. With a simple wave of his hand, a huge stone wall rose from the ground, breaking through the limitation of the river surface and taking the fallen monster lowly with him into the sky. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, saving the child who fell into the water. 24. You have obtained the mission reward, experience *1000, water style, water array wall. The system prompt sound is crisp and pleasant. A B-level ninjutsu was obtained so easily. Although for Nangxing, the effect of this ninjutsu may not be as great as imagined. But something is better than nothing. At the same time, what's even more outrageous is that this is not the end. Big brother. The little lowly stood on the rock wall, looking at the ground which was about 6 or 7 meters away. Her body suddenly began to tremble. I'm afraid. Ding, you have triggered the mission, rescue the trapped girl, level B. Task reward, experience 1000, random earth attribute ninjutsu scroll 1. The task of rescuing the trapped little girl is simple. However, after Nangxing carried Ibuki Suka to the ground, he no longer moved. Brother, what's wrong with you? Ibuki Suka asked curiously. I was secretly delighted in my heart. She thought that Nangxing must have been conquered by her charm. Humph, compared to me, Hua Shan is still too immature. She thought with some pride. However, her idea was not wrong. At this moment, Nangxing was indeed conquered by her charm. However, the charm here might be a little different from the charm she imagined. Who the hell is this little Lolita? Looking at the 1000 experience points just gained. Then he looked at the newly released and still hot Earth Style, Earth Flow River Ninjutsu scroll in his hand. Nangxing has begun to suspect whether this little girl is the illegitimate daughter of the goddess Antakama Jiehara. The chance of triggering this task, as well as the quality of the task rewards, are simply outrageous, outrageous to the extreme. I don't have to do anything every day. I just need to be around her to trigger the tasks. Thinking of this, Nangxing suddenly had an idea. He finally understood that before this, the little girl would give him a time limit of 1 month. It turned out that it wasn't meant to scare him. It is to restrict him and not give him the opportunity to complete tasks all the time. What will happen if he keeps brushing? In other words, I need to seize this month and trigger as many tasks as possible. Looking at the little Loli in front of me, Nangxing felt that she seemed to understand her and the true meaning of the mission: escort the little girl home. This wave is a limited time welfare bureau. P.S. Thanks to CWK and Rigo Max for their support. Thanks to Ilias, Yang No, Rigo Max, and Your Male God 1 for their monthly ticket support. 5th update. Chapter 28, Ghost King, You Will Go to Hell. Night. In the deserted mountain forest, Nangxing created a temporary shelter using Earth Escape Ninjutsu as he did before. Okay, that's great. Looking at the small house that rose from the ground in just a few seconds, Ibukisuka's face was full of shock. She was really shocked. As the king of ghosts, she has seen many strange and bizarre powers. For example, she herself has the ability to manipulate the degree of density and sparseness. For example, Ibaraki Hanashu, whom Nangxing met before, has the ability to communicate with animals. For example, her other good friend, Hojiguma Yugi. Her ability is relatively simple and crude, which is powerful Vajra force. These abilities are varied and complex. In comparison, Nangxing's ability to manipulate rocks is actually quite ordinary. But, it is such an ordinary ability. But in Nangxing's hands, he made great use of it. So warm. She lay on the hot stone kong with a happy expression on her face. She likes this feeling. Warm and dry. It also carries the heat of a flame. It is completely different from the eternally cold and damp hell. I suddenly like you a little bit. She looked at Nangxing and said seriously. But please don't misunderstand. The like she mentioned is not the same as the like mentioned by humans. If Ibukisuka, the king of demons, said the word like to a human in person, that only proves that she has some extraordinary ideas. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could bring him back to hell and build a warm palace for me? Nangxing ignored what Ibukisuka said. Because he knew that no good words could come out of a monster's mouth. However, he really couldn't bear to give up this fat sheep Ibukisuka. 3 B-rank missions, 3 ninjutsu scrolls. I'm getting rich. In the house outside, Nangxing was watching the campfire and counting today's harvest. He used 3000 experience points to upgrade his Sharingan, accompanied by a stinging pain in his eyes. His right eye directly expanded from 1 megatama to 2 megatama. Does it take 100,000 experience points to upgrade a double megatama to a triple megatama? Well, it's not that outrageous. 2 Sharingan means 200,000 experience points. If it were in the past, this would definitely be an astronomical figure. But now, with the help of Ibukisuka, the task maker, he was confident that within a month, he could gain enough experience points to upgrade both Sharingan to 3 megatama. And at the same time, in addition to these experiences, what is more important are the ninjutsu scrolls obtained after completing the mission. Among them, the earth escape technique of earth flowing river was more suitable for Nangxing's attributes, so he accepted it. But the remaining 2 scrolls, one is water style, water array wall, and the other is lightning style, pseudo-darkness, both of which are relatively useless ninjutsu. Of course, if it were in the past, Nangxing would have gritted his teeth and learned even the most useless ninjutsu. After all, he had no choice. But now, so many abundant scrolls gave him some extra choices. The scroll water style, water array wall has a recycling price of 3,000 taels. Would you like to recycle it? The scroll lightning release, pseudo-darkness has a recycling price of 3,000 taels. Would you like to buy it back? Okay. In the system store, the selling price of a B-level ninjutsu scroll is 5,000 taels. A 40% discount on the recycling price is still relatively reasonable. And now, when Nangxing sold the 2 scrolls and received a high reward of 6,000 taels, he finally had the confidence to turn his attention to those A-level ninjutsu scrolls. A-level ninjutsu, Raise Nan, selling price, 10,000 taels. A-level ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, selling price, 10,000 taels. A-rank ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, perfect version, selling price, 10,000 taels. A-level ninjutsu, telescope technique, selling price, 10,000 taels. These 4 ninjutsu are the ninjutsu that Nangxing has long liked. If he could learn them, his strength would make a qualitative leap. However, he looked at the only 7,000 taels left in his wallet. Look at that little monster lowly lying on the warm kong, kicking her little feet around. Nangxing hesitated for a long time, but finally stood up and sighed helplessly. If you're not really short of money, who else is willing to be a bootlicker? Suka-chan. It only takes a moment. Nangxing's figure appeared in front of the bedroom door. Are you still asleep? He asked with concern. Try to put as kind an expression on your face as possible. But it was this expression that made Ibuki Suka quite alert. She is not stupid. What is Bai Tian Nangxing's attitude towards her? He didn't even want to carry her across the river. 25. Although his attitude improved later on, he was still distant and did not drive her away. But, now, why is it that at night, he seems like a different person? Not only did he come over on his own initiative, but he also had an expression that was clearly malicious, as if he wanted to gain something from her? Hateful. Could it be that he is also a beast in human form? Ibuki Suka, who has rich social experience and has been accustomed to the faces of dignitaries since childhood, instantly associated her with some bad things. No way. She wouldn't really meet that kind of sanctimonious hypocrite, would she? Damn it, what should I do? Ibuki Suka was a little distressed. With her strength, she is capable of resisting no matter who she meets. However, if she resisted, it would mean exposing her identity. Naturally, this game ended with her failure. However, if she did not resist and let Nangxing do whatever he wanted, losing her moral integrity would be a secondary concern. The important thing is, she will be laughed at by Ibaraki Hanasha for trying to trick someone and getting fucked instead. Hateful. She would never allow such a thing to happen. However, due to the rules of the game, she could not resist. So, she could only open her eyes wide and puff out her cheeks. With an expression that she thought was fierce but was actually extremely cute, she asked Nangxing fiercely. You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you. If you behave like this, you will go to hell in the future. The Yama-Laos will not let you go. P.S. The 6th update. Chapter 29, Minamoto no Reikau, please pay the copyright fee. Although she was a ghost, Ibuki Suka had never had any experience in this field. She looked at Nangxing, who was getting closer and closer, and she seemed extremely nervous. But, it happened very quickly. She realized that she was overthinking. Essentially, no one would be really interested in a 3-head tall little guy. Especially when he knew that this little guy had something extremely strange in him, Nangxing would try to stay away from him as much as possible. A piece of knowledge that is not too cold. Interacting with ghosts will shorten your life. In comparison, isn't platycodon fragrant? However, there is no way. The current situation is beyond human control. In Nangxing's eyes, Ibuki-suka is now like a gold mine with mining rights for only 1 month. If he doesn't do something within this month, he will definitely regret it in the future. And so, looking at Ibuki-suka's wary look, even though Nangxing knew that he might be misunderstood, for the sake of a bright future, he still chose to bravely go for it. No, nothing. I just wanted to ask you, is there anything I can help you with? For example, if you're hungry and want to eat something. A false alarm. Ibuki-suka breathed a sigh of relief. Then in a flash, he became proud again. As expected of me. She thought with great pride. In her opinion, she had accomplished in less than a day what Ibaraki Hanafu could not do even if she gave up one arm. Let Nangxing take the initiative to surrender. See what else she has to say later. Ibuki-suka knew that she had won, a big win. That smart-ass Ibaraki Hanashu always has such a condescending attitude. But she didn't know that she would never be able to win the true love of others as she was now. Humans are creatures that are very easy to deceive. However, you can't just rely on appearance, you also need to use means. Ibuki-suka has already thought about what words she will use to preach to Ibaraki Hanashu when she returns to hell. But at the same time, she knew that now was not the time to be proud. A month is still early. Keep it up. She raised her head and looked into Nangxing's eyes. A harmless smile appeared on his face. Big brother. Can you ask for anything? This is actually the item that Ibuki-suka has been missing since this morning. Liquor. As we all know, the so-called ghost is a creature that cannot live without alcohol. As the king of demons, Ibuki-suka cannot live without the nourishment of alcohol for a moment. If she had no wine to drink, she would rather die. But now, she hasn't drunk any alcohol for a whole day. But this doesn't mean that she has changed. It was because she knew that if she was exposed to even a drop of alcohol, her identity would be exposed instantly. Apart from ghosts, what other child would be addicted to alcohol? And so, just bear with it for now. Ibuki-suka forced herself to suppress the evil spirit surging in her body. The spirit is particularly excited. It's night now. This is the time when ghosts are supposed to appear. But now, due to the lack of alcohol in her body, she had no desire to sleep. Making trouble. Want to cause trouble. I really want to cause trouble. The monster's instinct is awakening. I'm already a little out of control. Oops. 1 minute later. Ibuki-suka sat on the bed with her eyes closed. Wisps of black evil spirit continuously emanated from her body, showing signs of a runaway trend. Nansing, who was standing in front of her, was holding a stack of talisman papers and looking at the little girl who was about to turn into a monster with very complicated eyes. Do you really want to do this? Even though Ibuki-suka had already agreed. The system interface also gives the task prompt task, seal the monster, level A. But he was still a little hesitant. Because he had never encountered such a situation before. A monster actually took the initiative to ask for a seal here. But when she heard his doubts, Ibuki-suka's face showed a pitiful look as if she was about to cry. I beg you. Help. I don't want to become a monster. She pleaded with all her heart. And in just a few seconds, he made up a plausible story for himself. She was originally a noble lady from a wealthy family. However, because he was born with demonic qualities, he was regarded as an ominous child and was abandoned by his parents. When she was young, she was raised by an old monk in a temple. However, due to an accident, his demonic bloodline awakened and he massacred everyone in the temple. Please. Help. She kept begging. But I was quite proud in my heart. How can I be so smart? In this way, not only can the monster matters be perfectly explained, You can also create a more pitiful personality for yourself. A monster girl who was born in darkness but yearns for light. Who wouldn't be confused when faced with such a character? By the way, it is worth mentioning. Although this character sounds perfect. 26. But it is not the original work of Ibuki Suka. She copied it from someone else. And, what's even more interesting is, that person is no one else. It was the first military commander of the Heian period who, 600 years ago, accepted the guidance of the gods and personally cut off her head on Mount Oi. Minamoto no Reimitsu, Ugly Gozen. Big cow. I'll borrow your identity for use. The girl's determination is shocking. At least, at this moment, Nangxing was really moved. I see. Bear with it, it might hurt a little. He stretched out his hand, used his spiritual power to draw a demon sealing talisman, and stuck it on Ibuki Suka's body. However, this is not enough. A constant stream of demonic energy was released from the monster girl's body. A demon sealing talisman alone cannot seal it for even a second. Tisk. Nangxing's eyes narrowed. The fingers twirled rapidly. The spiritual energy in the body is consumed rapidly. He quickly stuck the talisman in his hand on Ibuki Suka's body as if it were free. Clap 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 clap. At last. After 10 minutes. When the talisman paper in Nangxing's hand was almost used up, with only a few sheets left. The evil aura on Ibuki Suka was finally suppressed by the talismans covering her body. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, Seal the Monster, A level. You get the mission reward, Experience *3000, Sealing Technique, Diamond Blockade. Chapter 30 Sealing Technique, Diamond Seal. Ibuki Suka was lying on the bed, motionless. With talismans all over her body, she finally got a moment of peace. Nangxing quietly left the doorless room and returned to the campfire. King Kong Blockade. Nangxing looked at the newly acquired scroll with a complicated look in his eyes. How to say? With this scroll, his goal for tonight has been achieved. The lowly monster who was as valuable as a mountain of gold did not disappoint his expectations. With just a flick of the brush, he got an A-level scroll. But because of this, Nangxing was reluctant to sell this ninjutsu scroll to the store to make money. Name, King Kong Blockade. Type, Sealing Technique. Difficulty, Grade A. Effect, use your own chakra to condense into a chain to seal the target. During the sealing process, you can absorb the energy in the target's body. Note, when you encounter unknown types of energy, please be cautious when absorbing it. Store price, 10,000 taels. This is the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. In the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan relied on this trick to defeat the nine-tailed demon fox, known as the strongest tailed beast, and made it have no temper at all. For Nangxing, who lacked effective means of attack, the emergence of this sealing technique undoubtedly solved his urgent problem. As long as the enemy can be restrained, he will have the final say on what to do next. And, in addition to the ability to bind, another feature of this King Kong blockade also aroused Nangxing's curiosity. Drawing energy. Yes, these chakra chains do have this function. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto relied on the chakra chains left to him by his mother to absorb the chakra belonging to the nine-tailed demon fox from its body. Therefore, based on the Sage mode, he went a step further and cultivated the Sage Fox mode. There are no tailed beasts in this world. But there are many monsters. If I absorb the energy of those monsters and merge it with the chakra, what will happen? Thinking of this, Nangxing subconsciously turned around and glanced at the small room behind him. He knew that this was a dangerous idea. Kikyo once warned him not to easily come into contact with the power of monsters. The speed of the decline is unimaginable. Moreover, he had long known the consequences of humans degenerating into demons. Ghost Spider is the best example. However, in this world, there are many things that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. For example, the Ibaraki flower fan last time. The powerful feeling of oppression made Nangxing feel for the first time what true despair was, and even breathing became difficult. But now he no longer wants to experience the feeling of powerlessness he had before. You don't have to use the so-called trump card. But you can't do without it. Thinking of this, Nangxing's eyes finally became firm. Study. The next day. Today, Nangxing was not in a hurry. Instead, we came to a fishing village. In front of him was the sea. According to Kikyo's guidance, the so-called Sanuki province should be on the other side of the sea. Therefore, he needed to find a boat and a guide who was familiar with the sea conditions to take him to his final destination. Although you can tread water using chakra, running on the sea is not the same as running on a river. Nangxing had tried it before, and found that the former consumed at least 3 times as much chakra as the latter. Not to mention, he now has a little burden with him. Okay. It's the sea. Looking at the endless sea, Ibukisuka seemed quite excited. Before this, she had hardly ever seen the real sea. She is a land monster who lives near Mount Oi all year round. Later, she followed the ghost clan and went to live in hell. Therefore, although she often heard about the sea, she had never actually seen the magnificent ocean. If you have the time, why not stay home and have a drink? And now, because of the game, she has temporarily stopped drinking. But she also saw a spectacular scenery that she had never seen before. I'll come, et. The surging waves hit the rocks, creating white waves. Feeling relaxed and happy, Ibukisuka stood on the reef and couldn't help but open her arms. She was about to jump in and have an intimate contact with the sea. But she didn't expect that a powerful big hand would strangle her destiny. Have you forgotten? Nangxing, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed Ibukisuka by the collar and pulled her up in the air. Then, he said with a look of regret. You're a landlubber. Okay. Ibukisuka almost forgot that she had such a setting. This made her feel a little regretful. You know, she has never taken a bath in such a big pool. But, soon. Wandering into a small fishing village, she found new fun. This. She found a ship that had just returned from the sea and wanted to book all the seafood on the ship. Of course, Nangxing was responsible for paying the money. Ding! You have triggered the task, buy food, level B. Task reward, experience 1000, silver 2000. The little rich woman triggered the task again. But this time, Nangxing looked embarrassed. But, I don't have any money. He said somewhat embarrassedly. Although it is a bit embarrassing to say that a grown man doesn't have a penny on him. But he really has no money. When he was in Maple Village, he used Kikyo for food and clothing. 27. When walking outside, you have to rely on superb wilderness survival skills. There is no place to make money, and no need to spend money. But I want to eat. Ibukisuka was drooling as she watched a lively shrimp. No way. In this situation, even if Nangxing didn't have a penny in his pocket, he had no choice but to go forward. Boss. He called out to the fisherman on the boat and took out a few talismans from his clothes. I'm an exorcist passing through here. He took the initiative to reveal his identity. He instantly won the respect of the fisherman. In this age where demons are rampant, the existence of demon hunters is like the police in modern society. The safety of the villagers depends entirely on them. Excuse me, are there any monsters near your village? Chapter 31, The Monster Who Steals Clothes. Nangxing, who pretended to be an exorcist, was warmly received by the villagers. There were a lot of fish caught today, so they generously gave up the cabin and told the honorable exorcist that he could use it as he pleased. Nangxing didn't take much. He was not used to eating sea fish, but just because he thought it was novel, he took a conch. He thought Kikyo would like this pretty little thing. But Ibukisuka was not as polite as him. Ah! She didn't even process it, she just picked up a lively shrimp and stuffed it into her mouth. This is undoubtedly a scene like a monster eating people. But in the eyes of other fishermen, it is so common. Seafood is best eaten raw. This young lady may also be the daughter of the sea. The question of whose daughter Ibuki Suka is will be discussed later. The key now is whether there are any monsters near the village. No. Nangxing was surprised by the villagers' answers. There haven't been any monsters seen in the village for 50 years. They replied in a proud tone. But it surprised Nangxing. Wow, this village is such a great place. In this age where demons are rampant, how come there hasn't been a visit from demons for 50 years? Besides, there isn't a real demon slayer in this village? Could this village be controlled by all the monsters? Nangxing couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although this may seem wrong, after thinking about it, this is the only reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. Only our own people will not hurt our own people. However, that was at this time. There are no monsters though. But if you want to talk about strange things, there is one. The villagers said again. They told Nangxing that in the village, there would always be clothes hung out to dry that would mysteriously disappear. This will also be very distressing to us. The villagers complained somewhat indignantly. In this day and age, clothes are still relatively valuable items. At least, it is much more valuable than a ship full of seafood. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission, investigate the missing clothes incident. C rank. Task reward, experience 300, silver 300. A not very valuable task. For Nansing, who already has a rich woman, a mere sea-level mission is naturally not something he takes seriously. Instead of spending time on this C-rank mission, you might as well lick this monster loli a few more times to see if anything good can pop out. But, then again, although Nangxing looked down on the reward for this mission, he was quite interested in the mission itself. A clothes thief? No, it should be a monster, right? Although only speculation. But he was sure that it must have been done by a monster. After all, a thief wouldn't steal just one thing at a time, nor would he target just one village. But what kind of monster would not harm people, or would have a special liking for clothes? That's really strange. Nangxing carefully recalled Kikyo's science popularization about monsters. But he found out helplessly that there is no monster with a personality trait that matches liking to steal clothes. So what should I do now? Faced with such a monster, Nangxing was also a little confused. Of course I'll take the initiative. Ibuki Suka seemed very excited, waving her pink little fist as if she was going to hit someone. Subduing demons and monsters is not just the domain of shrine maidens and onmyoges. She is good at it too. More monsters died at her hands than humans. But after careful consideration, Nangxing rejected her proposal. Do not. He took out a piece of talisman paper and drew a talisman to make it look like a demon luring talisman. Let's wait and see. Demon luring talisman. This is a rather special spell. The principle is to use spiritual power to simulate the aura that monsters prefer, so as to achieve the purpose of attracting monsters. Generally speaking, it is blood. When you encounter some special monsters, they will simulate the breath of babies and girls. But Nangxing really couldn't figure out how to simulate the smell of clothes. So, he thought of a solution. Tell the villagers to temporarily gather all the clothes in one place to dry them. It is always easier to guard one place than the whole village. Of course, this is just the most basic means. Nangxing didn't believe that the monster would be stupid enough to fall into such an obvious trap. So, he hung up a few pieces of clothes in several corners where it would be easier for someone to sneak in. Then, he placed a few shikigami in hidden corners for surveillance. All right. After being busy all night, he clapped his hands, looking as if he had accomplished something. Now, it's time to wait for the monster to take the bait. The next task is to wait. The waiting time is long. Waiting for a monster whose arrival time is unknown is a very stupid thing to do. But, fortunately, Nangxing is a ninja. He has enough patience to ambush an unknown target just to pursue a result. A baba. Good to eat. It is now the third night. Internal group relations and thoughts. 3. Ibuki Suka was drooling, her body tied up with chakra chains, and she was sleeping soundly. This is naturally the new sealing technique that Nangxing has learned, the Vajra seal. These chakra chains also have a significant suppressive effect on demonic power. Much more useful than a sealing talisman. However, when sealing, Nangxing did not absorb the demonic power in Ibuki Suka's body. He planned to complete this experiment by Kikyo's side. When facing unknown dangers, you always need to have a reliable person by your side. I just don't know what Kikyo is doing now. Nangxing raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. Today's moon is very bright and full, just like a small sun, illuminating the world with exceptional clarity. And at this time, tap! The Shikigami in the northeast direction suddenly felt a slight vibration. That's the sound of footsteps. 28. Although the owner of the voice has tried to slow down his pace, but Nangxing, who had a keen sense of perception, instantly caught the abnormality. Coming! Nangxing remotely controlled the Shikigami through spiritual power and turned his body slightly. He wanted to see what this monster who liked to steal clothes looked like. However, this glance doesn't matter. After watching it, I almost had a nosebleed. Although it is true that monsters do not have to abide by human ethics and morals. But isn't this a bit too open? Chapter 32, Kikyo is more beautiful than her. This is a naked female monster. Long white hair and bright red pupils. It is in line with Nangxing's aesthetic. Her skin was white, without a single blemish, and in the moonlight it gave off a jade-like, crystal-clear sheen. Hiss, this leg. This face. This temperament. This, is it a boy? Beautiful monster, turn around. But it almost scared Nangxing. Looking at the figure that was equally flat front and back and it was impossible to tell the front and back apart, he thought he had awakened some extraordinary attribute. But, not bad. No little bell. Nangxing, hiding in the dark, used the Shikigami to observe carefully for a long time. Finally determined the gender of this monster. It's a woman. I suddenly feel a little sorry for her, what should I do? Nangxing thought silently in his heart. Unexpectedly, his vision suddenly turned red and then black in an instant. Then, a very hot feeling spread throughout his body. This is a ray of divine consciousness that he placed in the Shikigami. Along with this burning sensation, there was also a girl's curse. Get out of here. This is a very masculine tone. And his attitude is very fierce. And a moment later, when Nangxing followed the scent left by the girl all the way out of the village, he finally met her on the beach. But I finally understood why this girl's attitude was so fierce. She's not a monster. She is certainly not a monster. Her jade-like skin was as flawless as that of a newborn baby, without any trace of evil spirit at all. However, Nangxing stared at the girl carefully, again and again. Then he shook his head silently. Wrong. You're not human either. He said it with certainty. Although he is a ninja, he has been with Kikyo for such a long time. Apart from anything else, he still has the ability to distinguish blood and chi. However, he did not feel any chi and blood from this girl. Her body was so pure that it didn't look like a living being. Instead, it is more like an object, an exquisite work of art. At the same time, what is even more outrageous is that. What a strong spiritual power! Nangxing looked at the girl with his mouth slightly open. He had never seen anyone like her who could release her spiritual power to the point where it was almost condensed into substance. Never heard of it. Even Kikyo, who was born with extraordinary spiritual powers, could not do such a thing. But how did she do it? Who is she? Not a human, not a monster. Could it be that the gods from heaven have come down to earth? But how is this possible? The high and mighty gods would rarely come down to earth just to do something like stealing people's clothes. It doesn't make sense, doesn't it? Nangxing was thinking in a conflicted manner. But he didn't realize that, at some point, the anger in the girl's eyes, like her outward spiritual energy, had reached a point where it seemed to be tangible. Hey! You rude guy, what are you thinking about? The girl asked angrily. You know, ever since she took the Penglay medicine and turned into this damn appearance, she has always been very careful, hiding during the day and coming out at night, trying to go out in places where there are no people. But I didn't expect that I would overturn in this seemingly inconspicuous place. Damn you, lecher! She looked at Nangxing, who was lost in thought, thinking that he was still recalling the previous scene. But I became even more angry. I'm going to dig his eyes out. I will cut him into pieces. I'm going to burn him, burn him, burn him. She thought viciously. In my mind, I imagined 100 ways of Nangxing dying. But in the end, she did not take action to turn the ideas in her mind into reality. Even after knowing Nangxing's identity as an exorcist, she didn't even move her hands to Nangxing. She is kind after all. So kind that he would rather suffer injustice than hurt others. And so, roll. Don't let me see you again. She just roared at Nangxing angrily. Then, he turned around and left, disappearing into the night. Only Nangxing, who looked confused, and Ibuki Suka, who had just woken up, were left staring at each other. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Investigate the missing clothes incident, sea level. You get rewards, experience 300, silver 300. Ding! You have triggered the follow-up task, Mysterious Girl, level B. Task requirements, collect information about the girl. Task reward, experience 1000, random fire attribute ninjutsu scroll 1. Got it. It's still a serial task. It seems that this girl is hiding a big secret. Also, there is a fire attribute ninjutsu scroll. This temptation is already quite big for Nangxing. But after hesitating for a long time, he finally didn't chase after him. He really didn't have the face to chase after her. The girl left. Nangxing didn't chase after him. He just found a rock and sat on it. The moon in the sky is very bright. The sea water beats against the rocks, the sound of the waves is loud, yet there is endless loneliness. Nangxing looked at the moon in the sky and listened to the surging waves around her ears. He suddenly missed Kikyo. He knew the beauty of the girl. Even though she has a flat figure and an overly fragrant mouth, she is still a beauty in the absolute sense. Her skin is as white as ice and as delicate as jade, and her figure is exquisite and translucent. But Kikyo is more beautiful than her. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. There was no reason for this guess, but he was so sure of it. It would be nice to have some wine at a time like this. He said suddenly. These words instantly shocked Ibuki Suka. Liquor. Where's the wine? She widened her eyes. 29. But he found that, at some point, Nangxing had a wine gourd in his hand. Ding! You purchased the product, wine *1, cost, 50 silver. Yes, that's right. Alcohol is also a kind of ninja tool. After all, some special fire-style ninjutsu require wine as an inducement. Moreover, these wines are not the kind of sake with extremely low alcohol content. They are all extremely strong liquors that can be ignited by fire. Well, so addictive. The strong aroma of wine wafts towards you along with the humid sea breeze. Ibuki Suka knew that she was about to lose this game. I can't bear it anymore. Using alcohol or something like that is against the rules. Chapter 33 System. It's okay, I will take action. The drinks were strong. Perhaps, this cannot be called wine at all. It should be called alcohol. Nangxing just took a light taste and was choked by the hot taste. So, without hesitation, he threw the wine gourd in his hand to Ibuki-soka beside him. He is not blind. He could not hide the greedy look on Ibuki-soka's face. When Ibuki-soka received the wine gourd, she held the wine gourd and sucked it hard like a baby holding a bottle. Knew it. It's a ghost. He looked at Ibuki-soka's head. Because the evil spirit in her body was out of control, she could no longer disguise her appearance at this moment. A pair of large horns appeared on top of her head. Those were 2 horns like a cow's, but they were huge, even bigger than her head. It doesn't look like there is a pair of horns on the head, but rather a head growing on the horns. But, then again, with the help of this pair of big horns, Ibuki-soka's figure is not as small as before. Well, it's probably from 3 heads to 4 heads. Nangxing thought with a smile. He looked at Ibuki-soka drinking. But he couldn't help but think of what his Enkikyo's child would look like when drinking milk in the future. It would be great if our children could be as cute as her. Nangxing muttered to himself. Nangxing, who hasn't even confirmed her relationship, has already thought of what to call her child. Ibuki-soka drank to her heart's content. Because she hadn't drunk alcohol for a long time, only 2 days, actually, she drank very heavily and carefully. Not even a drop of alcohol would be missed. And 3 minutes later, when Ibuki-soka was sure that not a drop of wine could be poured out of the wine gourd, she suddenly reacted. Oops! She reached out and touched her head. 2 long protrusions added weight to her head. It also made her face look depressed in an instant. I failed here. She thought somewhat unwillingly. In order to ensure that the game could proceed smoothly, she had clearly been trying very hard to act. For this reason, she even quit drinking, which she regarded as her life. However, no matter how much she planned, she never expected that she would fail here. Where on earth did he get the drinks from? Ibuki-soka thought somewhat unwillingly. She confirmed that there was absolutely no drop of alcohol in the world that could pass her nose. But Nangxing hid so well. She had been working with him for 2 days, and there was no difference at all. I lost. At this point, I am very unwilling. But Ibuki-soka had to admit her failure. Moreover, he accepted the defeat with all his heart. Not to mention anything else, just for the ability to store wine, she had to admire Nangxing. As expected, he is the one who can defeat Hua Shan. But I won't give up. She gritted her teeth and thought reluctantly. In my mind, I am already planning the next game. But when he raised his head and looked into Nangxing's eyes. But unexpectedly, I discovered that those black eyes did not reveal any emotions related to victory or joy. She only saw love in those eyes. Wait, what is pity? Ibuki-soka was a little confused. As the king of ghosts, she had never been looked at in this way before. And in the next moment, what she didn't expect was still drinking. Not only did Nangxing not reveal her identity. Instead, he asked her if she wanted to drink. Is there any need to ask this question? If she had any hesitation about this issue, she could jump off the reef and drown in the sea. Drink. The little ghost loli is small in size but has a big heart. Holding the wine gourd, she would drink tons of it, and it usually only took her less than a minute. She drank very quickly. But Nangxing took the wine even faster. Every time she emptied a wine gourd, a new one filled with wine would be stuffed into her palm. Okay, great. Ibuki-soka loves this feeling. She even had reason to suspect that this was her paradise. What a strong wine! High concentration of alcohol is water of life and death for Nangxing. But for Ibuki-soka, who can't live without alcohol, it is simply the most wonderful water of life. The last time she drank such fine wine was when she was the Ghost King in Daejeong Mountain, when the gods used the god's ghost poison wine to frame her. But it is different from the Shenbian Gui poison wine. That kind of wine is brewed with the purest faith, so it will cause harm to her as a monster. But this kind of wine does not have so many tricks, it is just pure alcohol, the alcohol that makes Ibukisuka almost crazy. I don't want to go back. I'm going home. Belch. At the end of the drink, Ibukisuka, who was almost soaked in alcohol, began to burp. However, she was still conscious. In other words, her mind had never been so clear as it was now. Alcohol is the stimulant for the ghost clan. Before drinking, Ibukisuka's mind was only about alcohol, and after drinking, let's put it this way, now she has even thought of the strategic steps for counterattacking Takamagahara. Of course, Nangxing was unaware of this. He simply reached out and gently stroked Ibukisuka's head. You still have to go home. He consoled softly. In his eyes, for a child like Ibukisuka, the role of family is important and cannot be replaced by anything else. If you want to have a happy life, you must have a happy family. I'll take you home. But if your family still doesn't want you, then just follow me. I raise you. Nangxing continued. His words made Ibukisuka stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly remembered her own character, and a rather complicated expression appeared on her face. Really? My family is horrible. I'm afraid they won't let you go easily. She threatened very seriously. Want to adopt a ghost king? Have you ever considered the feelings of those evil ghosts in hell? 30. But facing such intimidation, Nangxing's face showed a very confident expression. It's okay. I'll take action. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, deliver wine, be level. You get rewards, experience *1000, thunder escape, thunder fish. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, deliver wine, be level. You get rewards, experience *1000, win style, net. Ding. PS, the 5th update. Thanks to A5314 for their monthly ticket support. Chapter 34, Ninjutsu is for enjoyment. Looking at Ibukisuka drinking loudly in front of him, Nangxing couldn't help but think of the past. At that time, he had just clung to Kikyo's lap and followed her around to slay demons and monsters every day. A C-level task can make him so happy that he loses his mind. But now, after meeting this sneaky little loli, he realized that he was too young at that time. In comparison, this is a real thigh. Just handing over a glass of wine is a B-level task. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't even dare to dream about such a thing. But of course, Nangxing also knows that behind high welfare, there must be high risks hidden. Kikyo has already stood at the top of humanity. But even so, the missions she issued were only C rank. However, just opening her mouth, this little ghost girl in front of him could become a B-level task. This outrageous situation forced Nansing to think deeply about what was going on with her. Behind her, I'm afraid, stands the supreme leader of the ghost clan. Nangxing analyzed seriously. This is the only answer he could think of. Ghost Princess, only someone with this kind of identity is worthy of the treatment of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are all part of the mission. That is to say, at the end of this mission, we will most likely be enemies with the strongest of the ghost tribe. Nangxing thought silently and felt that he should have gotten a glimpse of the entire mission. But who are her parents? Don't tell me it's the Ibaraki Doji we met before. Thinking of this, Nangxing suddenly felt a headache. If the mother of this ghost loli is Ibaraki Hanashu, that would be really fun. The long night. Nangxing's thoughts were floating around. It has been a long time since he could empty his mind and think freely like this. And, judging by the results, he didn't come up with anything. It's all wasted effort. But when Nansing came back to his senses, he unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual power in his body had become much more condensed than before. This is a good thing. According to the realm of Onmyoji, if he was just a rookie who had just got started, at most he could use some talismans to fool outsiders who didn't know anything about it. Now, he is probably a true master and has the ability to stand on his own. Of course, if it was about exorcism, he didn't seem to need the abilities of an onmyoji. Tonight is probably enough. He counted the night's catch. No more, no less, he bought 100 wine gourds in the system. In other words, he gained 100,000 experience points and 100 ninjutsu scrolls. All the experience is added to the Sharingan, so that both eyes can be upgraded to 3 Megatama with some extra. But the Mangeki Sharingan seems unable to be upgraded using experience. The so-called eyes of soul reflection are eyes that reflect the owner's innermost thoughts. The mechanical system cannot bring about spiritual evolution and can only be developed by Nangxing himself. As for the more than 100 ninjutsu scrolls, just to tell you a joke, 3 days ago, he was still worried about not having enough money. But now he is worried about how to spend his money. Have you learned all of them? After thinking about it, Nangxing rejected the idea. After all, he is not a doctor of the ninja world and he doesn't want to be an encyclopedia of ninjutsu. What's the point of learning so many ninjutsu? The third Hokage knew so many ninjutsu, but he was still helpless against Uchiha Madara, who clapped his hands and glared at him, right? You should take the specialization route. Nangxing thought of the fourth Hokage. The Flying Thunder God and Raise Nan, which he is good at, are suitable for his current attributes. But if he only wanted to purchase these 2 ninjutsu, he wouldn't be able to spend even a fraction of the balance in his wallet. That's all. Looking at the wallet balance of up to 300,000 taels, Nangxing, who had never been so generous before, waved his hand and became a spendthrift. Exchange for the fourth attribute, water. It costs 5 taels to exchange for the fourth attribute. Do you want to pay? Yes. Purchase Kekii Genkai, wood release. Purchasing blood limit, wood release will cost 15 ryo, do you want to pay? Yes. Purchase special item, immortal body. Ding, product, the price of the immortal body is 100 million taels, and your balance is insufficient. So expensive. Looking at that astronomical figure, that is almost outrageous. Then he looked at Ibuki Suka, who was lying next to him and was already drunk and asleep. Nangxing suddenly decided not to change it for the time being. Having money is not such a bad thing. For such an expensive product, you must make use of that precious $0 purchase opportunity to get it for free. There are not many opportunities to take advantage of the system, so you must maximize your use. Time continues to pass. Before I knew it, it was almost dawn. Nangxing, however, didn't feel sleepy at all. Now he is studying the abilities he just exchanged. There's nothing much to say about the Raise Nan and Flying Thunder God. The fourth Hokage has already demonstrated how to use them, so he just has to do it accordingly. The key is wood release. Because he has no yang power, his wood escape technique is not like that of Hashirama Senju, which is a tree full of vitality. But it's just an ordinary piece of wood like Yamato. But even so, you can't say that these woods are useless. For example, wood release, the 4-pillar family's technique. This was the first ninjutsu scroll that Nangxing purchased after obtaining wood release. Difficulty level A, cost 15,000 taels. Compared with other A-level ninjutsu, it is a little expensive, but it is really useful. As a wood-style ninjutsu, it might not be very effective in killing and restraining the enemy, but for a traveler like Nangxing who lives outdoors, it is extremely practical. In front of this exquisite house built of wood, the makeshift shelter he had built with stones could only be used as a toilet. Moreover, more importantly, Nangxing also discovered that this technique can not only be used to build houses, but also to build ships. It just takes a little bit of a change. Oh, this is very comfortable. Looking at the rough sea in front of him, Nangxing felt a lot more relaxed. Although he could borrow from the villagers, owning something and borrowing from others were two completely different feelings. Just find someone who is familiar with the sea conditions, and then we can go out to sea. Nangxing thought so. But suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around subconsciously and saw a very familiar face. And the more familiar naked body, flat from front to back. What? The girl habitually set the resurrection point here, but she didn't expect that Nangxing would benefit from it again. The girl who suffered a great loss for no reason finally couldn't bear the anger in her heart. Didn't I tell you to get out? Why are you still here? Do you really want to die once? P.S. The 6th update, additional update. Thanks to you Meng Wulei, Da AI Fight, and Ming, CXD, for their monthly ticket support. Chapter 35, How Can Kunao Kill People? Since coming into this world, Nangxing has never seen such an unreasonable woman. Yes, he admitted. He saw things he shouldn't have seen, so it's understandable that you're angry. 31. The problem is, this is not what he wants to see. If it were a normal situation, with a figure like this that is equally flat front and back, and you can't tell the front from the back, he wouldn't even look at it even if you showed it to him. Not to mention, even if he was wrong, didn't this girl have even the slightest bit of responsibility? Not wearing any clothes is fine, but he also likes to wander around. Can't you see the wooden boat that suddenly appeared on the beach? Can't you see the wooden house that suddenly appeared in front of you? Nangxing complained madly in his heart. He really couldn't understand why such a nice girl would have such a strange habit. At the same time, feeling Nangxing's complaining gaze, the already angry girl did not give him any time to think. I'm going to kill you. Angry girl, losing her mind. She no longer talked about kindness, nor did she want to suffer such injustice again. He raised his hands and changed his palms into fists. Like a tiger coming down the mountain, he pounced towards Nangxing fiercely. Nangxing was startled by her. Because her current appearance is really scary. In addition, the spiritual energy that escaped unconsciously from the girl has already formed into substantial spiritual energy. This even caused Nangxing to have a huge misunderstanding, because this girl was a big shot like Kikyo. Therefore, when fighting with her, Nangxing was extremely vigilant. Whoosh! A special kunao printed with the Flying Thunder God technique, purchased from the system store, price 100 taels, is thrown out. This is the standard starting move of the Flying Thunder God technique. It can attack or defend, it is perfect. At this moment, Nangxing opened the Sharingan, which he had never used since he bought it, and raised his inside ability to the highest level. If there is danger, use the Flying Thunder God technique to move behind her, and then attack her from behind. This is Nangxing's combat strategy. He was also fully prepared and could move at any time. However, what Nangxing didn't expect was puff. The special kunao that he casually threw out didn't fly behind the girl. Instead, it pierced the girl's heart directly. And it also pierced her fair skin, making her originally perfect body instantly stained red with blood. What? The pain in her heart stimulated the girl's nerves, making her, who was already angry and embarrassed, almost crazy. But Nangxing didn't quite understand. Come on, that's a kunao. Even though it is a ninja tool, no one takes it seriously. It is just a kunao used to create a scene and liven up the atmosphere before the battle. Looking at the entire ninja world, has anyone else been killed by kunao besides Yegura of the Sand Ninja? No, absolutely not. Even those students who have not graduated from the ninja school will not be hit by an oncoming kunao, right? How on earth did she do that? Nangxing thought with some confusion. But he didn't expect that the thing that really puzzled him was still to come. The pain stimulated the brain nerves, and the strong smell of blood made the girl completely lose her mind. Then, Nangxing saw a scene that made him feel horrified. This girl actually pulled out the kunao that was stuck in her heart and threw it behind her. Then, regardless of the bleeding wound, it transformed into a ferocious beast and pounced towards him again. No. You don't want to die. This was a battle that was completely beyond Nangxing's common sense. As an enemy, there was a strong sense of incongruity about this girl. She looks young and immature, but she is like a veteran soldier with the courage to face death. She looks strong, but when they really started fighting, Nangxing found out that she was actually a weakling. Except for the flames created by spiritual energy, her fighting style has no redeeming features at all. It is simply the routine of children fighting. However, I have to admit that she does look quite intimidating with her whole body on fire. Is that why her clothes were burned? Is that why she keeps stealing clothes to wear? Nangxing felt that he should have discovered the secret of why this girl liked to steal clothes. So, don't play with fire. Nangxing said sarcastically. His hands were not idle either. Faced with the girl whose chest was bleeding, he simply chose to seal her actions. Seal, diamond blockade. 2 black chakra chains emerged from behind him like long black snakes. In just a few seconds, the girl's movements were completely restrained and she was tied up tightly. Don't move. I'll heal your wound, Nangxing warned. Although this girl's personality is a little unpleasant and her foul language can easily teach children bad habits, but what can I say? Since he has seen everything he should and shouldn't have seen, he will take the initiative to take responsibility. It shouldn't be too serious. Nangxing looked at the girl's wound carefully. It was bleeding and looked seriously injured. However, seeing how lively the girl was, the wound didn't seem to have hit any vital parts. This is much easier to handle. If it is just a general injury, it can be cured by palm magic. Anyway, this ninjutsu is not expensive, the learning difficulty is only A level, and the price in the system store is 10,000 taels. Not to mention, when you go out and travel around the world, you will have to learn medical ninjutsu like this sooner or later. Just treat today as preparation for the future and plan ahead. But it's really flat. He placed his palm filled with green chakra on the girl's heart. Nangxing could even feel the prickly bones beneath her skin. 3 seconds of silence for her children. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. But she didn't notice it at all when he placed his hand on the girl's heart. The girl's expression suddenly changed. From slightly rosy, it turned pale and iron blue. Her breathing was also speeding up, her nostrils were raised, and her tightly closed lips were trembling slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But she couldn't say anything. Now, she only wants to do one thing, and can only do one thing. Take this man who keeps humiliating her and die together. Go to hell, please. Chapter 36 Burying My Own Grave. This was a scene that was completely beyond Nangxing's expectations. Even, it has exceeded the scope of his imagination. The girl, this beautiful girl who is completely naked. After a round of cursing, he actually set himself on fire. That is literally setting oneself on fire. Use your soul as fire and your body as wood. Her entire body transformed into a huge ball of fire, with a scorching aura hidden within it. Even the accomplished practitioner Nansing had to retreat 3 feet away and use the Flying Thunder God technique to move away in advance. Ibuki Suka, who was sleeping soundly beside him just now, was awakened from her dream after feeling the burning soul fire. Oh my god, those bitches from Takamagahara are attacking us. She quickly sat up and looked around with a wary look on her face. But she didn't find the enemy she was looking for at all. There was only a ball of blazing fire in front of her. She looked at the flame with some fear. It was pure soul fire, and it had great killing power against monsters. Even though she was the king of the ghost clan, she didn't want to get involved with this thing for no reason. Just like no one wants to be associated with Ole Gay for no reason. What is this? Ibuki Suka came to Nangxing, pointed at the fire in front of her, and asked with a confused look on her face. She thought this was a new move invented by Nangxing. If that's the case, then he's in a bit of danger. Ibuki Suka looked at Nangxing and silently mourned for Ibaraki Hanashu in her heart. Anyway, she has no grudge against Nangxing. Moreover, Nangxing promised her that he would support her with fine wine like the one he gave her yesterday. There is a saying among humans, whoever gives you milk is your mother. The same principle applies to the ghost clan. If Nangxing was really willing to supply her with unlimited drinks, she wouldn't mind recognizing Nangxing as her father. As for the Ghost King's face, how much is that thing worth? How many kilograms of wine can it be exchanged for? Brother, I still want to drink. She pulled Nangxing's arm and shook it continuously, with cuteness written all over her face. 32. But unfortunately, Nangxing rejected her. I can't drink today. Nangxing touched Ibuki Suka's head and comforted her softly. He was in a hurry to get on the road. It is important to complete the tasks from the young rich woman, but the truly important thing is to find medicine that can heal Kikyo's soul injuries. Nangxing was afraid that something might happen if he delayed, so he didn't dare to delay for a moment. After a while, the flame went out. The originally beautiful girl also disappeared. Only ashes were left on the ground as proof of the girl's existence. Looking at the ashes, Nangxing suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't kill the girl, but the girl died because of him. In any case, he felt bad. Oh, just die. But don't become a vengeful ghost. You must go to the underworld in a good way and be reborn into a good family. When the time comes, just report Kikyo's name, and the people below won't make things difficult for you. Nangxing said goodbye to the girl with a serious face. Before leaving, he used wood release to make a coffin for her and put her ashes in it. He also used earth tunnel to build a tomb. There was no name on the long tombstone, only 2 big characters. Chastity. She is truly chaste. After seeing this girl again, Nangxing realized that those chaste women in ancient times who died for their chastity were not empty talk. It's really a pity. At the very end, Nangxing sighed softly. A young girl in her prime died just like that. Not even a single piece of information was left. I don't know how anxious her family will be when they can't find her. Ugh. Nangxing let out a light breath, letting go of the turbidity and melancholy in his heart. He's not one to dwell on the past. Since the tragedy has already happened, he won't dwell on it too much. Gone. He turned and faced the rising sun. The bright sunshine shone on him, bringing him new hope. Just, wait a minute. Nangxing, who was just about to move forward, suddenly froze. Because he saw something extremely discordant. Who is that girl standing in the sunshine? Her face, and that naked, flat body. Why did he feel like he had seen them somewhere before? And those red eyes and long white hair. Confused, Nangxing looked up at the girl, not daring to even blink. And when the girl walked slowly towards him with her heavy shoulders, his heart was in his throat. A terrifying thought arose in Nangxing's mind. She is Ghost. The girl walked slowly towards Nangxing. But she did not stop in front of him as Nangxing expected. Instead, she came to her own grave and stared at the 2 big words on the tombstone with her beautiful red eyes. Chastity. She suddenly smiled. It was a mocking laugh with no kindness at all. It was as if I had seen some huge joke. You are worthy of being called a chaste hero. She pointed at the grave in front of her and cursed mercilessly. Her voice was very loud and her saliva was flying everywhere. If you didn't know, you might think she was cursing her mortal enemy. But Nangxing became even more confused. She's scolding herself. Hey! This is really like a knife cutting your butt, it really opens your eyes. There was more to Nangxing's mind. You, woo. The girl, who had just been pointing at the tombstone and cursing, suddenly hugged the tombstone and started crying. She cried so emotionally, as if she was crying for her loved ones. But, isn't the person buried inside you yourself? Cry at your own grave? Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more of them. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. But on the surface, nothing moved. He was like a wooden man, silently observing everything in front of him and trying to analyze the mental journey of the girl in front of him. And finally, 5 minutes later. Maybe I was tired of crying, or maybe I had run out of tears. The girl no longer cried or laughed. She stood up from the ground and placed her right hand on the tombstone. Boom! A burst of energy. The blazing flames burned the stone tablet. In a short while, the two eye-catching characters were burned into a blur. And after that, she bit one of her fingers. With deep red blood, he wrote a name on the black stone tablet that had been burned by the flames. Fujiwara, Mahong. Chapter 37 Cursed Fire, Fujiwara no Moko. Fujiwara no Momoko. This was a name Nangxing had never heard of. But he could feel the value of this name. The key point is the surname Fujiwara. You know, in ancient Japan, ordinary people were not qualified to have surnames. For example, Platikodon, for example, Maple. They only have a first name, no last name. In this era, only the truly dignitaries and royal relatives are qualified to have a surname. Among these dignitaries and royal relatives, 4 families are the most prominent: Fujiwara clan, Genji clan, Tara clan, and Tachibana clan. People call it Fujiwara no Hiratachi. The great figures from these 4 families have been in power since the Asuka period, which is more than 1,000 years ago. The Fujiwara clan was ranked first among the 4 great nobles. During their heyday, they used their relatives to interfere in government affairs and did whatever they wanted. They had 2 queens and 4 daughters and 3 concubines. The crown princess was established, and the young emperor lived in her house. The positions of regent, chancellor, prime minister, and left and right ministers were all monopolized by the Fujiwara clan. At that time, the Fujiwara clan had the final say in Japan. Later, the Fujiwara clan declined, and the Genji and Hei clans rose to power, ushering in the shogunate era. In order to follow the trend, the Fujiwara family also split into the Kono, Matsudano, and Kyujo families, which were later further divided into the Kono, Takasuka, Kyujo, Nijo, and Ichijo families, collectively known as the 5 regent families. From then on, except in official documents, the members of the branch families no longer referred to themselves as Fujiwara, but only used their family names and surnames. Therefore, in this era, it is basically impossible to find members of the Fujiwara clan. But this girl is. What is her identity? The legitimate daughter of the Fujiwara clan. No wonder she is so chaste. She would self-immolate if someone looked at her body. It's just that this mouth is a bit too poisonous. Nangxing looked at the girl who called herself Fujiwara no Moka and imagined in his mind a feudal dynasty ethical drama of a family that has been secluded for 1,000 years. The eldest daughter of the family is stranded outside and can't even afford clothes to wear. And it was at this time. Hey you! Fujiwara no Moka, who had just finished crying at his grave, suddenly came to his side. He was on high alert, thinking that this strange girl was going to attack him again. However, what Nangxing never expected was. This time, Fujiwara Mahong was also naked. But she was no longer angry because her body was seen by Nangxing. Thank you. She reached out her hand, pulled up 2 strands of hair, and used her waist-length hair to cover the parts that she was more concerned about. Then, he showed a very reluctant, but truly heartfelt, grateful smile to Nangxing. Although I really want to kill you now. But you are a good man. 33. So, I forgive you. Got a card. He was still given a nice guy card by a beautiful girl who was completely naked. Should I be happy or disappointed? Looking at Fujiwara no Moka in front of him, Nangxing suddenly felt a bitter smile in his heart. Neither crying nor laughing. However, in this situation, he still knew what he should do. If you don't mind, you can use this outfit for now. It always feels weird talking to you like this. He opened the system store and exchanged for a set of ninja attire commonly used by female ninjas. The price is 300 taels. Fujiwara no Momoko was not polite either. She doesn't care about the style of clothes, as long as she has clothes to wear. Well, feel good. After putting on new clothes, she stretched her body. She found that the dress was extremely loose and did not restrict her movements at all. The quality is also very good. The vest and trousers are made of real deerskin, which is waterproof and fireproof and extremely wear resistant. It's a good set of clothes. I just don't know, how long can I wear such nice clothes? Thinking that the dress would eventually turn into ashes under her flames, her mood involuntarily became a little depressed. This is her destiny. Keep destroying everything of value. Everything about being a human being, whether it is memory, existence, happiness, or sadness, all burned up along with the fire of the soul. Only this meaningless body is left wandering in this world. And it is for this reason that she expressed her gratitude to Nangxing. She loved that tomb. Because that was proof that she was once a human being. Buried inside is a girl named Fujiwara no Moka. The girl actually died 1,000 years ago. It was only buried today. But what happens after this? Fujiwara no Moka raised her head and looked at the rising sun in the distance, her red eyes full of confusion. She didn't know what to do. She was no longer human. The human she was had long since died and lay buried in that grave. But at the same time, she doesn't think of herself as a monster. Because the monsters look down on her. Even monsters would despise that soul that would never change again. She didn't go over. There is no future either. She is a monster that even Yukai would reject. He is a monster that even he himself despises. Perhaps, my existence is a mistake. She thought with some hatred. The blazing flames were released from her body unconsciously. The pain of burning washed over her body, but she didn't care. She knew she wouldn't be burned to death, but she didn't care. She just wanted to punish herself, punish this soul that had committed such a heinous mistake. She wants to burn herself to ashes. However, that was at this time. Snapped. A slight collision feeling suddenly came to Fujiwara Moka's mind, bringing her back to consciousness. Fujiwara no Moka raised her head in confusion. She found out that it was the lustful but not bad man who was holding a stack of thin talisman paper and sticking something on her body. It's a fire resistance charm. Nangxing drew the talismans and stuffed them into the interlayer of his clothes. He explained to Fujiwara Mahong in a friendly manner. That way, you don't have to worry about the flames burning your clothes. P.S. Mahong's ability is regeneration and resurrection. Her body is made of souls, so the time it takes to resurrect varies depending on the severity of her injuries. In addition, since it is in a soul state, you can move freely when you die and float to your favorite location to resurrect. The above information comes from Mogirlpedia. Chapter 38, Fujiwara Clan, please ask the ancestor to come out. Fujiwara no Momoko felt all this in a daze. It was obviously just a very ordinary action, but for some reason, it made her eyes filled with tears again. How long has it been? How long has it been? How long had it been since she had been so close to and treated so kindly by someone else? An inexplicable sadness lingered in her heart. At the same time, what made her feel even warmer was, even though there were so many weird things about her. But Nangxing didn't ask about these things. Aren't you curious? Looking at Nangxing's back as he was about to leave, for some reason, Fujiwara Moka suddenly had the urge to call him. Of course, she did so. She is Fujiwara no Moka who dares to love and hate, and never hides her feelings. Aren't you curious? I'm obviously so weird. She asked hesitantly. She was scared, yet excited. She hopes to meet a human being who is truly herself and is not afraid of herself. But she was also afraid that when Nangxing heard the truth, she would abandon him like everyone else. At the same time, listening to Fujiwara no Moka's voice, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Nangxing's face. At this moment, he finally understood. What kind of mood did Kikyo have at that time when she looked at this mysterious ninja herself? Let it be, and be happy with whatever happens. Of course he was very curious about the girl's origins. But they will not take the initiative to touch upon the other person's privacy or inquire about things that the other person does not want to mention. And if the other party is willing to bring it up, then he would be happy to spend some time to be a qualified listener. I am indeed quite interested in you. If you're willing to talk, I'm all ears. The next time is storytelling time. However, before the story began, Nangxing first invited Fujiwara no Mocha into the room he built using wood release. There was furniture in the room, although it was just a simple wooden table and chairs, it was better than nothing. My name is Fujiwara no Mocha. Fujiwara no Mocha was sitting on a chair with her legs tightly closed, looking a little reserved. At this moment, she finally looked like a lady from a noble family. But, in the next moment, my father's name is Fujiwara no Fuito. The girl introduced herself in an ordinary tone. But Nangxing was almost choked to death by these words. Who? He raised his head and looked at the girl who looked normal, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He didn't know many people in this country. There are only a few people with the surname Fujiwara. But coincidentally, this Fujiwara no Fuito was within the scope of his understanding. But, how is this possible? How could an ancient man who had been dead for more than 1,000 years be the father of the girl in front of him? How did she come here? Is she a reincarnated ghost? Nangxing's brain worked rapidly, but he couldn't figure out the answer to this question. At the same time, looking at Nangxing's performance, Fujiwara Mahong's face did not show the slightest expression of surprise. There was only a mocking smile on her face. Yes, my father is the ancestor of the Fujiwara clan. Fujiwara no Buhito. I am his little daughter. I am already, well, about 800 years old, right? Good guy. Nangxing exclaimed, what a great guy. 34. She was thought to be the last legitimate daughter of a declining family and was forced to wander around the world. But I didn't expect that it was the ancestor of a 1,000-year-old family who was playing around here. What did that sentence say? Toyotomi is incompetent, Tokugawa is indecisive, the demon king of the sixth heaven brings disaster to the world. Please come out, old ancestor. Fujiwara no Momoko's status in the Fujiwara clan was indeed unimaginably high. Even Fujiwara no Michinaga, the real representative figure who made the Fujiwara family stand at the top of politics, had to call her ancestor when he saw her. But this does not mean that she is respected by the Fujiwara family. In fact, the first family to exclude her was the Fujiwara family. Because I drank the drug, it turned into an immortal monster. She tried to use a calm tone to explain that painful history. But when she talked about Penglay medicine and Princess Kaguya, her emotions would still become extremely excited. In her eyes, he was the enemy who caused her and her father to fall into this state. She and the legendary Princess Kaguya are at war to the death. And at the same time, on the other side, Nangxing seemed a little dazed after listening to this. How to say? 800 years is really too long. The story of the tale of the bamboo cutter is a true myth. Listening to this story from Nangxing's perspective is probably like someone living in the Ming dynasty listening to a story that took place during the Sui and Tang dynasties. No, even longer. Because the history of this country is not long, and the time when the tale of the bamboo cutter took place was when the civilization of this country was just emerging. It should be said that it is like people living in the Ming dynasty listening to investiture of the gods. It's all myths and legends. At the same time, accompanied by Fujiwara no Moko's narration, Nangxing also gradually understood all the past of this girl. Because time has stopped and you are immortal, are you considered a monster by humans? He looked at Fujiwara no Moka and was also silent. To be honest, he didn't know how to comfort her. After all, he is just an ordinary human being and cannot understand what it feels like to have eternal life. Even, say something that Fujiwara no Momoko cannot hear. Before this, he even had some expectations for eternal life. Life is so fragile. Who wouldn't want to get more time? Everyone laughs at Orochimaru, everyone is Orochimaru. But why doesn't Orochimaru despair of immortality? Thinking of this, Nangxing felt that he seemed to have found the key to the problem. Is it because Orochimaru has just gained eternal life and the novelty hasn't worn off yet? No, it is not. Nangxing thought carefully about Orochimaru's performance in Naruto Next Generations. Even though he has achieved theoretical immortality, he still does not forget scientific research and exploration. Not only did they develop the technology to switch between male and female, they also broke through scientific barriers and developed artificial babies. Although the means are questionable, this spirit of exploration that never forgets scientific research is worthy of praise. And this may be the real reason why Orochimaru will not despair of eternal life. For him, eternal life is just a means. His fundamental purpose is to use eternal life to continue exploring on the path of science. And this is also the difference between Fujiwara no Momoko and Orochimaru. You're not actually afraid of eternal life. It's the fear of loneliness and loss, right? Chapter 39, Like the wind, passing through my life. Eternal life itself is neither good nor bad. In fact, the world itself is like this. There is nothing absolutely good, and there is nothing absolutely bad. Whether a thing is good or bad depends entirely on the perspective from which you judge it. As for Fujiwara no Moko, from the very beginning, she regarded the Penglay medicine that brought her eternal life as a bad thing. You hate Kaguya and think she insulted your father. So you also hate the medicine she left behind, and think that all your misfortunes are caused by that medicine. But in fact, if you don't face this matter with a hostile attitude, your future may have more possibilities. Nangxing persuaded very seriously. Even a little envious. Just imagine, a girl who will never die and can recover from any injury. If she can handle it well and package herself, then what is the use of the Emperor and Amaterasu? After all, those mysterious stories are just legends. But her existence is a real miracle that can be witnessed by everyone. Even within a few seconds, Nangxing had already thought of a slogan for Fujiwara Mahong. Who says there are no great emperors in the human race? The immortal holy body fights the gods. There is only one true god in the world, and that is me, Fujiwara no Moka. Those who recite my true name will see eternal life in reincarnation. Nangxing muttered to himself in his heart and nodded, feeling that these words were very powerful. But unfortunately, Fujiwara no Moko did not seem to agree with these powerful words. Me? Forget it, I can't do that. People have self-knowledge. Fujiwara no Moka knew that apart from this ability of immortality, she could not do anything else well. During the 800 years of wandering the streets, the only thing she learned was how to steal clothes from other people's homes quietly. As for the rest, she knows nothing. I don't want to learn anything. Instead it was Ibuki Suka. After hearing those inspiring slogans from Nangxing, his eyes lit up. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who claims to be undefeated? Even if I have to carry the ghost clan on my back and hold up hell in one hand, I, Ibuki Suka, will still be invincible in this world. Yes, I, Ibuki Suka, am just such a ghost. Even though I carry so many burdens, I am still the strongest being in the world. Even the gods dare not confront me head-on, and only use some despicable means to plot against me. The sneaky little loli kept memorizing these words in her mind and nodded frequently. She decided that when she returned, she would have someone carve these words on the stone pillars of the Temple of Strange Powers, so that Ibaraki Hanako and the others could see the majesty of the head of the 4 heavenly kings of the Ghost Clan. It would be best to find another opportunity to secretly carve these words on Takamagahara. The ghost loli is in a good mood, having wild ideas and daydreaming. On the other hand, Fujiwara no Moka is not as overly optimistic as Ibuki Suka. But after sharing her troubles with Nangxing, her mood still improved a lot. Many troubles in this world are actually like this. The so-called difficulties were actually not that difficult. She would be able to adapt to them over time. All she really needs is someone to talk to. By the way, what are you doing here? Look at Nangxing's outfit, and then look at the two big horns on Ibuki-soka's head. This strange combination instantly aroused Fujiwara Mocha's interest. And, if necessary, she decided to help Nangxing and do what she could for him. She is a grateful person. Even now, she still feels a little angry when she recalls what happened not long ago, and she even wants to dig out Nangxing's eyes. But since the other party is a good person, let it go. Anyway, you are just a passerby in my life. Sooner or later, you will disappear from this world like everyone else, and not even the wind will remember you. Half an hour later, with the help of the villagers, Nangxing completed the final supply and set sail in a brand new ship. There were 3 crew members on board. Nangxing and Ibuki-soka are naturally among these 3 people. As for why the other person is Fujiwara no Mocha? Because I know it. I know this place so well. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Before boarding the boat, Fujiwara no Mahong patted her almost non-existent chest and made a promise to Nangxing. He looked so confident, just like an experienced old sailor. Of course, this is indeed the case. Ignoring other things, she is indeed quite familiar with the situation within a radius of several hundred miles. After all, she always loved fighting monsters. If you can't win the fight, you have to drag the enemy down with you. 35. Then, he used his immortality to revive himself. The wait for resurrection can sometimes be very long, and she has nothing to do. So it will float around in the form of a ghost, looking for something new. So, in theory, she is indeed quite familiar with this area. But now, the real question is, I can't tell the direction. The vast ocean has no direction. All around was blue, without any obvious signs. In such a situation, even Fujiwara no Mocha could not tell the directions of east, west, south and north, and could only move forward by feeling. Anyway, you can't keep chasing the sun. What's even worse is that. Well, ugh. On the shaky wooden boat, Fujiwara no Momoko endured for a long time. But in the end, she couldn't help it and vomited everything in her stomach. She is seasick. This is also normal. Few people who take a sea cruise for the first time will not feel sick, and most of them will feel uncomfortable to some extent. Nangxing didn't feel dizzy because he attached chakra to the solace of his feet and stuck tightly to the boat. Ibuki-soka didn't feel dizzy because she was already used to this kind of dizziness. Isn't this the same feeling as when you're drunk? You're staggering, and you can't tell up from down, left from right, east from west, north from south. As for Fujiwara no Mocha, ugh! Looking at Fujiwara no Momona, she looked extremely uncomfortable, as if she was about to vomit her bile. Nansing couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she could only think of a way to relieve her symptoms. At the very least, divert attention. By the way, Ms. Fujiwara. Just call me Mahong, that's all. Okay, Mahong. I see that you have such a strong spiritual power, why do you only use a move that will kill both of you? Chapter 40, Immortal Group, Give Me a Pleasure. Fujiwara no Mocha, who took the Horai medicine, possesses endless spiritual power. In other words, she is now the materialized existence of the soul. If she were placed in a world in the middle of the moon, she would probably be immediately worshipped by a group of magicians who are crazy about the origin and worshipped as a legendary magician. But unfortunately, this doesn't seem to be the world where human history is always messed up. Fujiwara no Mocha is not a so-called magician. Although she possesses endless spiritual power, the way she develops her spiritual power is crude. The spiritual power is released and then burned, this is the only way she uses spiritual power. And when Nangxing asked why she didn't use her spiritual power in a more effective way. I can't. Fujiwara no Mocha was a little embarrassed, but spoke rationally and confidently. She really had never learned how to use spiritual power. In fact, when she was active in the human world, the profession of onmyoji did not even exist. She lived in the Asuka period, 700 AD, and the birth of Abe Haruaki, the founder of onmyoji in the traditional sense, can be traced back to the middle of the Heian period, 990 AD. There is a generation gap between her and Abe Haruaki. Not to mention Abe Haruaki's disciples. In addition, Fujiwara no Mocha was deeply shocked by the immortality at that time. She had been hiding from place to place and didn't even want to see people. Not to mention learning how to use spiritual power from others. In fact, even this method of releasing spiritual power and then making it burn was learned by Fujiwara no Mocha from monsters during her long struggle with monsters. Therefore, compared to the traditional onmyoji or Maiko, her fighting style is more like a monster. Perhaps it is for this reason that her personality has gradually changed from the lady of the Fujiwara family to the hot-tempered person she is today, who always says "I" and "get out." It's okay. I'll teach you. Nangxing said with interest. I also took on a mission to teach Fujiwara no Moeko, rank B. Of course, mission rewards and the like are secondary. Mainly, he was really interested in Fujiwara no Mocha's way of existence. I also want to see how powerful Fujiwara no Mocha, who was born with infinite spiritual power, can be after she learns those real skills. At least, it won't be worse than Kikyo, right? Think of Kikyo, who could drive back a great monster with just 3 arrows. Think again of Fujiwara no Mocha, who possessed infinite spiritual energy, drawing her bow and shooting an arrow. Nangxing felt that the scene must be very exciting. The next period of time is teaching time. Just like how Kikyo taught Nangxing, Nangxing also used the same method to teach Fujiwara no Mocha how to use spiritual power. However, Nangxing did not expect this. Fujiwara no Mocha's comprehension speed is surprisingly slow. What do you mean by focusing your mind on one point? I can't even stand still in this sea of tossing and turning. After half an hour of trying, Fujiwara no Mocha, who had not learned how to use spiritual power at all and even forgot how to burn spiritual power, was obviously a little crazy. I don't want to learn any more. She lay on the deck angrily, looking as lazy as a salted fish. Okay. Looking at Fujiwara no Mocha like this, Nangxing finally understood. She clearly possesses the ability to achieve immortality, so why has she accomplished nothing in these 800 years and only been able to steal clothes? This is not learning material at all. Like a stubborn stone, that's her. Not only does he have poor comprehension, he also doesn't like to study. It's a waste of this unprecedented spiritual power. Moreover, she had strong arguments for Nangxing's accusations. No one can kill me anyway. If I encounter an enemy that I can't kill, I'll just fight him. If dying once still doesn't kill him, then die twice. If dying twice still doesn't kill him, then kill him 3 times. As long as I am patient, I can always kill it. Fujiwara no Moeko said as a matter of course. In response, Nangxing also remained silent. Yes, even though Nangxing knew that Fujiwara no Mocha was making excuses. But it is indeed true. Infinite resurrection itself is Fujiwara no Mocha's biggest cheat, just like the system he owns. Not making good use of this plug-in, but looking for other ways to increase strength is itself an act of putting the cart before the horse. But the real problem is, if there is an enemy in this world that you want to kill but cannot kill no matter what would you do? Nangxing asked suddenly. His original intention of asking this question was to stimulate Fujiwara no Moko's desire to win and sense of crisis. It is a kind of provocation. But how could the clever Fujiwara no Mocha be fooled like this? How can that be possible? Lying on the deck, she gradually adapted to the bumpy waves. Feeling the sea breeze, she no longer felt uncomfortable, but rather a little comfortable. How could there be someone in this world that I cannot kill? Fujiwara no Mocha said confidently. As long as there is enough time, she can kill even the god on Takamagahara for you to see. But wait a minute. Fujiwara no Mocha, who thought she was omnipotent, suddenly thought of someone. A woman who made her hate him so much that she wanted to eat his flesh alive. If it was that woman, maybe there was an 80% chance that he really wouldn't be killed by her? Horai Mountain. Kagaya. It's a magical name. It was so magical that Fujiwara no Mocha, who had just been very lazy, stood up from the deck in an instant. Mr. Nangxing, please teach me how to use spiritual power again. This time, I promise to study hard. She asked Nangxing very seriously. In his words, there was even a tendency to treat Nangxing as a teacher. The prodigal son returns and the lost one finds his way back. This is probably what she is like now. However, Fujiwara no Mocha finally decided to turn over a new leaf and want to study hard. This time, Nangxing shook his head slowly. 36. Do not. He ignored Fujiwara no Moako's surprise and confusion, even her slightly disappointed look, and refused directly. The use of spiritual power is probably not suitable for you. He has seen it. After nearly 1,000 years of wandering, Fujiwara no Mocha developed fighting instincts similar to those of a monster. In this case, the human way of fighting might no longer be suitable for her to learn. Her brain instinctively resisted reason. Since I've already made a mistake, I might as well make it all the way. Her soul is already stable, so there is no risk of her falling into the state of a monster. P.S. The 6th update, additional update. Thanks to Fei Fan, Jilly, and NG for their monthly ticket support. That, although the protagonist does not know much about the East, but he still knew some people who were more out of the circle. For example, Flandra, thanks to Saint Spear. For example, Old Lady Purple EOD at number $% SA. In addition, the currency of the system store is not compatible with real money. Chapter 41, The Power of My Thoughts. The Training Method of Monsters. Nangxing's words aroused great interest in Fujiwara no Momoko. How to say? She stood up and straightened her chest, looking very confident. She herself also felt that she might really be more suitable for the monster's training method. After all, in the past 1,000 years, she has been imitating monsters. On the contrary, it is humans. If it were not for the weak trace of consciousness as a human being still existing in her heart, she would probably have been completely isolated from the word human by now. However, looking at the confident Fujiwara Mocha, Nangxing had to tell her a very unfortunate news. I do not know either. He answered honestly. As a human being, how could he possibly know how monsters practice? But that's not a problem. Because on this ship, there happens to be a real monster. Although she is very young. But her background is not small. You should know a thing or two about the cultivation methods of monsters. In the cabin, Ibuki Suka was lying on a wooden board that could barely be called a bed, sipping her wine happily. In front of her, there were a lot of lively seafood, which made the cabin, which was brand new not long ago, full of fishy smell. But she herself enjoyed it very much. Eating fresh blood and drinking unlimited liquor, this kind of life was so dreamy that it made her feel I am so happy here that I don't want to go back to my hometown. In comparison, what kind of life had she lived before? In the dark hell, drinking wine that tasted as light as water, the only two entertainment activities every day were watching ghosts fighting and bickering with Hua Shan. It's so cool. She took another sip of her liquor. Then move the gourd slightly downwards, letting the remaining wine fall on yourself. This is of course an extremely extravagant and wasteful act. But she is a ghost, a monster that does all kinds of evil. Accusing her of doing something bad, that's not much different from praising her. And this is exactly what Ibuki-soka wanted to tell Nangxing and Fujiwara Mahong, about how monsters become stronger. You become stronger by doing bad things. Besides, the more bad things you do, the stronger you become. Doing bad things will make you stronger. The answer given by Ibuki-soka was unexpected. Faced with this unexpected answer, Nangxing and Fujiwara no Mocha also showed different reactions. Hey, kid! Are you kidding me? Fujiwara no Mocha, who doesn't like to use her brain, was very angry. She reached out and rubbed Ibuki-soka's head hard, deliberately showing a very unhappy expression on her face, like a bad girl. She thought she looked vicious. Little did she know that this was exactly what Ibuki-soka wanted. Yes, that's right there. More power. She squinted her eyes and said with enjoyment. Of course, being touched on the head is detrimental to the Ghost King's dignity. But if the noble lady of the Fujiwara family takes the initiative to lower herself and come to tickle the Demon King, that's not impossible. Ibuki-soka understands AQ. And at the same time, on the other side, Nangxing fell into deep thought while repeating what Ibuki-soka said. Doing bad things makes you stronger. Did Ibuki-soka lie? No, she didn't. Because monsters themselves exist like this. Born from darkness, they are born with the responsibility of spreading fear and despair. And doing bad things is, of course, the best way to spread fear and despair. But it's not enough. Nangxing thought again. Because he knew that this was just superficial logic. There must be a deeper core hidden in it. But what is this kernel? Nangxing thought about it again and again, but couldn't come up with an answer to this question. After all, there is still a huge gap between him and the monsters. Humans can never guess what monsters are thinking. So, in the end, he could only throw the question back to Ibuki-soka. What kind of bad things? He asked curiously. The answer I got was an unexpected yet reasonable one. Of course it's the bad things I want to do. Do the bad things you want to do. Be a free and unrestrained monster. This is not just Ibuki-soka's idea. It is the common ideal of all monsters. Chaos and disorder, these are the common characteristics of monsters. Doing whatever you want and being lawless is what every monster pursues throughout his life. There's nothing to blame. As I said, they are born bad guys, and scolding them is the same as praising them. But after some careful thinking, Nangxing finally discovered the truth hidden in this doing whatever one wants. I see. He understood why monsters could become stronger by doing bad things. Because the monster itself is the product of fear. Human beings' fear of the sun gave rise to the sun monster, Yatagarasu. Human beings' fear of monks gave rise to the monk monster, Crotengu. Human beings' fear of falling into water gave rise to river monsters, water ghosts. Various monsters are born from different fears, and gain power by creating and spreading similar fears. In the final analysis, this method of becoming stronger can actually be summarized in one sentence. I think I can. Yes, I think so. This is also the biggest difference between the cultivation methods of monsters and humans. It is also spiritual energy. Myko and Onmyoji among humans convert this spiritual energy into spiritual power and then perform various methods. These methods may seem mysterious, but in essence they are the same as how humans make tools, which is a rational use of energy. But monsters are different. They also cannot explain the principles behind the emergence of these spiritual energies. They simply use these forces according to instinct to spread despair and fear. The main theme is I think and I'm thinking. If we go deeper. To be honest, humans' use of spiritual power is objective and idealistic, and needs to be done step by step. The use of demonic power by monsters is subjective and idealistic. They get whatever they want. And the way gods practice, is probably the same as that of monsters, and is also idealistic. It's just that they only have faith and hope in their hearts, not fear and despair. 37. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. So far, humans, monsters, and gods. He had a thorough understanding of the three different methods of cultivation. The true meaning of power is already in the eyes. Chapter 42, Immortal Bird, Reborn from the Ashes. Sito C. Standing on the deck of the cabin, Fujiwara no Moko looked at the turbulent ocean below with a puzzled look. Nangxing told her that if she wanted to become stronger, she should jump off the deck and into the endless sea. But is this really okay? She turned around and looked at Nangxing with some confusion. She didn't understand what putting herself between life and death had to do with becoming stronger. Of course it does. Nangxing's face showed a very serious expression. Between life and death, there is great terror. As long as you can comprehend this kind of terror, your strength will definitely improve, or even undergo a qualitative change. He said it with certainty. This is how it's played out in countless anime and novels. Put yourself between life and death, and rely on extreme pressure to break through. And Fujiwara no Moka did not hesitate. It is good. Although she didn't quite understand the principle behind it, she chose to believe in Nangxing unconditionally. So, she jumped from the deck and jumped directly into the sea. Fujiwara no Moka can swim. During the more than 800 years of wandering, she was forced to learn many survival skills. Swimming is one of them. Even though it's just a very inelegant dog paddle, it's better than not being able to do it at all. However, when she immersed herself in the sea, she suddenly realized all the swimming skills she mastered were useless in front of the sea. The sea water is very cold. The waves were rough. The undercurrents hidden in the sea water continued to attack her body, making it difficult for her to control her own movements. This is the power of nature. Beyond human power. Are you going to die? After swimming in the sea for half an hour, Fujiwara no Moka gradually felt exhausted. The sun in the sky baked her, making her consciousness become increasingly blurred. She suddenly became excited. She felt that this was probably what Nangxing meant by between life and death. It's just a pity. In this familiar space between life and death, she did not find anything worthy of her fear. She just felt ordinary. It's as normal as sleeping when you're sleepy and eating when you're hungry. I'm dying. A feeling of suffocation came over Fujiwara no Moka's heart. She knew that her death was approaching. But what about it? Anyway, she will be reborn again soon. 5 minutes later, Fujiwara no Moko's body was floating on the waves. It will become food for fish and shrimp and become a part of nature. And on the deck of the wooden boat, the new Fujiwara Mahong looked at Nangxing with a confused expression. That won't work. She spread her hands to indicate that nothing had happened. In this situation, Nangxing could only remain silent. Okay. He forgot. The truth that one can become stronger between life and death is true for a fighting race like the Scions. Fujiwara no Momoko is an immortal person from Penglai. For her, death itself was not something to be feared. In fact, if someone could give her a true death, she would be grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. That's a bit troublesome. A girl who is no longer afraid of death, but has no ambition at all, chooses to start over when encountering unpleasant things. No wonder her strength is still so poor after 800 years. It seems that I have to give her something ruthless. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. He also secretly exchanged a ninjutsu scroll in the system store, which he would never even think about. Ding! You purchased the ninjutsu scroll, Naraku knowing technique, C rank, costing 1000 taels. 5 minutes later, Fujiwara no Moka, who had just been reborn, was kicked into the sea again by Nangxing. The familiar feeling came over me from all directions again. Blazing sun. Cold sea water. A turbulent undercurrent. Gradually weakening limbs. Really? It has no effect at all. Fujiwara no Moka, who no longer wanted to exert any more energy, simply chose to lie down. Let the surging sea water knock you over into the sea. Maybe I don't need to become stronger. Isn't this good? We've been through this for the past 800 years, so another 800 years won't be a problem. It turns out that she is not a very ambitious person at all. I deserve to live a mediocre life like this. She laughed at herself. But it is also true. She is just an ordinary person and there is nothing worthy of praise about her. If it weren't for the Penglay medicine, she could have lived a life of luxury like other ladies from noble families, with no one paying attention to her. Only. Do you really think so? Suddenly, a voice reached Fujiwara no Mocha's ears. The voice was very cold, and carried a kind of arrogance that was condescending and looked down on others. Fujiwara no Mocha, who was just floating in the sea, was instantly awakened by the sound. She suddenly opened her eyes and found that the sun in the sky had turned into the moon without her knowing. And in the bright night sky, a beautiful girl wearing gorgeous clothes and with long black hair was floating in the air, mocking her with an arrogant attitude. How weak you are, the daughter of Prince Chechi. Hate me, or I will throw you into this hell. At the same time, hate yourself. You are so weak that you can only sink forever in this hell. Wooden boat, deck. Nangxing looked at everything happening in front of him with a serious look. Narakuken no Jutsu, a sea-level illusion, is the most basic of the basics in illusions. But don't underestimate it just because of its low level. As an illusion, its function is to reflect the fear in the heart of the person being cast. Everyone has fear in their heart, no matter how powerful they are. However, people with strong spirits can overcome this fear and see through this illusion. Now, here comes the question. Is Fujiwara no Mocha's spirit strong? This is a very complex issue. You could say she wasn't mentally strong. Because she fell into Nangxing's illusion very easily and has not reacted yet, she herself is actually deeply trapped in the illusion. But at the same time, you have to admit that her spirit is really strong. Because Penglay Mountain bright night. Her face was distorted and she shouted the name of her enemy through gnashing teeth. 38. A huge amount of spiritual energy gathered around her and was instantly ignited by her. Endless flames burned the entire sea. Even the originally blue sky was reflected in red by her flames. But here's the interesting thing. Even though I am in the blazing red lotus fire. However, Fujiwara no Mocha's body was not burned to ashes by the flames as before. Instead, he used the flames to condense a pair of flaming wings behind him, and flew up from the sea into the sky. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 43 Ling Wulakang, feeling offended. Fujiwara no Mocha's power is so strong that it is absurd. The blazing flames enveloped her entire body and swept across the entire world. In the sky, in the sea, in the air. Everywhere I looked, there were flames. She vented her anger wantonly towards the imaginary enemy, as if she wanted to burn the entire world to ashes. The wooden boat under Nangxing's feet had already been burning fiercely due to the impact of the flames. For this reason, he had to use wood release to create a new piece of wood. He also pulled Ibuki Suka, who didn't know what was happening, and continued to wander on the sea. It is much easier to protect a piece of wood than to protect an entire ship. And it was in this sky full of flames that Nangxing truly felt how powerful Fujiwara no Mocha's power was. It's very strong. The sight of the fire burning in the sky made Nangxing involuntarily think of the battle between Ibaraki Hwashin and Kikyo some time ago. The same aura is surging and changing the celestial phenomena. The only difference is that one uses demonic energy, and the other two use spiritual power. But faced with such a scene, Ibuki Suka acted as if she was used to it. Isn't this a matter of course? She glanced at Fujiwara no Mocha in the sky and said gloomily. Because of the fire in the wooden boat, all her wine sank into the cabin of the previous wooden boat. This is really a pity. To the extent that she actually secretly resented Fujiwara no Mocha who had caused her to suffer such an inexplicable disaster. 800 years. Ha, no matter how dumb a monster is, as long as it can live for 800 years, it can cultivate and become a great monster. This is true. Let's not talk about aliens like her who are born as big monsters. Those other big monsters did not emerge step by step through constant fighting. Being able to live for 800 years in this chaotic world, even if it is just survival for 800 years, is a very remarkable thing. It is enough to be called a big monster. There is only Fujiwara no Moka. For more than 800 years, there has been no progress at all, and he can't even control his own power. He did not even reflect on himself, but instead put all the blame on the Penglay medicine and the bamboo cutter princess. Her brain is emptier than that of a hell raven. Zombies would shake their heads when they see her. Ibuki Suka said so. By the way, this is what Ibaraki Haneu often said to mock her. Now she turned it around and used it on Fujiwara no Moka, and it turned out to be surprisingly easy to use. Is this the joy of Huashan? I don't know how much time has passed. When the red in the sky slowly faded away, the flames on the sea gradually died out. With her strength completely exhausted, Fujiwara no Moka once again stood on the wooden board under Nangxing's feet, completing a new round of Nirvana rebirth. You don't look happy. After accepting the mission reward of teaching Mihong with a smile, Nangxing gave her a new ninja suit. Fujiwara no Moka was not at all shy about this. Being looked at once makes you angry, being looked at twice makes you furious. But if she was looked at 10 times, or even dozens of times, then she would get used to it and it wouldn't matter. Just a little depressed. After changing her clothes, Fujiwara Moka looked up at the sun in the sky. In my head, I am still fantasizing about the moon that doesn't exist. Depressed. Nangxing was a little curious. He was curious about why Fujiwara no Moka felt depressed, and also curious about what she saw in the illusion. The reaction was so big that even the sea was almost burned by her. Nothing. Just an enemy. Fujiwara no Miko returned calmly. But her gloomy face, furrowed brows, and fierce gaze betrayed her true feelings. Enemies? Are you talking about Kagaya Aorai-san? That's a pity indeed. You probably can't kill her. Nangxing said with a sigh. According to Fujiwara no Momoko, she was not the first person to take the Penglay medicine. That is Kagaya Aorai-san. Even the Penglay medicine itself was made by the Moon Princess. Therefore, since Fujiwara no Momoko gained the ability of immortality by taking the Aorai medicine, Aorai-san Kagaya is naturally immortal in the same way. Just, that being said. Kill even if you can't kill him. Fujiwara no Moka said in a decisive tone. The Kagaya of Aorai-san just now was just an illusion created by Nangxing. But it pointed out a new direction for her who was confused. Seek revenge on Kagaya Aorai-san. Kill her once, twice. Thousands of times, 10,000 times. If you can't kill her, then keep killing her. Only in this way could she vent the anger in her heart a little. That's right. Honestly. At this moment, Fujiwara no Momoko looked a little scary. But considering the grudge between her and Kagaya Aorai-san, Nangxing was also very wise and did not say anything nonsense. Anyway, they are both immortal people from Penglay. If something happens to the earth, neither of them will be in trouble. But, where is that Kagaya Aorai-san? Nangxing asked curiously. This is a most critical issue. This was also the problem that made Fujiwara no Moka, who was just full of energy, instantly become like a deflated ball. Moon, moon. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Some are angry, and some are helpless. The Kojiki records that after completing her atonement on earth, the princess on the moon was guided by the celestial beings and returned to heaven. And this is probably the reason why Fujiwara no Moka was so disappointed. How is she supposed to get to the moon? This is a disabling question. With her current means, she couldn't even reach the hidden Takamagahara. Not to mention heading to the moon. But that's okay. As long as you live long enough, you will eventually reach the moon. By then, your enemies will surely be waiting for you on the moon. Nangxing comforted him like this. In another 1,000 years, when technology has advanced, manned moon landings and the like, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Anyway, with Fujiwara no Momoko's physical fitness, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become an astronaut. Helpless, Fujiwara no Moka could only nod slightly, as if accepting Nangxing's comfort. I hope so. She raised her head and looked into the distance at the sky. Suddenly, a black dot on the horizon where the water and the sky meet caught her attention. That is. She looked at it curiously for a long time. The mood became excited again. Her ability to change her mood quickly in a short period of time made Ibuki-soka convinced of one thing. Fujiwara no Moka's brain is indeed simpler than that of the Hell Crow. It's land. We have arrived at Shikoku Island. P.S. The introduction does not match the content. As you can see from the content of this chapter, we have just arrived in Shikoku. Chapter 44, The Insidious Rabbit Monster. Shikoku Island. 39. The name is actually a political concept. Its original name was Io no Namejima, but obviously, it is not as easy to remember as Shikoku Island. This is an island with a very exotic atmosphere. Because it is isolated by the sea, the customs and habits on the island are very different from those on the main island. These differences are reflected in many aspects: climate, specialties, eating habits, and so on. But for Nangxing, the most notable feature of this island is actually only one. Civet cat. So many raccoons! Fujiwara no Moka exclaimed. She had never seen so many civet cats parading around the city. In comparison, humans seem to be the rare animals worthy of protection, but we didn't see many of them along the way. However, Ibuki-soka's face showed an expression of familiarity. Because Shikoku Island itself is the land of Tanuki. This is true. In fact, every kind of monster has its own base camp. For example, ghosts, their base camp is Hell. The base camp of the raccoon monster is Shikoku Island. It is said that there are 880 raccoons on this island. 880 different raccoon cat tribes occupy the entire Shikoku Island, turning it into a real monster country. The leader of these raccoon cat monsters, Hikaru Kyobu Tanuki, is even more famous. He has been a well-known monster throughout the world since the Heian period. He's quite capable. Since the death of the former lord of the Western Kingdom, General Dog, he has led the raccoon cat clan to seek the position of lord of the Western Kingdom. Don't look at me like that. I also heard what my mother said. Ibuki-soka commented indifferently, with the air of an experienced person giving advice on the state of affairs. However, when she felt Nangxing's slightly surprised gaze, she immediately changed her words. Now, she is getting more and more into the role of the ghost princess. Or in other words, she herself is the princess of the ghost clan. It was only because he was too powerful and the ghost clan was leaderless that he was forcibly pushed to the throne of the ghost clan king by other ghosts. If you calculate carefully, it seems that we are only over 3,000 years old this year. It's a real baby. Nangxing landed on Shikoku Island, holding more than 3,000 lowly monsters in one hand and an immortal girl over 800 years old in the other, and began to explore the island. He first needed to confirm his location. Then go look for that bamboo forest that you can find if you are destined to do so. But for him who was unfamiliar with the place, this was undoubtedly a completely impossible thing to do. I'll go look for it for you. The kind-hearted Fujiwara Mahong took the initiative to help Nangxing find the way. Then, she jumped lightly. The invisible spiritual power once again condensed from behind her into the shape of wings, helping her fly. Thank God, she can now control her power and will no longer burn her clothes. And after some rough search, found it. Fujiwara no Moka in the sky suddenly said. This instantly lifted Nangxing's spirits. Is it that simple? It seems to be going a little too smoothly. What did you find? In a hurry, Nangxing didn't have time to think so much and asked quickly. Then, he knew. Perhaps, at the very beginning, he shouldn't have had too many expectations of Fujiwara no Mocha. We found a group of monsters fighting each other. That's a group of tanuki cats and a group of, rabbits. My joy was in vain. Nangxing breathed a sigh of relief. It's not bad. He comforted himself so much. Although I didn't find the target directly, if it was a fight between two groups of monsters, maybe there's a chance to help one of them and become friends with them. Then, take the opportunity to ask about the situation on the other side. Nangxing has a good idea. Helping the weaker party with the attitude of a strong person, and thus gaining the friendship of the weaker party, is also a common routine in all orthodox novels and animations. However, when he followed Fujiwara no Moko's instructions and really arrived at that battlefield, only then did he realize that the progress of this war was not what he had expected. This is a war between monsters. As for the two sides of the war, as Fujiwara no Moka said, they were the monster raccoon cat and the monster rabbit. However, the battle between the two races did not end with the stronger side winning as most people thought. Please, Lord Tanuki, please let us go. This is the initial scene. A little rabbit monster with small arms and legs, a pair of big ears on its head, and a pink round tail on its butt, pleaded with a ferocious raccoon cat monster with a pitiful expression. Behind her, there were a dozen rabbit monsters that had not yet transformed, trembling in fear as they were surrounded by nearly 100 raccoon cat monsters. Okay, how dare you bully such a cute little rabbit? Fujiwara no Moka was the first one who couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Facts have proved that this is indeed a world where appearance matters. As long as you look cute enough, it's okay even if you are a monster. But just when Fujiwara Mahong rolled up her sleeves and prepared to take action, Nangxing stretched out her arm to stop her action. Hold on, he said somewhat solemnly. With his ninja instinct, he could tell at a glance that this rabbit was no ordinary one. As for what exactly makes her so special? Okay. After opening the Sharingan, Nangxing finally saw it. Hidden in the newly turned soil, wisps of white smoke continued to rise. The smoke was very light. If you don't pay close attention, you won't be able to find it at all. Of course, even if you notice it carefully, you won't care too much. Fog is very common at the seaside. But what if this white smoke is poisonous smoke? Puff. 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 The falling of bodies represents the great failure of the Raccoon Cat clan's operation to capture the rabbit monster. It also announces the true beginning of the rabbit clan's Jedi counterattack. Humph, play with me. I saw that after the leading Raccoon Cat monster fell down. The pitiful little rabbit monster just now stopped pretending. She stretched out a finger, pinched her nose, picked out two small clumps of slightly moist grass from her nose, and threw them unceremoniously onto the body of the raccoon monster. Then, he raised his arm and shouted, a bloodthirsty light gleaming in his bright red eyes. Little ones, follow me. Strip these ignorant civet cats. Chapter 45, Why Hurt Tutu? This is a scene that subverts common sense. After all, in people's basic cognition, rabbit monsters are very weak monsters. Even if it becomes a monster, there is nothing to be afraid of. It has no ability to harm people and can only be at the bottom of the monster food chain. This is the inherent impression that most people have of the rabbit monster race. But the rabbit monster just now broke this impression. Maybe she is indeed a little weak. After all, she looks so fragile, even inferior to the 3-head-tall Ibukisuka. The way she compromised made her look like a fragile porcelain doll, so pitiful and lovable. But at the same time, you have to admit that she is powerful. Under the siege of nearly 100 raccoon cat monsters, she didn't even move her hands. We easily won the war with only the poisonous smoke that we had set up in advance and 2 clumps of grass that acted as filters. This was undoubtedly an unexpected scene. The weak defeating the strong will make the onlookers feel excited no matter where it is. At the same time, led by the transformed rabbit monster, this group of red-eyed rabbits made Nangxing and others open their eyes. Kill! Kill them all, loot them all, burn them all. They were like real robbers. He did not show any mercy at all when dealing with the raccoon cat monsters that were knocked unconscious by the poisonous smoke. Clothes, weapons, accessories, anything of value was not spared by them. 40. Finally, they even used a fire to clean up the traces of the battlefield and reduced all the things that could not be taken away to ashes. What stands out is that he is ruthless, clean, and efficient. This is too. Looking at the blazing fire and the black smoke, Fujiwara no Mocha, who had just wanted to help, was now dumbfounded. As it turned out, she was still too young. I am always deceived by the appearance of monsters and underestimate the evil in their hearts. And at the same time, on the other side, Ibuki Suka's expression was a little strange. Because she suddenly realized that she seemed to know this rabbit monster. But if this rabbit monster is really the one she is familiar with... Oh my god! How is she still alive? Still pretending to be young? You're pretending to be even more naive than me. For the moment, ignore the shocked Fujiwara no Moeko and the complaining Ibuki Suka. Also looking at this rabbit monster, Nangxing fell into deep thought. There was a discrepancy in the plan. These rabbit monsters are not as weak as they appear. In a sense, it is even too strong. With nearly 100 raccoon cat monsters outside, they would be a considerable force. But in front of them, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Be careful with these rabbits. Especially the leader rabbit. Nangxing finally figured it out. The leading rabbit monster looks cute. But if you cut her open, she'd be absolutely black inside. Poisonous smoke, what a bad idea, it's amazing that she could come up with it. But, Nangxing likes it. Because being a ninja itself is not a glorious profession. Poisoning, arson, and destroying evidence are commonplace. I always feel like she and I should get along well. This is the emotional reason why Nangxing wants to communicate with the rabbit monster. From a rational point of view. Can't you see it yet? This Shikoku Island is the land of raccoon cat monsters. But this rabbit monster was able to lead a group of weaker tribesmen and thrive on this island ruled by raccoon monsters. It's like walking in the middle of nowhere. If he wasn't smart enough and had enough knowledge about this island, how could she possibly escape from the pursuit of the raccoon cat monsters? And now, doesn't Nangxing need a guide who knows this island well enough and can lead him to find that bamboo forest? It's her. Just do it. Nangxing made up his mind and took action immediately, approaching the rabbit monster. His movements were very light, not much louder than the sound of wind blowing through leaves. But unfortunately, he forgot the identity of his target. Who is the other party? It's a rabbit monster. Although they are not a powerful monster race, the big ears on their heads are not just for show. Not good. The leading rabbit monster was the first to hear the unusual noise. Young men, retreat. She acted decisively and uttered a soft cry. Then he turned around and ran quickly in the opposite direction of the sound. She was so fast that she left Nangxing and the other rabbit monsters far behind. This may be a kind of wisdom. Because for ordinary hunters, their purpose is just to fill their stomachs. So, they will chase the prey that is closest to them and let the other rabbits go. But unfortunately, Nangxing's goal is very clear. Want to run? Looking at the rabbit monster running in the jungle, he snorted and decided not to disguise his body anymore. The scarlet Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly capturing the high-speed moving figure of the rabbit monster. At the same time, several vines suddenly came out from the darkness of the forest and entangled the unsuspecting rabbit monster. Wood release, thorn kill. Ouch! He was only paying attention to the rabbit monster behind him and completely ignored the threat in front of him. By the time she reacted, it was too late. SHH. Several green vines grew rapidly and soon bound her whole body. In order to ensure that she would not escape, Nangxing added several wooden pillars behind the vines. Well! The little rabbit was caught. Feeling the bound limbs, the little rabbit, who had already understood his situation, immediately revealed a pitiful expression. Please, please let Bunny go. As long as you don't eat rabbit, rabbit is willing to do anything for you. She said pitifully. It was exactly the same as when he deceived the raccoon cat monster just now. But Nangxing would not be fooled by her harmless appearance like that raccoon monster. Instead, he glanced at her tight and restless little hands and said calmly, I don't mean to hurt you. So, can you please put down the arrows in your sleeves, the smoke in your trouser legs, and the stinger hidden behind your tail? That stuff won't do you any good, it'll only hurt you. Chapter 46, Inaba's White Rabbit. This is a dangerous rabbit. This can be seen from her body movements, which seemed to be unconscious but actually had ulterior motives. And when Nangxing held the little rabbit's hands and shook off all the little bits and pieces on her body, she was even more grateful for her foresight. Look at what she has on. Syringes, blowguns, poison stingers, smoke, and a small meteor hammer with spikes on its head. Nangxing even found black gunpowder on her body, which was rare in that era. Looking at the pile of things on the ground, Nangxing really doubted where this rabbit came from. How come she is more professional than him, a ninja, when it comes to sneaking up on people? Also, what material are her clothes made of? How could so many things be hidden inside without being discovered by others? Don't underestimate it. Now, Nangxing was even more certain that the origin of this rabbit monster was definitely very strange. However, weird? What's weird? Bunny doesn't know. Bunny doesn't know at all. These things were picked up by Tutu. If you want, Tutu can give them all to you. Just let Tutu live, okay? She pleaded with tears in her eyes. That pitiful expression would move even the most heartless person. But having learned from the previous experience, Nangxing will never be fooled again. I won't kill you. I don't want these things of yours either. I just want to ask you for a favor. He pretended to be serious and said in a cold voice. He knew that being gentle all the time was useless when dealing with such a cunning rabbit. You must demonstrate real strength to make them willing to work for you wholeheartedly. As for how to show your strength, Nangxing thought about it, then stretched out his right hand and unceremoniously used his index finger to draw the Flying Thunder God technique on the back of the rabbit monster. He saw it. Although this rabbit monster is full of tricks, it still retains the instincts of a rabbit. Timid and fearful. In this case, let's threaten her with what she fears the most. With this technique, I can sense your location at any time. Now, you can run. 41. The next time is game time. The name of the game is Nangxing Catches Rabbit. He caught it for half an hour. In the water, in the tree hole, in the soil, he could always find the hiding place of the rabbit monster in the shortest time and pull her out with a smile on his face. When the rabbit monster realized that she could not escape Nangxing's control no matter what, she finally accepted her fate. Do whatever you want. I won't resist. She was exhausted and lay on the ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. In his speech, he finally stopped using those disgusting repetitive words to try to be cute. This also means that she has finally given up resistance and no longer uses her seemingly weak appearance to deceive others. At the same time, Nangxing believed it even more. Even if he proposed to sign a psychic contract with the rabbit at this moment, or asked it to become a shikigami, she would never refuse. But the question is, why would he sign a contract with such a sinister rabbit? It's black when she cut it open? Hey, you do have some strength though. But don't take yourself too seriously. Looking at the rabbit monster who already had an expression of I lost, the loser eats dust, and lies down like Ren Chao, Nangxing poked her still chubby face with her hand, and a look of knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on her face. It was at this time that he talked to the completely convinced rabbit about his real purpose. "I just want to ask you about a place and a person." "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Scared bunny. Misunderstanding resolved. "The next step is to ask for directions. But before that, I need to introduce myself. Emperor. My name is D." The rabbit looks cute, but has a domineering name. Of course, that's not her full name. For a monster, the real name is very important and it will not be easily told to others. Not to mention, it's a rabbit monster like D who is naturally smart. No weaknesses will be exposed to others. If you want to ask for directions, you've found the right person. I've been on this island for several hundreds of years. There's nothing I don't know about the situation here." She patted her chest and said confidently. But, after a moment, when Nangxing, who was somewhat excited, relayed the clues given to him by Kikyo to the rabbit monster named D. "There are quite a lot of them here in the bamboo forest. But I've never heard of a shrine maiden living in a bamboo forest." "Well, indeed not." She searched her memory carefully. "It is confirmed that there is no priestess on this island who is more powerful than Kikyo and lives in the bamboo forest. If it exists, how can those raccoon cat monsters outside be so rampant?" "Is that so?" Nangxing felt a little disappointed when he heard this answer. But soon, he cheered up again. He already knew that this task was not that easy. He had already made up his mind to get the medicine back for Platycodon even if it meant going through untold hardships. "Then can you tell me the location of those bamboo forests? I'll go look for it myself. Since there is no exact target, we can only search bit by bit. At worst, we can just plow the island. As long as Kikyo's information is correct, he will be able to find the legendary witch sooner or later." "Well, thank you for your help. Keep the rabbit, no, the sketch drawn by the Emperor." Nangxing said goodbye very kindly to the little rabbit, which was cunning but indeed possessed extraordinary abilities, and prepared to embark on the journey to find the witch again. However, that was at this time. "I think if you really want to find the witch, you'd better take this rabbit with you." Someone spoke. It was Ibukisuka who had remained silent since a while ago. Nangxing subconsciously lowered his head and looked at her. It was discovered that at this moment, Ibukisuka was staring at the rabbit monster in front of her, whose ears stood up because of her fear, with a rare serious look. In a light and ruthless manner, he revealed the true identity of this rabbit monster. A monster that controls luck. Inaba's white rabbit. "We were right, weren't we, little rabbit?" P.S. The 6th update, additional update. Thanks to Mu Tianling, Tian Ningan, and I Have a Dream for their support. Thanks to Avatar, Kunyan Moxing, Mu Tianling, and Yi's Haikia for their monthly ticket support. In addition, I would like to add a useless piece of trivia. The official translation of Emperor Inaba is Inaba Tenmaku. Chapter 47, Who Can Resist a Matchmaker Rabbit? The little rabbit is not little. Even though this may sound a little ridiculous, it is the truth. In terms of age and seniority, this little rabbit in front of you looks like only 7 or 8 years old, but it is actually the second oldest in the entire monster group. The oldest one is Yamata no Orakai. Although it was born in Mount Fuji and has a certain divinity, since it was killed by Susanoo, the god of war, it stood on the opposite side of God and naturally became the founder of the concept of monster. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Ibukisuka was born from the half-body of Yamata no Orakai, and is a new monster that inherited some of Yamata no Orakai's power. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration and is very accurate to call her the princess of the Ghost Clan or even the entire Monster Clan. Besides the Yamata no Orakai, this rabbit is the second monster to appear on the historical stage. Ibukisuka looked at Inaba T, who was pretending to be confused and had an expression that said, "I don't know what you're talking about," and ruthlessly exposed her deceptive trick. Inaba's white rabbit, the yokai who controls luck. O Kuninashi no Mikoto, the son of Suzano, once married Yagami-hime with your help. So, in the area ruled by Kunitsu god, you are also worshipped as a god who can bring luck and marriage, right? Ibuki Suka asked with interest. Even for her, that story was already a very ancient legend. She only knew the general outline of what happened, but not all the details. At the same time, Emperor Inaba, whose identity was exposed by Ibuki Suka, no longer pretended to be an innocent little cutie. That was all in the past. She waved her hands, looking as if she couldn't bear to look back on the past. At the same time, looking at Ibuki Suka in front of her, her eyes narrowed slightly. However, not many people know about this past event. There is absolutely no such person as you in my memory. So, who are you? A young, little sister of the ghost tribe. Oops. Ibuki Suka realized that she seemed to be exposed again. You're so talkative. She thought with some indignation. I really want to slap myself in the face. Now, the probability of exposing my identity has increased again. However, when Ibuki Suka calmed down and thought carefully. Ugh! She sighed helplessly again. She found that even though she knew her identity would be exposed because of this incident, if it happened again, she would still ruthlessly expose Emperor Inaba's identity. Because Nangxing needs Emperor Inaba's help so much. After so many days of contact, Ibuki Suka fully understood what kind of position the shrine maiden named Kikyo occupied in this man's heart. In that case, she didn't mind providing some insignificant help to this human who could provide her with a large amount of drinks for free. Anyway, he is destined not to win against me in this game. She thought with pride. Her home is in hell. And how could Nangxing, an ordinary person, open the gate of hell? Ibuki Suka's thoughts are full of twists and turns. After some psychological warfare and self-comfort, she finally returned to her previous heartless self. But in fact, if she knew what Nangxing was thinking at this moment, she would be surprised. All the explanations she tried to find for herself were in vain. Because at this moment, Nangxing's mind was not on her at all. A rabbit that brings luck. 42. And it's a matchmaker rabbit. After being instructed by Ibuki Suka, Nangxing learned the true identity of Emperor Inaba and refocused his attention on this harmless little rabbit. But this time, his gaze was not as calm as before. On the contrary, there is an aggressive feeling of oppression, wanting to take this little rabbit for oneself. It can bring luck to people. There is no need to talk about this ability. Who would complain that their luck is too low? It can bring about a beautiful karma. This ability is crucial. Before this, he had been worrying about how to confess to Kikyo. Although Kikyo is good in every way, with her cold and dull personality, getting her to open her heart and say I love you too is undoubtedly more difficult than killing a big monster. But now, if I could get help from this rabbit. Sigh. Feeling Nangxing's gaze like a sharp arrow. Emperor Inaba shuddered instantly. Bunny doesn't know anything. She's talking nonsense. These capabilities are all rumors. I'm really just an ordinary rabbit monster. At most, I just have some ability to find my way. She waved her hands repeatedly, trying to defend herself. But Nangxing didn't believe it. Ibuki Suka didn't believe it. Fujiwara no Momoko didn't believe it either. This is the story of the boy who cried wolf. How could they, who had already seen the rabbit's sinister and cunning side, believe such an excuse that was clearly an attempt to shirk responsibility? But what Bunny said is true. Looking at the completely unbelieving looks in the eyes of the others, Emperor Inaba felt like crying but had no tears. In her heart, she was really just a clever rabbit monster. If she was really that lucky, she would have long ago been enjoying a comfortable life clinging to someone powerful enough to support her. How could she have fallen to the point of fighting for territory with a bunch of stinky civet cats? If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Seeing Nangxing's possessive gaze, the anxious Emperor Inaba stamped his feet angrily. "You're looking for the shrine maiden who lives in the bamboo forest, right? I'll take you there. She's just, hey." Emperor Inaba, who had just been trying to prove himself, suddenly stopped talking. Because just now, she felt a fact that frightened her. The bamboo forest that Nangxing was looking for, and the witch who lived in seclusion in the bamboo forest, were actually here. Even right beside them. How can this be? P.S. I will not delete interesting comments. Let me explain it briefly here. Many people say that my pace is too slow. But I think it's not that my pace is too slow, but that the pace you are used to is too fast. The original plot of 300,000 or even 600,000 words was compressed to 150,000 words. It's just the right climax to be put on the shelves. This refreshing style is indeed typical of Filu. But the price of doing this is that a book that could originally have 1 or 2 million words can only end up with 4 or 500,000. But I am unwilling to let it end like this. What should I do? I could only throw the book to my cousin to eat the rotten money. There must be someone who doesn't know what cousin means, right? This is why the quality of the books on this website will drop drastically once they reach a certain point in time. It's not that they don't want to write, but that they have nothing to write. Also, explain the problem with the system. Some people say that this system is too weak and has no class in this world. I can only say that the system represents the upper limit of the ninja, but definitely not the upper limit of the protagonist. Chapter 48, Immortal Moon. Right here. The words of the rabbit Loli surprised everyone present. What's here? Fujiwara no Moko loves to be lively and knows nothing. Thinking there was some emergency, she stood up suddenly and looked around with a focused gaze. But unfortunately, she didn't find anything except the endless grassland and a group of wild rabbits with their eyes wide open and looking cute. You mean, there's something here? In contrast, Ibuki Soka's expression was somewhat serious. She also didn't notice anything unusual. But at the same time, she trusted Emperor Inaba's judgment more than her own eyes. There must be a story behind the fact that this seemingly weak rabbit could survive for so long after all the Kunitsuwa gods disappeared. Metaphysics is something that not only humans talk about, but monsters as well. At the same time, compared to the 3 people who are still in doubt. The moment he heard she's here, Nangxing opened his Sharingan to observe. The 3 Magatama Sharingan is already at the top of the ordinary Sharingan. In terms of insight, it is not even inferior to the Byakugan that specializes in reconnaissance. However, even so, nothing unusual. Nangxing looked around carefully. During this period, he even used various methods to break the illusion. But there was no effect. The blue sky is still the same blue sky, and the grass is still the same grass. A group of rabbit monsters, whose emotions had calmed down, were quietly eating grass on the grass, looking harmless. Everything is so harmonious and natural, without a single flaw. Of course it has no flaws. Because this is the real reality. All the scenes presented in front of Nangxing were extremely real, the original scenes of this world. But it can't be wrong. Right here. Emperor Inaba said in a decisive tone. She just has that ability. Being able to bring people marriage may be an exaggeration, but it is not wrong to say that he is extremely good at treasure hunting. As a monster rabbit, she is very good at digging out unknown treasures hidden in the land. And now, for Nangxing, that bamboo forest and the witch hidden in it are undoubtedly the real treasures. Is it? Looking at Emperor Inaba's resolute look, Nangxing, who was a little confused, suddenly seemed to have thought of something and immediately closed his eyes. If it's not an illusion, that means, it's a different dimension. Invisible chakras spread with the wind, and the reality of the world gradually appeared in his mind. Then, he, who had a special sensitivity to the elements of time and space, finally discovered something wrong on this endless grassland. Rustle. A subtle sound reached Nangxing's ears. This is the sound of the wind. In other words, it is the wind blowing over something that creates constant friction and thus produces the sound. After hearing this voice, Nansing opened his eyes instantly, with an uncontrollable joy on his face. Found it! The world that was perfect just now has become shattered in his eyes now. This is actually a psychological effect. Many things that seem perfect will be infinitely magnified in people's hearts once they have the slightest flaw. Just, that being said, it is discovered. But how can I get in? Looking at the empty grassland in front of him, Nansing shook his head in distress. Although he can now sense abnormalities in space, he does not have the ability to travel freely in space. You need to use Flying Thunder God to mark it in advance. Not to mention, even if he could travel freely in space, he would never do this. Don't forget why he came here. He came to ask the mysterious witch for medicine. I'm not here to see him. What is the difference between this behavior of breaking into other people's homes without the owner's consent and that of thieves and robbers? Do you still need to knock on the door? 43. But, where is the door? Nansing thought hesitantly. However, that was at this time. A magical scene, one that could even be described as dreamlike and magnificent, appeared before him. Door opened. Please forgive Nansing for his shallow knowledge and calling it a door. But other than that, Nansing really couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe the scene happening before his eyes. It's like a curtain being slowly lifted. Colorful light appeared out of nowhere, directly splitting the original world into two halves. Then, the world that had just been very real began to blur and faded from Nansing's sight. A lush bamboo forest appeared before his eyes. This is the bamboo forest at night. The cool night breeze blows the bamboo leaves, making bursts of rustling sounds from time to time. A bright full moon hangs in the sky, and it has been hanging there for nearly 1,000 years. Ibuki Suka observed for a long time and confirmed a fact that frightened her. This moon is real. She covered her little mouth lightly, her face full of disbelief. Faced with such an incredible scene, even she, the Ghost King, could not remain calm. You know, the power of the monsters comes from the night and the moon. This is why monsters always like to act at night. And during that long process of development, there were always monsters that would create some major events related to the moon from time to time. For example, the moon is eclipsed by Heavenly Dog. Or maybe an artificial moon or something. But it was just a short-term event and nothing surprising. But, now, when an eternal moon that never sets hangs high in the sky, even Ibuki Suka, the most experienced great monster, could no longer maintain her usual optimistic attitude. Using the barrier technique, she built a new world in the middle of the world and broke through the barrier between the world and the moon, allowing the concept of the moon to remain permanently in her world. Who is the witch he is looking for? I've never heard of humans mastering this ability. Ibuki Suka racked her brains but couldn't connect the concepts of moon and shrine maiden together. However, if we use other similar words as a substitute for shrine maiden, for example, sage, master, and so on. Oh my god! Ibuki Suka seemed to have thought of something horrible and stopped in her tracks. She looked at the bamboo forest in front of her with an uncertain look, and even a hint of fear in her eyes. Huashan, Yang Yi. Will I have a chance to see you again? Chapter 49, 8 Meanings Iron. Ignore Ibuki Suka's little grumbling for now. Looking at the bamboo forest in front of him, Nansing thought for a moment, then took a step forward. Ibuki Suka chose to stand still and wait and see for the time being. Fujiwara no Mocha and the little rabbit chose to follow. At the same time, as everyone approached, this seemingly quiet bamboo forest seemed to come alive suddenly, and all the bamboos stretched out to both sides, revealing a path for Nansing and others. The road is not very long. After walking only about 300 or 400 meters, I reached the end. A woman, a beautiful and quiet woman, stood at the end of the road, waiting for their arrival. Nansing looked at the woman and subconsciously thought of Kikyo. He discovered that this woman had a very similar temperament to Kikyo. Ethereal. However, compared to Kikyo's iceberg-like ethereal tone of "we are not familiar with each other, don't Q." This woman's ethereal feeling is gentler and heavier. So, let me say something that might make Kikyo feel uncomfortable. The first moment he saw this woman, Nangxing even thought he had seen Kikyo's biological mother. And at the same time, on the other side, Fujiwara no Mocha's feelings were very different from Nangxing's. This woman, why is she always looking at me? It's a very strange feeling. It was obvious that the woman in front of him was looking at each of them with a faint smile. But Fujiwara no Mocha felt that this woman's eyes were always on her. Even under this kind of gaze, the smile on the woman's face seemed to have a deeper meaning. "You finally came." Although she didn't say it explicitly, Fujiwara no Mocha was certain that the woman's eyes were definitely conveying this meaning. But the question is, do we know each other? Nangxing stood in front of the woman. He hesitated for a moment, thinking about what name to use to address this woman who looked very unusual. Unexpectedly, the woman spoke first. "My name is Yagi Iron. It's been a long time since anyone from the outside world has been here. I thought people had forgotten about Her Royal Highness the Princess." As she said this, she looked at Nangxing with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. "It's as if you are selecting some products. I don't know how much time has passed." Just when Nangxing felt that her soul had been spied on by the woman in front of her named Bai Yonglin, she nodded. Then, he turned his attention to the little rabbit next to Nangxing. "Not bad. At least you knew to bring a gift. Just this point alone makes me much better than those people." Watching the woman lightly pinch the neck of Empress Inaba with 2 fingers and lift her up easily, Nangxing opened her mouth, as if she wanted to explain something. However, when he saw the little rabbit closing its eyes but not nervous at all and showing an expression that seemed to be enjoying it, he wisely closed his mouth again. This is a rabbit that can avoid danger and bring good luck. She should be fine. On the contrary, it was myself. The matter of seeking medicine for Kikyo was right before his eyes, and he had to take action immediately. That. Senior Bai, to be honest, I am here to ask for. He opened his mouth, trying to explain the purpose of his visit. However, he didn't expect that this Bai Yonglin would take the lead and block his mouth with his fingers. "Shh. She smiles. "Don't say it, don't say it. I already know your intention. Just follow me." Bai Yonglin led the way and continued walking towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Nangxing and others followed closely behind, looking at the surrounding environment. Different from just now. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, the surrounding environment changed significantly. The bamboo forest is still the same bamboo forest. But in addition to this, Nangxing also discovered medicinal fields, gardens, bamboo fountains, and other embellishments among these bamboo forests. There is even a winding stream that runs through the place like a jade belt. The stream is very shallow, and even if you walk on it barefoot, it will only cover your ankles. The stream water is very clear. You can see the reflection of the moon as well as the water plants and pebbles in the water. He's a sentimental person. Looking at the surrounding environment, Nangxing couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know who created this secret realm in front of him, but he thought it must be a senior who was very powerful and knew how to enjoy life. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a beautiful secret realm. If you have time, learn from her. Nangxing thought silently in his heart, wishing that one day he would bring Kikyo to live in a secret place like this one. He had long been dissatisfied with Maple Village, which was hidden in the mountains and inconvenient for doing anything. And a moment later, when Nangxing and others, led by Bai Yonglin, passed a small pavilion that was probably used for moon viewing, and then walked through a long wooden corridor. Here we are. Finally, they stopped in front of a luxurious building. It was a palace built entirely of bamboo. It is exquisite yet imposing. 44. It is magnificent under the moonlight. Please come in. Your Highness the princess has been waiting for you for a long time. With a hint of curiosity, Nangxing walked into the palace. Fujiwara no Mocha also wanted to follow in, but was stopped by Bai Iron. You can't go in, she said gently. But there was an unquestionable sense of command in his words. That was a unique temperament that could only be developed by being in a superior position for many years, and Fujiwara no Mocha had no way to refute it. Please come with me. She took Fujiwara no Mocha to another smaller house and provided her with shelter. But then again, it feels very familiar. Although this woman didn't allow her to go in with Nangxing, Fujiwara Mahong felt very unhappy. But feeling the quiet atmosphere in the courtyard and the old-fashioned hospitality etiquette displayed by this woman made Fujiwara no Mocha feel very cordial. Fujiwara no Mocha, who was sitting on the tatami, drank and scratched her head, thinking for a long time. Finally she remembered what this feeling that made her feel so close to him was all about. Hey, hey! Isn't this the etiquette of hospitality in my time? It's been so many years, why are there still people sticking to such outdated things? Chapter 50 New Puzzle Blade of Mercy. Excuse me. Following the guidance of Bai Yonglin, Nangxing walked into the palace built with bamboo. Then he saw it. A young girl was kneeling in a very standard posture, welcoming his arrival. This is undoubtedly a beautiful girl. She has the most perfect facial features in the world, and skin as smooth as moonlight and as delicate as a baby's. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall, casually floating on the wooden floor. Her pink skirt wrapped around her like a bunch of flowers surrounding her. What a beautiful girl! Nangxing thought with a sigh. To be frank, he is not the type of man who judges people by appearance. In addition, although he also likes beautiful girls, he believes that spiritual compatibility is more important. Take Platycodon grandiflorum for example. Before this, Nangxing always believed that Kikyo was the most beautiful girl in the world. But now, in front of the girl, his belief was slightly shaken. A woman can easily change people's perception just by her appearance. Who is she, a succubus? Nangxing complained silently in his heart. Although this idea might be a little disrespectful, after such a complaint, his mood finally came out of that state of being amazed and he regained his previous calmness. No matter what, Kikyo is the most beautiful one. But now, getting medicine for her is also the most important thing. This girl is the princess that Senior Bai mentioned, right? She is the boss of this place. Nangxing's brain was spinning rapidly. Based on reality, he quickly deduced a reasonable guess. The extremely beautiful girl in front of him is the owner of this place, and also the origin of all priestesses as Kikyo told him. It seems that what Kikyo said back then wasn't too exaggerated. Looking at the beautiful girl with peerless beauty in front of him, Nangxing nodded. It's an honor to meet you, princess. He spoke very respectfully, even as if asking for advice from a senior. Today, he is no longer the naive ninja he used to be, and will no longer be deceived by simple appearances. Especially after experiencing the double baptism of Fujiwara no Momoko and Emperor Inaba, she no longer regards appearance age as a very important matter. After all, Fujiwara no Momoko, who was exactly the same size from head to toe, was 800 years old, and Emperor Inaba, who looked only 6 or 7 years old, had to calculate her age in 10,000 years. Who can guarantee that this young-looking beautiful girl in front of you is not an old monster who has lived for thousands of years? In addition, she seems to have the identity of princess, which sounds very noble. Regardless, it's always good to be respectful. Nangxing greeted the girl very friendly. But at the same time, what Nangxing didn't know was the attitude of this beautiful girl was not as friendly as his. Damn it, why is it like this again? She thought somewhat angrily. But it's not her fault. Anyone who is sleeping soundly and is suddenly woken up by his or her guardian and asked to quickly dress up and prepare to receive guests will feel very uncomfortable. But the girl didn't dare to blame Bai Yonglin. The other person is the person she respects the most, and is someone who will never make a mistake. Therefore, she could only vent her resentment for just waking up on the person in front of her who disturbed her sweet dream. Look, I'll think of a way to embarrass him. This was not a difficult thing for her. The girl's eyes rolled and she instantly thought of a good idea. She cleared her throat and said to Nangxing in a voice as sweet and melodious as a lark. I already know your intention. This is a lie. She had no idea why Nangxing came. The mysterious Bai Iron didn't tell her and just let her express herself. If that's the case, no matter what kind of trouble she gets into, it can't be her fault. But your sincerity still needs to be proven. The girl continued. Nangxing quickly leaned forward slightly and listened carefully to the girl's request. I heard that there is a magical knife in this world. Well, setting up a test right at the beginning is a common routine. It cannot kill people in this world, but it can kill things in the other world. It is a supreme sword that can only be mastered by people with a compassionate heart. Wait, this knife sounds familiar. Could it be the Tianchengin knife in Big Dog's hand? If you are truly sincere, please find that precious sword for me, and then I can get what you want. Hey, please hide your gloating smile a little. Your image as a princess has completely collapsed. Nangxing kept complaining in his heart. And along with that, the task reminder of Fine Tianchengja, A-level, sounded. Nangxing finally understood what kind of evil nature was hidden in the body of this seemingly beautiful princess. She never intended to live a good life. Nangxing left. Although it is difficult, he plans to give it a try for Kikyo. Fujiwara no Mocha left with him. In her words, it was to repay Nangxing for his careful teaching. The little rabbit was left here by Bai Iron. There is no way that Yagi Yonglin would let go of a monster that could discover the secrets of the bamboo forest. Fortunately, the little rabbit itself seems to enjoy the quiet environment here. Please, in this secret realm, there is no need to worry about attacks from other monsters. The entire bamboo forest is her playground. It's so cool. At the same time, he looked at the backs of Nangxing and others as they left. He probably didn't come to propose to me, Iron. The beautiful princess, who had just had a bad attitude towards Nangxing, suddenly spoke. She is not stupid. I just don't like to use my brain. Plus, my judgment was clouded by my bad mood when I woke up. Now that I think about it, Nangxing's attitude towards her is not at all the kind of admiration a man has for a woman. As for the girl's question, Bai Iron answered without hesitation. Yes. He just came to ask for medicine. Unlike this princess who doesn't think about anything all day and just sleeps soundly. Bai Yonglin is the one who truly knows Nangxing's intention from the beginning to the end. This is also the person Nangxing is really looking for. What? Then why don't you just give him the medicine? Why do you want to wake me up from my sleep? The girl glanced at Bai Iron, pouted her lips, and complained somewhat dissatisfiedly. She suspected that Bai Iron did it on purpose, wanting to disturb her late sleep. But what she didn't expect was, Bai Iron's idea was not just to disturb her late sleep. 45. If it's just a prescription, it's fine to give it to him. It's not a valuable thing anyway. But I think he might deserve more expectations. What do you mean? I mean, Princess, have you ever heard of bondage? P.S. Theoretically, there will be 5 updates. In fact, because we need to update more chapters, there are now 6 chapters every day. Also, let me add a little known fact. Although it is an old setting, the character of Kaguya Aorai-san is indeed the most beautiful woman in the East, geographically. The counterpart is Alice, the most beautiful woman in the West. Chapter 51 Ibuki Suka, I even hugged him. Edge. This is originally a Buddhist term. The so-called if this exists, that exists, if this does not exist, that does not exist. The birth and death of all things are formed in constant change. The beginning of fate is what is called dependent origination. At the same time, in this country located in the Far East, this so-called bond is given a special meaning. Everything has spirit. Everything is God. Everything is predestined. This is the basic concept of establishing a connection. To put it simply, it is probably about establishing a closer connection with a certain God or some special existence. This kind of connection is not faith in the general sense, but a deeper, soul connection. The bond is mutual. Humans who have a connection with gods can receive the gods' protection and care. But at the same time, gods who have a connection with humans can also get what they want from humans. So, in essence, this could perhaps be seen as a transaction. But I didn't expect to get anything from him at all. The princess replied with a puzzled look on her face in response to Bai-Iran's explanation. She is the high and mighty moon princess. It is the immortal Kagaya Aorai. To her, everything that existed in time no longer had any meaning. She did not die, so she did not live. She has nothing to lose, so she never desires to gain. She was like a living sculpture, trapped in this beautiful prison, enjoying eternal solitude. This is the best punishment for sinners. Before this, Bai-Iran also thought so. That's why I stay here and accompany her all the time. But now, regarding this so-called punishment, Bai-Iran seemed to have a different opinion. You may not believe it, but it's true. The moment he found this bamboo forest, our time has started to flow again. She said with a smile. It was a smile that came from the heart, just like a centenarian seeing his newly born great-grandson in the last moment of his life. The old replaces the new, and the cycle of life begins again. But Kagaya Aorai-san was not interested in this. If you want to form a bond, you should do it yourself. Anyway, compared to me who is not good at socializing, you are more popular. She curled her lips, showing a look of disgust. She had no intention of getting involved with a stinky man. Or in other words, in the eyes of her, the moon princess, everything on the ground is so dirty. She doesn't want to be tainted by any trace of filth. Kagaya Aorai-san thought firmly in her heart. It's a pity. It's too late to say that now. I understand that the new puzzle you proposed was intended to discourage him, right? It's just that you, who have been sleeping for so long, probably don't know it yet. The INU general who you thought could make him retreat has been dead for 300 years. The INU general is dead. This is a well-known fact. Moreover, he died in a very frustrating way. A notorious demon eventually died at the hands of humans for protecting an ordinary human woman. This is not a very ironic thing. But even so, the dog demons in the West still maintain their dominant position. After walking out of the bamboo forest filled with a gloomy atmosphere, Ibuki Suka was in a good mood. To the point that now, she didn't even bother pretending, and directly told Nangxing what she knew. General Inu's wife, I mean his legal wife, is still working hard to maintain the Inu tribe's position as the overlord of the Western Kingdom. This is the foundation of the Dog Demon clan. With two great monsters in one clan, no wonder they can dominate the Western Kingdom and make veteran strongmen like Yinshan Xingbuli willingly submit to them. And now, even though General Dog is dead, his wife has taken over the duties of the commander-in-chief of the Dog Demon clan. Or rather, from the beginning to the end, she was the actual commander. The dog general was just a figurehead in the dog tribe, and then ran to the human world to live happily with his Aoi. And I heard that her son, the little fellow named Shimaru, seems to be about to break through to the level of a great monster. Ibuki Suka said with emotion. When Shimaru was born, the Dog Demon clan held a grand banquet for him. As the most powerful monster in the world who loves to attend banquets, she was naturally among the invited guests. To put it in the old saying, when you were a child, I held you in my arms. Now, in the blink of an eye, such a long time has passed, and even Shimaru, the second-generation demon, is about to become a big monster. But she herself is still a child, and she doesn't know when she will truly become an adult. Hateful. So envious. Thinking of the sad things, Ibuki-suka picked up the wine gourd and started drinking it violently. At the same time, Nangxing, who received information from Ibuki-suka, began to ponder. In fact, he knew more than the information provided by Ibuki-suka. For example, Shimaru. He not only knew that Shimaru was about to become a great monster. What's more, he now probably possesses the same power as a great monster. All he lacked was the state of mind. As the son of Inu Taisho, he had always lived in the shadow of his father. Knowing how powerful Inu Taisho was, he never wanted to face up to the power he possessed. This is also a common problem for all second generations. In theory, this common problem is actually easy to solve. A fight between father and son, whether they win or lose, all problems will be solved. But unfortunately, Shimaru did not have the opportunity to resolve this worry. Because Inu no Taisho died before he could become truly powerful. The image of a dead person is often elevated infinitely. The dead can never be surpassed. That's why Shimaru went mad looking for his father's relics to prove his own power. In conclusion, although the current big dog's brain is a little bit weak, his strength is very strong. He can basically kill any monster below the big monster at will. It's not easy to get the natural teeth from him. Chapter 52 – The Correct Way to Fish. It is not an easy task to snatch Tensuga from Shimaru. The difficulty here is not only reflected in defeating Shimaru. In fact, from the moment he accepted this task, Nangxing felt the pressure that this task brought. First, the first question. Where is Shimaru? If you want to get natural teeth, this is the first problem you need to solve. If we can't even find Shimaru's location, taking the sword from him would be a joke and there's no way around it. But the problem now is, Sesshomaru doesn't have an exact location at all. Logically speaking, he should be in the Inugami Palace. But now the Western Kingdom is in turmoil. As the son of General Inu, he should be suppressing rebellions in the Western Kingdom. The drunk Ibuki-suka's brain works quite well. It only took a moment to guess what Shimaru was doing now. Suppress the rebellion. This is indeed Shimaru's daily routine. Foxes, raccoons, wolves, leopard cats. With the death of the dog general, the pillar of the dog demon clan collapsed. The monster leaders of other races smelled the opportunity to rise and wanted to try the throne of the overlord of the West. Take the raccoon cat monster on Shikoku Island for example. They have been fighting fiercely with fox monsters recently, constantly competing for territory. Fox monsters have always been a subordinate race of dog monsters. After the death of Inu no Taisho, Shimaru, who inherited the heritage of the Western Kingdom, should have provided them with shelter. But in fact, Shimaru is now unable to stand alone. There are monsters that are even crazier than the raccoon cats, and they are the mortal enemies of the dog monsters, the leopard cats. They actually seized this most fatal juncture and directly launched an attack on the dog monsters' base camp. 46. In addition, there is also the wolf clan, who are eyeing the position of the Lord of the Western Kingdom. However, they are always afraid of the existence of Lingya Fairy and cannot make a move. Therefore, under such circumstances, it may not be an easy task to find him. In contrast, I think you should let him come to you on his own initiative. Ibuki-suka suggested this. But it made Nangxing's eyes light up instantly. It turned out that he still underestimated this sneaky little loli. Although normally this little guy always looks silly and doesn't know anything except drinking. But when something really happens, she will show her intelligence. This is different from being smart in the general sense. It is wisdom in the true sense. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to it. Similarly, since we can't find him, let him come to me. Nangxing nodded and agreed to the plan. As for how to get Shimaru to come find him? Hey, isn't this easy? Nangxing's brows relaxed and his face looked a lot more relaxed after the problem was solved. Dealing with other monsters may not be so smooth. But if it was Shimaru, the big dog who had gone insane because of his obsession with his father, Nangxing knew exactly where his weakness was. Of course, the news about Tessagah was spread. I just don't believe that after hearing the news about Tessagah, he can still sit still. The plan has been made. Next comes action. This is what is called spreading the news. Of course, you can't be too direct when spreading the word. Just say something like I know the secret of Inu Taisho or I know where Tessagah is. The hook is too straight and the bait is too salty. Even if you are fishing, this is not the right way to fish. So, after thinking for a long time, Nangxing decided that since he was going to perform, he had to act more realistically. Ants. It's another war between monsters. The two sides in this war are the raccoon cat monster and the fox monster. Nearly 300 monsters are lurking in the dense jungle, ready to fight at any time. But to everyone's surprise, the final winner of this war was a human who appeared out of nowhere. Weak. Too weak. Nangxing, wielding a long sword, exchanged from the system store, priced at 100 taels, released terrifying sword energy, a special effect added by the fire release ninjutsu, while laughing wildly. With just a wave of his hand, he could destroy nearly 100 monsters. Ha 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 ha! I have gained the power of Inu Taisho. I am the true master of the West. Countless monsters became the souls of the dead under his sword. Only a few monsters managed to escape with their lives, and brought back the enemy's intelligence and the key phrase the power of the dog general to their own tribe. Facts have proved that Nangxing's approach is very effective. In just 3 days, Nangxing, who had successfully participated in 4 or 5 battles, made his reputation spread widely on the Shikoku Island. Almost all the monsters living on this island already know about him and the existence of Inu Taisho's power. But this is not enough. Soon, Nangxing discovered that his influence could only be felt within the scope of Shikoku Island and could not spread to more distant places. This is of course because Shikoku Island is surrounded by sea water. The legends here are difficult to spread to the state. But at the same time, the deeper reason why the news could not be spread was probably that someone was deliberately trying to stop it. There are other monsters who are eyeing the power you possess. Next to the house built with wood release, Ibuki Suka was drinking while analyzing the current situation with Nangxing. They questioned the information about General Inu's legacy, but at the same time, this power is obviously not something that a human like you should control. If I were them, I would definitely block this news and take this power for myself before other monsters could react. Ibuki Suka analyzed casually. There was even some excitement in the words. Now, she admired the human in front of her more and more. Not only can he provide her with unlimited food, but he also has the brains to plan such a sinister plan. What a good seedling! It's a pity to leave it in the human world. We must take it back to hell and cultivate it well. Ibuki Suka thought so. A playful smile appeared on his face. Just, have you ever thought about it? How terrible enemies will your actions bring upon you? Chapter 53, Facing Your Own Weakness. Strength brings disaster. Great power will bring greater disaster. And when a human who is supposed to be weak possesses a power stronger than that of a monster, then this power has become the disaster itself. Ibuki Suka said with a smile. This is by no means alarmist. It is a fact that is already in front of Nangxing. 1, 2, 3. Groups of evil spirits were coming towards this side at a speed visible to the naked eye. The largest of them covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Lightning flashed, the wind howled, and boundless fear spread, changing the clear sky just now in an instant. Big monster. Moreover, he is a veteran big monster who acts with his own 100 ghosts. 880 raccoon cat monsters of various shapes and sizes stood on the clouds, connecting the demonic energy into one piece, like a rolling mountain range. The biggest of them all is undoubtedly Mount Everest. He hadn't spoken yet, but just stood there quietly looking down. Then a strong pressure came over him, hitting Nangxing's soul directly. It's exactly the same as that time. Nangxing thought with a smile in her heart. There was an uncontrollable madness in his eyes. The scene before my eyes gradually merged with the night in my memory. That was the night Nangxing was most reluctant to mention. Because on that night, he personally felt his own powerlessness and weakness. But at the same time, that was also a night that Nangxing would never forget. He must always remember that feeling of powerlessness to ensure that he will not experience the same embarrassment again in the future. And now, it's time. In fact, it is time to put a real end to the trial that has not been completed. Nangxing thought silently in his heart. He raised the chakra in his body and completely expelled the tension of facing a powerful enemy and the faint sense of excitement from his body. Now, he only has a calm brain left. And a heart that absolutely wants to defeat the enemy. There are quite a few people. But it's just a mob. The demon is on the cloud. As the boss of these raccoon cat monsters, the real ruler of the Shikoku region. At this moment, the hidden god Jibutanuki was looking at the human standing on the ground with a suspicious look. Never doubt the wisdom of a great monster. Other raccoon monsters may only need to pursue powerful strength, but as the leader, he needs more than just strength. Just as Ibuki Suka said before, the stupid monster had died long ago and was not qualified to touch the realm of the great monster. Therefore, with just one glance, the hidden god Jiburinko could tell that the legend was actually wrong. This human does not have any of the power left by General Inu. There's not even a hint of evil in him. Although his breath was indeed a bit strange, the vitality of his blood showed that he was indeed a real human being. But if you are just a human, how can you face my fear? Who gave him the confidence? His two companions. Hidden god Xingbutanuki turned his head again and glanced at the other people on the ground. The first person he saw was Fujiwara no Moka. A human being with flames burning all over his body, a very excited expression on his face, and he seems to be muttering something constantly. After seeing this human, Yinshin Xingbutanuki frowned. Is she considered human? That pure spiritual energy without any blood or blood mixed in made him feel sick. How could there be such disgusting human beings in this world? Not only did I lose my appetite, but I also felt like vomiting. 47. As for the lowly who looks smaller in the distance. Those big horns must be a ghost. A young ghost? It's not worth paying special attention to. You just need to be careful not to harm her life. The ghost tribe is the largest tribe among the monsters. They once ruled the earth and competed with the gods in the sky. Even though the ghost tribe has become weaker now, it is still weaker than before. Compared to the ghosts, the other species of monsters are just children playing house. In short, let's test the other party's quality first. Jade C. He waved his hand, and a tall raccoon cat monster walked out from the night parade of 100 demons behind him, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Yes, General. Whether he possesses the power left by General Inu or not. Anyway, we must not let our guard down. A raccoon monster named Yu Hai jumped down from the clouds and landed in front of Nansing. Nangxing quietly looked at the monster in front of him with a wild smile on his face. This was not the enemy he wanted. But he knew that if he wanted to meet the enemy he wanted, he had to defeat the small obstacle in front of him first. Fighting General. This is also an old tradition of monster fighting. The fight between the two major monster groups is unlikely to start with a group fight like the younger generations are doing. It is also impossible for the boss to fight 1v1 right from the start and leave his younger brothers to watch the fun on the sidelines. Therefore, over time, this rule similar to fighting generals was derived. The warring parties sent out their strongest monster cotters to see which side could come out on top first and win a morale victory for themselves. Yu Hai is a raccoon cat monster whose strength is second only to the hidden god Gyobu raccoon. Among the 880 demons in Shikoku, he ranks third and is the leader of the militant faction. And on Nangxing's side, Fujiwara no Momoko volunteered to test the quality of this raccoon cat monster. She is the one who is fearless. No matter how strong the enemy is, she dares to go up and give it a try. Anyway, she is immortal, so she doesn't have to worry about her life safety. And if it were under other circumstances, Nangxing would actually be willing to let Fujiwara Moka help him explore the way. Such a useful tool would be a waste if not used. But, it's not possible today. Do not. He raised his head, glanced at the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki in the sky, and shook his head silently. He knew that this was a crucial battle to establish his reputation and attracts Chimera here. Therefore, this battle must be led by him personally. Gotta fix it. And we need to solve it as quickly as possible. So, there is only one answer. Flying Thunder God / Chapter 54, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Flying Thunder God / Sometimes, you have to admire the wisdom of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. And a heart that is countless times dirtier than the brain. How on earth did he come up with such a despicable and sinister tactic? Draw the Flying Thunder God technique on an inconspicuous weapon, and then launch a surprise sneak attack when the opponent relaxes because he has dodged the attack. To be honest, this tactic is not very clever. But it is definitely effective. Especially for those enemies who are unaware of the intelligence, it is a sure kill on first sight. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous hidden weapon actually concealed a deadly danger? Anyway, Yuhai didn't expect it. The hidden god Xingbu Tanuki standing on the demon cloud didn't expect it either. And when they saw that Nangxing, who had just been standing there, suddenly disappeared. Yuhai, be careful! The hidden god Xingbu Li, who was standing on a high place, changed his expression and quickly gave a reminder. But it was too late. OM! The sound of chakra rotating was heard, and a blue and white energy ball gathered in Nangxing's palm. The target is the back of the enemy's head. There won't be any hesitation at all. The fight between humans and demons is a struggle of life and death for one side. Therefore, Nangxing, seizing the opportunity, would not leave the other party any room for resistance. Life and death are just a thought away. The dazzling light breaks through the evil aura. Nangxing pressed the raccoon monster's head to the ground. Under the powerful destructive force of the rays Nan, a large hole more than 5 meters wide was smashed into the ground. After a moment, the smoke and dust cleared, and a headless raccoon cat corpse appeared in front of everyone. That boy! Team leader Yuhai! Kill him! Looking at the corpse of the raccoon cat, the evil clouds in the sky instantly boiled over. Countless civet cats made sharp and piercing noises. They were so noisy that it seemed like a tsunami formed by noise, and they tried to drown Nangxing with such a tsunami. But Nangxing remained unafraid. In fact, he didn't hear any of it. The mob is not worth worrying about. No matter how many weak monsters like these come, they are not enough for him to kill now. But the largest raccoon monster was different. The leader of the 880 demons is the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki. From him, Nangxing could feel a terrifying force that almost made his hair stand on end. But if it was half a month ago, this force would make him feel uneasy and fearful. But now, Kikyu is no longer behind me. Dangerous, still the same danger. But behind him, there was no one who could give him strength and support. He didn't want anyone like that anymore. In fact, now he even wants to be someone like Kikyo, giving strength and support to others. He must become that kind of person too. Just like Kikyo back then. Now Nangxing also wants to become Kikyo's backer. In order to achieve this goal, the first thing he had to do was: the sky is not the place for you to go. Get down here, get off. Nangxing raised his hand. Countless wooden stakes fell from the sky like a violent storm. It hit the raccoon cat monsters, causing them to feel sudden pain, unable to control their demonic energy, and then fall from the clouds. Wood release, Myojinman. This is the technique of the first Hokage. Although it is wood release, its essence is a sealing technique. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, he used this jutsu to temporarily seal the power of the 10 tails. Of course, the first Hokage at that time had entered the sage mode, so he used senjutsu, Myojinman. Compared with the rain of wooden stakes in front of us, its power is naturally incomparable. But, then again, even if Nangxing didn't use any magic, the group of raccoon monsters in front of me are not the 10 tails. They are not even as good as the tailed beasts. That's what a so-called racial monster is. Because a group of monsters stick together, they have great power. But because they are just a group of similar monsters, their power is greatly limited. The power of a single race has its limits. Therefore, even someone as strong as the Dog General could only lead the Dog Demon clan to firmly sit on the position of the Lord of the Western Kingdom. But they were unable to launch an attack on the location of the legendary Lord of Demons and Monsters. The hidden god Xingbu watched all this coldly. In the rain of wooden stakes just now, he was the only monster who was not knocked down from the clouds by the stakes. Before those lifeless pieces of wood could get close to his body, they were torn into chips by the terrifying evil spirit. But in the very end, he took the initiative to jump off the clouds and came to the ground. All his younger brothers have been beaten down. As the boss, he can't always stand on the demon cloud and be a commander without troops, right? Nangxing looked at the enemy in front of him. 48. He could see that this monster must be a good boss. The hidden god Gyobu Tanuki, who jumped down from the clouds, took the initiative to use his demonic energy to protect the raccoon cat monsters that fell from the clouds. Moreover, under his connection, the demonic energy that had been somewhat separated gathered together again and condensed into an indivisible whole. This is the night parade of 100 demons. With the great monster as the leader, countless monsters follow closely behind, forming a force that can compete with the gods. During the night parade of 100 demons, a general will never abandon his subordinates, and a subordinate will never betray his general. But for Nangxing, this is the worst possible scenario. A big monster with the support of the night parade of 100 demons and a big monster without the support of the night parade of 100 demons are two completely different concepts. The power of an individual is small. Even someone as strong as General Inu, because he insisted on going his own way, eventually fell. The power of the group is terrifying. A big monster who will not look down on a weak enemy but will instead use his strongest strength to fight against it is the most terrifying of all. He is extremely powerful, yet so cautious that he doesn't give anyone a chance to launch a sneak attack. And now, tell me your secret. After a period of silence, the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki standing in front of Nangxing suddenly spoke. His voice was loud and clear, like thunder, with a hint of anger hidden in it, and even the earth seemed to tremble 3 times. Then, give us your power. I can give you a quick fix. Chapter 55, Fujiwara no Mocha, I have tried my best to be a lady. This is a meaningless exchange of trash talk. As things have developed to this point, both Nangxing and Yinshan Xingbuli understand that there is no way this incident can be resolved peacefully. But Yinshan Xingbuli was still on guard. He was not guarding against Nangxing, but against other dangers hidden in this trap. With his vision, how could he not see that this was actually a trap? It's just that this trap doesn't seem to be aimed at killing me. In a flash, my mind is in 1,000 turns. Yinshan Xingbuli instantly understood that the human in front of him seemed to have some plan against the Dog Demon clan. And he, and even the entire Raccoon Cat clan, were nothing more than stepping stones for him to plot against the Dog Demon clan. So brave! I just don't know who gave you this courage. Hidden God Gaburinko praised like this. He strongly supported the other party's idea of causing trouble for the Inugami clan. But at the same time, he could not tolerate Nangxing's behavior of using the Civet Cat clan as a stepping stone. And so, I'll give you a dignified death. Yinshan Xingbu said sinisterly. Then, his body began to grow rapidly like an inflated ball. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The black evil aura enveloped everything between heaven and earth. The huge body and shadow alone are enough to make people feel breathless. And in the very end, when the huge raccoon's body expanded to a size of 50 meters. Behind the hidden god Gyoburinko, there were no more raccoon monsters. How? The giant raccoon cat became the ruler of this world. The demonic energy released from the other raccoon cat monsters was no longer separate from each other. They united together to form a true whole. And this is the night parade of 100 demons belonging to the hidden god Jibu Tanuki. Have you integrated all the concepts of the 880 raccoons into one? Nangxing raised his head and looked at the huge raccoon cat in front of him, which seemed taller than the sky and whose figure encompassed the entire world. A helpless smile appeared on his face. Although he had already anticipated the occurrence of such a scene and was prepared to deal with this giant monster. But when this huge civet cat appeared between heaven and earth, he still inevitably felt the almost irresistible sense of oppression. Even the land is helping them. Ibuki Suka, who was sitting far away, could see it clearly. This is because the civet cat clan has been rooted in this land for thousands of years. This land is full of the fear they left behind. Therefore, in a sense, being an enemy of these civet cats is being an enemy of this land. The factors of victory, such as the right time, the right place, and the right people, all seem to be not on Nangxing's side. Even if we fight against such an enemy, it will take some effort. Brother, it seems you picked the wrong opponent. Enemies of huge size are indeed difficult to fight. Especially when Nangxing really fought with this huge raccoon cat that was as big as a mountain, he felt the many difficulties involved. Not to mention anything else, but to get close to this civet cat, Nangxing tried every possible way. The advantages brought by the huge size are not just huge oppression. That mountain-like figure would cause the earth to shake violently even if it took just the slightest step forward. Faced with a foot taller than a human, even if Nangxing jumped with all his strength, he could only jump to the knees of this giant raccoon. This is still far from the opponent's real weakness. No. Nangxing realized that this was not a solution and began to think about tactics. Wood release, great forest technique. He stretched out his arms, transformed them into tree roots and vines, and wrapped them around the ankles of the giant raccoon cat. The strategy was executed smoothly. This is the advantage of having a huge enemy. It's too easy to be made a target. Fire release dragon fire technique. The blazing flames ignited the dry vines, instantly forming a several-meter-long fire snake. Nangxing stared at the ankle of the raccoon monster. He didn't pray that the fire snake could actually hurt the giant raccoon cat. He only hoped that this fire snake could cause some trouble to the other party. If you could trip it, that would be the best thing. However, after a moment, when the raging fire really rushed into the body of the giant raccoon, the result made Nangxing very disappointed. SHH. At one point, the raccoon monster's ankle was actually on fire, even burning its entire foot. But in the next moment, the fire was quickly extinguished. A steady stream of demonic energy seeped out from the earth, quickly filling the gap left by the burn. The huge raccoon monster seemed to be fine and was not hurt at all. Damn it! Why is there another enemy of this type? It was a tough battle for Nangxing. It is so difficult that it may not even be called a battle. But survival in the cracks. The giant enemies are terrifying. Even if the opponent just lifts his feet slightly, Nangxing must use Flying Thunder God to get out of the opponent's attack range. Enemies that can regenerate continuously are even more difficult to deal with. An endless amount of power was released from the earth and gathered on the raccoon cat monster, making it seem like there was no possibility of being defeated at all. But is it really invincible? No, it is not. You guys, that's enough. The turning point of this battle occurred about 20 minutes after it began. Although before this battle, Nanxing specifically instructed that this was his battle and others should not interfere. But seeing Nanxing in such a miserable state, Fujiwara no Mocha couldn't bear it anymore. "You are so great for bullying the minority with your numbers." The flames of the phoenix lit up this evil night. Although Fujiwara no Mocha has a somewhat bad temper, she is really determined when something happens. Moreover, what he said was true. And you? Compared to her fighting ability, Fujiwara no Momoko's mouth is not much inferior. After spraying these raccoon monsters, they were still not satisfied and aimed at Nanxing. "You want to abandon me and fight alone? What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Don't you consider me a brother?" She cursed without mercy. Nanxing didn't say anything. He just looked at Fujiwara Mocha's face, until that affectionate gaze gave Fujiwara Mocha goosebumps all over her body and she turned her head away embarrassedly. Then, a relaxed smile appeared on Nanxing's face. "What?" he said softly. The voice is so soft that only I can hear it. 49. It seems that I was indeed wrong. Chapter 56. Our minds are one. Nanxing found out that she was wrong. But it wasn't wrong from the beginning. The beginning of this mistake can be traced back to a long time ago, when Kikyo was injured for him. Whoosh! Nanxing will never forget the 3 arrows that lit up the night sky. It was the 3 arrows that made him realize how much Kikyo valued him. But at the same time, he would never forgive himself for trembling in fear under the protection of those 3 arrows and being frightened by Ibaraki Hana. "It's all my fault." During the time when Kikyo was in a coma, Nanxing didn't know how many times he felt guilty. He really couldn't imagine how he would cope if Kikyo could never wake up because she wanted to protect him. Even if he died to atone for his sins, I'm afraid it would not be able to redeem the guilt in his heart. But thank God! Kikyo woke up. Although he suffered serious injuries, his strength regressed several levels. But she woke up anyway. This is naturally something to be very thankful for. But at the same time, looking at the pale Kikyo who didn't look like a living person, Nanxing's mentality also changed quietly. We can't let her get hurt again. No, I don't want her to fight anymore. You could call it his pathetic manly ego. It can also be said that he corrected his mistakes in a timely manner after making them. But no matter which way you look at it, the result is the same. Nanxing has changed. He began to bear the pressure alone, both from the outside world and from deep within. Is this wrong? No, that's right. Because this is exactly the mentality that a strong person should have. A young eagle that always hides under the protection of its mother will never be able to spread its wings and fly high. But during this period, Nanxing made another mistake. I don't want anyone else to get hurt anymore. The incident with Kikyo left him with a psychological trauma. He didn't want to experience such a tragedy again. Therefore, before the battle began, he refused Fujiwara no Momoko's help and insisted on fighting this crisis on his own. But, now, what kind of hero are you trying to be? I'm not the kind of coward who would abandon my friends. The straightforward Fujiwara Mocha used her unique hot temper to forcibly blast open Nanxing's inner world. And looking at the eternal fire that was constantly extinguished by the raccoon monster, and then rekindled after a period of time, Nanxing finally understood one thing in his heart. I'm not as strong as I thought I was. But at the same time, they are not as weak as I thought. The so-called companionship is not a relationship where one party gives shelter to the other. It is a relationship where we work together and overcome difficulties together. This is the case with Platycodon grandiflorum. So that night, she shot the 3 arrows without hesitation, which could have triggered a war between humans and ghosts. No matter what difficulties we face, we will face them together. This is what she wanted to say but didn't. Now, it was finally heard by Nanxing through the mouth of Fujiwara no Mocha. Hey, Kikyo. When will you change your cold and stuffy personality? Nangxing figured it out and joined the battle again. Still getting beaten as usual. After all, the sublimation of ideological realm and the enhancement of power have no significant relationship in essence. You can't defeat the enemy you shouldn't defeat, and you still have to dodge when you should. But compared to the previous time when he was struggling alone, Nangxing now has someone to help share the firepower, so the pressure is reduced a lot. But don't just smile. You should think of a solution. Fujiwara no Mocha was a little angry. Because from the beginning she discovered that Nangxing seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Although he looked very embarrassed, he kept smiling. It was as if he was not the one being beaten. I am from Penglai, but you don't have the ability to resurrect. If you die, don't expect me to help you get revenge. At most I kill a few civet cats every year and offer them as a memorial to you on your death anniversary. Fujiwara no Moko kindly reminded her. She actually said this to the huge raccoon monster in front of her. An enemy who can never be killed, no one should want to be an enemy of such a person. After all, even if she can't kill you, she can disgust you to death. She hoped that the huge raccoon in front of her would be cautious and everyone would stop and not lose face. 0 request flowers. But unfortunately, her idea was still a little too naive. We are a clan of raccoons, so why should we fear threats? A cold snort showed the determination of hidden god Xingbu Tanuki. As a great monster, he regarded Nangxing's behavior as a challenge to his authority. In this case, he must fight back with the most brutal means to let the world see his ability as the general of the 4 countries and 880 ghosts. At the same time, the same result occurred for Nangxing. It has come to this point, how can we just stop? Nanxing used Flying Thunder God to dodge the opponent's trampling attack with great difficulty. He stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. 0. Sure enough, the only ones who can defeat monsters are monsters. He raised his head and looked at the huge raccoon cat in front of him that was as big as a mountain. However, there was no fear in his eyes anymore. Because he has already thought of a way to defeat this enemy. But this method might be a little crazy. Mahong! He suddenly shouted. The deep affection in that voice made Fujiwara no Mocha, who had not been cared for 800 years, shudder. Are you willing to believe me? This is nonsense. If she didn't believe Nangxing, she would have burned Nangxing to ashes long ago. At the very least, we should take off his eyes as an apology. It's just that, brother, you don't speak in accordance with the occasion? What do you mean by saying this to a girl at this time? Fujiwara Mahong was a little confused about Nangxing's attitude. I can't even figure out what my attitude towards Nangxing is. So much so that her response was somewhat stuttering. Of course I would. Wait, what is this? Looking at the chakra chains that were suddenly wrapped around him. Fujiwara no Mocha, who was very emotional just now, suddenly froze. Because she suddenly felt that her soul seemed to be constantly slipping away through this chain. No, the word loss should not be used. To be more precise, it should be transferred. As for the target of the transfer, there is no doubt about it. At the end of the chain is undoubtedly the smiling Nangxing. We are one in mind. Chapter 57, Red Lotus Susanoo, the Eternal Flame. Chakra. This is a special kind of energy. It is formed by the combination of Yang Dun, which represents physical energy, and Yin Dun, which represents spiritual energy. The Yin power, which originates from the spiritual energy that controls imagination, creates form from nothing. The power of Yang, which originates from the body energy that governs life, gives life to the form. This is also the fundamental reason why the Uchiha clan and Hashirama Senju were able to drive Gundam in the ninja world. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo symbolizes the limit of Yin power and gives invisible chakra a real form. It is the product of the materialization of spiritual energy. The Buddha on top of Hashirama Senju bestowed the peak Yang power on the lifeless wood. It is the peak of body energy. These two are the goals that Nangxing is pursuing. It is also a goal that he can never achieve no matter what. 50. Whether it is the yin power that symbolizes the ultimate spirit, or the yang power that means the electrical discharge of the body, neither of them can be possessed by him now. He still has a long way to go. So, my power may not be as strong as I think. Placing his hand on Fujiwara Momoko's shoulder, Nangxing admitted his weakness without hesitation. There is nothing shameful about this. It is truly unforgivable to be unwilling to admit that you are weak and to challenge enemies that you cannot defeat, thereby bringing disaster to others. And just now, he made a similar mistake. Almost dragged himself into the abyss. But fortunately, he still has a chance to make up for his mistake. But our power is stronger than we thought. Nangxing said with a smile. His words were somewhat profound, causing Fujiwara no Moka, who usually didn't like to think, to have her brain shut down instantly. But at the same time, Fujiwara Moka had to admit that she didn't hate this feeling. Even, I like it a little bit. Because from Nangxing, she felt a word that made her feel very luxurious now. Trust. Mahong, are you ready? Nangxing asked suddenly. After a brief moment of daze, a smile appeared on Fujiwara no Moka's face. It was a wild smile, symbolizing that she had completely given up thinking. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Anyway, just follow his instructions. Fujiwara no Momoko thought as she concentrated her mind and faced the huge enemy in front of her with full focus. The only thing that can respond to trust is the same trust. This unreserved trust between each other also meant that the opportunity to victory was finally seized by Nangxing. In that case, homology. Wait a minute, I still start? This is a risky endeavor. Because before this, Nangxing hadn't even thought that there was such a method that could temporarily help him break through the limitations of yin power. However, when he saw Fujiwara no Momoko stand up desperately, stand in front of him, and help him block the attack of the giant raccoon cat, Nangxing suddenly had a premonition in his heart. This will definitely work. Because to some extent, Fujiwara no Moko herself is another form of Susanoo. In fact, her existence is more real than Susanoo. The so-called Susanoo is nothing more than using the ultimate yin power to condense the invisible chakra into a solid entity. But Fujiwara no Moko herself actually reached the peak of the power beyond yin, to the point where everything turned into the opposite, and a bit of pure yang was derived from the extreme yin. She is a living being. Moreover, they are alive, have their own thoughts and bodies, and are no different from other normal lives except for their immortality. This kind of existence is very special. Anyway, with Nangxing's current level of knowledge, he cannot give a specific explanation for this existence. But this does not mean that he cannot use Fujiwara no Moka's power. Just like people who use computers don't need to know how to repair computers. Even though I don't know the principle, since I already know that the other party has reached the limit of spiritual energy, that's enough. If I'm not mistaken. With the help of the special effects of the diamond seal, Nangxing absorbed Fujiwara Mahong's spiritual energy from her body. This is a very painful process. Even though Fujiwara no Momoko had agreed, this tug of war between souls still made Nangxing feel a pain that made his eyes burst. Fujiwara no Momoko wasn't feeling well either. Because her power is her soul itself. That is Nangxing. If someone else had pulled her soul like this and rubbed it wantonly, she would have been furious long ago. But after a period of adaptation, Fujiwara Mahong suddenly found that this kind of pulling seemed quite comfortable. Only. Looking at the raccoon cat in front of me, that suddenly became very small, compared to just now. 0. Look at the mountains in the distance that are shorter than the raccoon cat, and the blue sky that seems to be getting closer and closer. What happened? Fujiwara no Moka, who didn't know what was going on, subconsciously raised her arms. Then, she was surprised to find that her arm had disappeared. Instead, there was a huge energy column that looked like an arm, but was actually red and burning with flames. What is this? Fujiwara no Momoko was shocked by this sudden change. However, after that, she heard a voice that made her feel extremely relieved. That's our common strength. Gurren Suzano, what do you think of this name? Nangxing explained with a smile. His voice sounded tired. In the case of insufficient spiritual energy, using external objects to forcibly open the Manjiki Sharingan and condense Suzano, is indeed a very dangerous behavior. Even though everything went very smoothly, it still put a huge burden on his spirit. But he still feels very proud. The first trial achieved such a huge success. Relying on Fujiwara no Moka's extremely powerful spiritual energy, he even broke through the first stage of So 1.6 Sanohu, skeleton, and reached the second stage, flesh, blood, meridians. It's just a pity that this form is destined not to be maintained for long. 1 minute. This is the limit of what Nangxing can endure at present. But, it's enough. I want to end this fight. Looking at the raccoon cat monster in front of him, which was as majestic as Mount Fuji just now, but now has shrunk to the point where it can barely touch his waist. A huge sword blessed by Suzano appeared in Suzano's hand. Horrifying flames emanated from the sword, and the surrounding space gradually distorted due to the terrifying heat. Excalibur Phoenix Sword. This is the name of this weapon. It is also a symbol of Fujiwara no Moko's power. I want to burn all of this. 58. You will become a god here. Fujiwara no Moka excitedly grasped the giant sword that was at least 40 meters long. The blazing power passed through the hilt of the sword, into her palm, and reached the depths of her soul. She was familiar with this power. Because this power originally belonged to her, but Nangxing temporarily changed its form and materialized it in the form of a sword. But at the same time, compared to the familiar power, Fujiwara no Moka could feel some difference from this phoenix sword. How to say? It is just like the same subject can often be painted in different styles by different painters. Now, same thing. It was clearly a flame that Fujiwara Mahong was very familiar with, but after Nangxing's transformation, it was given a new concept. Hope. To light up this dark lamp is the real hope. This fire will never go out, and hope will never die. Fujiwara no Moka felt the new power coming from the flames. An intense sadness suddenly rose deep in her heart. Hope. What a luxurious word this is for her who is already immortal. Don't even mention hoping for 30. Before this, she had no power to despair. She dragged this immortal body around in this hellish world, lingering for 800 years. She could no longer tell whether she had lived for 800 years or had replicated the same day for 800 years. Of course, for the people of Penglai, this doesn't make much difference. If nothing unexpected happens, this endless cycle will continue forever. It will never stop even until the world disappears. But now, things are different. Even Fujiwara no Momoko herself did not expect that the guy who was supposed to pass through her life like the wind would actually leave such a deep mark on her. The torch of hope has once again appeared in my hands. No, it should be said that it is in our hands. And now, the only thing we have to do is... Looking at the raccoon cat monster in front of her that suddenly became a little timid, Fujiwara no Momoko, who had already transformed into the Suzano state, took a deep breath. She raised her hand and swung her sword. The 30-meter-long energy blade chopped down in the sky full of flames. The whole set of movements is smooth and flowing. Then, the earth cracked and the sky collapsed. Boom! It was a spectacular scene. 51. Flames and sword lights fell and hit the huge raccoon monster. Although he tried his best to dodge, the huge raccoon cat monster simply couldn't avoid the attacks that almost covered the entire map. Ow! It howled in pain. Waves of evil spirit emanated from its body and were blown aside by a gust of scorching wind, turning it into the body of a dead raccoon cat. Finally, the bodies of these raccoon cat monsters were engulfed by the fire and became new fuel. Hell, it's hell! Ibuki Suka looked at the scene in front of her. The blazing fire seemed to set the world on fire, just like the legendary Hell of Fire. No, it's even more terrifying than the Hell of Fire. Ibuki Suka shook her head and gave a more accurate assessment. After all, the flaming hell is really just a sea of bubbling magma. To a fierce ghost, the lava might be very powerful, but to a well-trained monster like her, the lava sea was no different from a slightly hot bathhouse. But the sea of fire before him was different. Every spark is the most refined spiritual energy. No wonder that guy couldn't even resist. These flames are simply the nemesis of monsters. After gradually understanding the nature of these flames, Ibuki Suka's expression became serious. She is also a monster. If she was accidentally contaminated by these flames, it would also bring her a lot of trouble. Secret, clouds gather and fog disperses. She waved her hand, and gathered all the cloud and water energy within a 10-mile radius to a position about 10 meters around her, forming an invisible curtain wall. Then I felt relieved and continued to appreciate this scene, which was like being in hell. Tisk, he actually escaped. As expected of an old monster, his strength is not that great, but his eyesight is quite good. However, after this battle, the raccoon cats of the 4 countries may never be able to rise again. 1 minute later. Just as Nangxing expected, the battle was over in a minute. Susanoo, which incorporates the power of Fujiwara no Moko, is extremely powerful. In fact, it can almost be seen as a shrine maiden with the power of a great monster, made into an ultra-large-scale self-destructive weapon. This is a very shameless practice. The shameless thing about it is that this self-destruct weapon can actually be regenerated continuously. Cool. The enemy has retreated. After releasing the state of Susanoo, Fujiwara no Moko was reborn in the raging fire. Let's do it again. If you do it again, I will definitely kill them all. She looked at Nangxing with expectant eyes. The sword strike just now made her feel refreshed. It was as if all the grievances suffered in the past 800 years were vented out. However, unfortunately. 260 Look at me now, do I look like I can do it again? Nangxing, who was sitting on the ground, replied while panting. Not lying down on the ground directly was his last act of stubbornness. This technique really puts a lot of strain on the body. In just less than a minute, his chakra amount of 9 points was completely drained away, not a drop left. Now Nangxing can't even use the substitution technique. But it's definitely worth it. 791. The battle was over, and Ibuki Suka, who had been watching from the side, finally came over. There was a very unfamiliar smile on her face. It wasn't the fake innocence she often displayed. Nor is it the joy shown when tasting fine wine. It was a smile that was totally inconsistent with her appearance, age, quite mature yet very hearty. In that attack just now, a total of 791 monsters were killed by you. Including the one that was killed at the beginning, there are 792 of them. In other words, you killed most of the 880 demons in Shikoku, and now only 88 are left. Ibuki Suka said with a smile. The words are congratulations from the heart. Congratulations, big brother. You will be deified here. Chapter 59 System, Strength has nothing to do with brains. Conferred God. In this country where all things have spirits and all plants and trees can become gods, this is really not a rare thing. Not even to mention the living plants. Even an inanimate object like an umbrella, as long as it stays around long enough and happens to happen enough times, will be worshipped by humans as a Tsukumagami. There is precedent for this. But you are different from them. Ibuki Suka looked at Nangxing with an approving look, as if the leader of a certain underworld organization was looking at his most preferred successor. Humans always regard as gods those things that they fear. This is also a characteristic of this country. For example, the hidden god Gaburakun just now. Although he is a real monster, it does not prevent the people of Shikoku Island from worshipping him as a real god. To this end, they even built a large number of raccoon cat statues on the island. This is also why, in the battle just now, a constant supply of demonic energy seeped out of this land to replenish the giant raccoon cat. Who said that evil gods are not gods? And now, the same thing applies. Witnessed by the heaven and earth, Nangxing defeated the raccoons that represented the monsters of the four countries, leaving only one out of the original 880 monsters in the four countries. Then, of course, he would inherit the authority vacated by the Tanuki monster and become the new symbol of Shikoku Island. This island has welcomed its new owner. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the title, Lord of the Four Kingdoms. This is actually an honorary title. Apart from its resounding name and certain bonuses when fighting on the main island of Shikoku, it does not have much effect. However, if viewed from another perspective, the role of this title is extremely important. Orthodoxy, legality. This title is just like Inu no Taisho's Lord of the West, Kirin Mara's Lord of the East, and Heihoko's Lord of Demons and Monsters. It is a symbol of identity and status recognized by everyone. And that means, from now on, Big Brother can be considered the overlord of this area. It is now the Warring States period. It is not only a Warring States period for humans, but also a Warring States period for monsters. Various major forces and heroes emerged. The true hero will be decided on this small island. And the position of Lord of the Four Kingdoms is probably like a ticket. Only those holding this ticket are eligible to enter and participate in this unprecedented demon feast. But Nangxing always felt something was weird. If I remember correctly, I should be a human. It seems that the things between these monsters and ghosts have nothing to do with him, right? No one can predict what will happen in the future. However, after counting the spoils of this war, Nangxing is still very happy. 792000. Nearly 800,000 experience points and silver. Nangxing, who has always relied on daily tasks to accumulate wealth by the hundreds, has never seen such a huge fortune. It really is true as the old saying goes. No one can become rich without unexpected wealth. Looking at the number that was so huge that it was beyond imagination, Nangxing rubbed his hands excitedly. This battle with the big monster brought him unprecedented danger. But it also brought him back quite generous rewards. With this sum of money, plus the assets he had accumulated before, the balance in his wallet had exceeded 1 million. This means that everything in the system store is now open to him. The most expensive item in the system store only sells for 100 million taels. Plus, there's another chance to buy for free with Suka. The qualification to exchange for 2 top-level props is enough for Nangxing to build a more luxurious configuration. And after some thought, exchange for the immortal body. Ding! The price of the product, immortal body, is 100 million taels. Would you like to buy it? Yes. 52. There's nothing much to say. Nangxing felt his strength recovering rapidly, and in just a few seconds he was no longer able to feel any pain at all. He only regretted that he had not acquired this ability earlier. The so-called buy early and enjoy early is probably this truth. Then, let's add some more. Let me see the attribute panel. Hey. Name, Nangxing. Age, 17 years old. Occupation, ninja. Level 42, Chunin. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, wind, water. Ninja, 10, 13. Body, 10, 14. Phantom, 6. Xian, 5. Power, 8. Speed, 8. Essence, 10, 15. Print, 3. Total, 60, 72. Attribute points to be allocated, 12. Should we say that it is indeed a body of an immortal that symbolizes the ultimate power of Yang? Not only did it push the physical fitness and chakra amount to the highest level, it even exceeded the limits that the numerical values could represent. This also answered a question that had always existed in Nangxing's mind. The maximum value for each attribute is 10. When an attribute exceeds the maximum value, it is converted into a hidden attribute. If you think about it carefully, this is actually reasonable. For example, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, both of their illusions are 10. But there is a big gap between these two 10. It got to the point where Orochimaru was killed instantly by Uchiha Itachi. To use the overused phrase, you can get 10 points because your level is only 10, and I can get 10 points because the upper limit is only 10. It is true that people's physiques are different. But now, Wang's, along with the solution of this problem, a new problem appeared in Nangxing's mind. System. If I remember correctly, a comprehensive attribute of 60 should have already broken through the threshold of the shadow level, right? How come I'm still a Chunin? Does that make sense? Nangxing asked with some confusion. The comprehensive attributes of 60 are the threshold for movie level. In fact, there is no such saying, it is just a commonly accepted habit. But if you count the 12 free attribute points that have not been added, the total attribute value is a full 72 points. This data has almost reached the pinnacle of ninja, and even surpassed the cage of the 5 major countries. But, ding, the 50th level Jonin trial mission is now available. Friendly reminder, Jonin is the highest level title, there is no special title like cage. Okay. This system seems a bit too strict. Chapter 60, Pupil Technique Supreme Heaven. Ninja. Thanks to the advent of the manga Naruto, this has become a profession known to most people. But in fact, it is precisely because it is well known that many misunderstandings arise. For example, shadow. Even in the world of Naruto, the concept of cage level does not exist. It is just an honorary title, symbolizing the village chief. A Jonin is a top ninja. From a practical point of view, the 3 levels of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin represent different functions. I won't talk about the Genin. No matter where they are standard cannon fodder and don't need to use their brains at all. All you need to do is follow instructions and keep your head down and charge forward. But Chunin is different. Becoming a Chunin means having a certain tactical execution ability, being able to formulate temporary tactics according to different situations, and completing the tasks assigned to you. Therefore, in order to become a Chunin, one must not only have the courage to lead the charge, but also the power to break the situation. Courage, strength. Perhaps this is the significance of the previous 2 trials. Nangxing, who finally realized the key problem, thought belatedly. Then what kind of trials do you need to go through if you want to become a Jonin? Wisdom. Nangxing guessed silently in his heart. Jonin is the highest level of ninja. They are also the real decision makers. They need to formulate strategies according to the situation and arrange for the strategies to be distributed to the Chunin captains of each team. And this is a complete operating system of Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. But even if I become a Jonin, so what? Can I find other ninjas to help me with my mission? Thinking of this, Nangxing found it a little funny again. Facts have proved that in this chaotic era, the so-called strategy seems to be redundant. Compared to the so-called strategies, Nangxing now prefers to suppress the enemy through absolute force. Just like the giant flaming sword that seemed to burn the world just now. Nangxing believed that there should be no evil tricks that could withstand the power that could destroy the world. But, speaking of the giant flaming sword just now, and the Susanoo holding the giant flaming sword, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Nangxing's heart. The highest heaven. He also didn't know why this skill derived from the Mangeki Sharingan was called this name. Even now, Nangxing doesn't know what Supreme Heaven means. However, the moment the Mangeki Sharingan opened, the name and the approximate ability of this eye technique appeared in Nangxing's mind. Command. To bring together different forces and different souls, and temporarily make them a real whole. This red mark. I see. Does it symbolize the connection between me and Mihong? Mangeki Sharingan. The eyes of the soul. Its ability is to possess a true reflection of the subconscious deep within the soul. In fact, even Nansing now can't remember what he was thinking at that time. After all, the situation was so chaotic that he could only concentrate and do the only thing he could do. But now, the emergence of this ability has served as a wake-up call to Nansing. We are one in mind. Considering the context at the time, there was actually nothing wrong with this sentence. But now, think back briefly. Alas! Don't even mention that Fujiwara no Mei is famous. Nansing herself couldn't help but shiver. What will Mahong think of me? Nansing thought so, secretly turned his head and glanced at Fujiwara Mahong. But he found that Fujiwara no Mocha was also looking at him. Humph! After noticing Nansing's gaze, Dabbage, Fujiwara Mahong instantly turned her head, looking around at the scenery. But her sidelong glance betrayed her true mood. She seems to really care? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a careful analysis, Nansing found helplessly that this embarrassment was inevitable. The harmony just now is definitely not just a fusion of power. It's more of a synchronization of souls. How to say? If I have to explain, the Susanoo that was fighting the giant raccoon monster just now was actually not either Nansing or Fujiwara no Momoko. It's not Nansing and Fujiwara no Momoko either. Rather, it is a new existence born from the fusion of Nansing's consciousness and Fujiwara no Mocha's consciousness. Roughly equivalent to Vegeta or Gogeta from Dragon Ball. This is a new force created by the combination of the two. In the process of union, the souls of both parties are revealed to each other. They are open to each other and honest with each other. There are no secrets at all. If you think about it, this is even more embarrassing than secretly seeing Fujiwara no Mocha's body. Therefore, no matter what reaction Fujiwara no Mocha made, it would not be excessive. At the same time, Nansing was actually prepared to face the wrath of Fujiwara no Momoko. 53. But, what is surprising is... Hey, why are you looking at me like that? You don't want me to be responsible. Although Fujiwara no Moko's attitude was indeed very bad. But he was not as violent as Nansing had imagined. Even if you look at it from Ibuki Suka's perspective. Fujiwara no Moko's bad attitude was also pretended. It was a disguise she put on to hide her inner panic. I just looked into your soul. What's the big deal? Haven't you looked at my body enough times? I didn't say anything. Be a man, show some courage. Don't act like a sissy, like a wronged little wife. Fujiwara Mahong patted Nansing's shoulder, with a boldness on her face that was not appropriate for her gender. Then she reached out her hand and asked Ibuki Suka for a pot of wine. She was the first one who dared to ask Ibuki Suka for wine, who loved drinking. What's even more interesting is that facing Fujiwara no Mocha, who is even more manly than a real man, Ibuki Suka actually handed the wine gourd in her hand to her for some unknown reason. Tons, 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 tons. The high concentration of alcohol burns the mouth and throat. Fujiwara no Mocha had never drunk such unpalatable wine before, it even choked her tears. Cool.